Do you know what we're here for? Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Help! I'm being betrayed!
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Aren't I a good guy? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills! Break now.
Don't even play.
Consequences.
So hot right now. What? This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I say that.
He looks good, and he looks hard. Now I'm supposed to walk quality time with my wife.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to
Immediately,
gratify your
if not
present
sooner.
self. It's a stupid game. I'm staying in the race.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
What now?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Too much, man!
It's a great day for being sad.
I see that you know your judo well.
It's science.
Facebook. Zuckerberg.
Follow the rich white man.
Ha! Looky there. Don't think I don't see you.
Ah yes, once again, we meet in this strange place. So much to do, so much to see, so much to talk about. Better get right to it. As always, safety first, chat. Buckle up those seatbelts. About to take a little journey to the deep dark abyss. Uh-oh. I have lost... Oh, come on. Why do this to me? Well, at least now. This is actually probably a better time than ever. You got options. It's a good time to mess up. Okay, cool. Please hold. My space camera has stopped working. Well, while I'm here, I guess I'll do my shout-outs. Mozzie, Moa Aaron W, 123 in the YouTube chat. Daredevil with the early super chat. Didn't even know you could do that before the stream started. Much appreciated. Good to see you in the close fourth. Bob Carmody, and I think that's everybody. Good to see you all. Quiet chat. I know, we're starting during the middle of leftist mafia. It's insane. But can't start in the middle of the night either. If we start at midnight, we have problems. So we better get right to it. Oh boy. I guess we'll start in a familiar place. The United States. Oh, I haven't switched. Is the camera working on? Hold on. Yeah, here I am. Good to see you, everybody. It's time. Let's go to New York City. With really one of the biggest stories out there right now. That being the murder of UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson on the streets of New York. This happened in the last, I think, about 24 hours or so, maybe a little bit more. Let's go here to, this is, I think it's a PR person for the police department with a statement on all of this. This was basically one of the first, really one of the first to drop on this whole thing. Here we go.
In Midtown Manhattan early this morning, 50-year-old Brian Thompson.
Don't have the screen up. Let's try this one more time. Take two.
In Midtown Manhattan early this morning, 50-year-old Brian Thompson, the CEO of UnitedHealthcare, was shot and killed in what appears, at this early stage of our investigation, to be a brazen, targeted attack. This does not appear to be a random act of violence. The victim was in New York City to speak at an investor conference. It appears the suspect was lying in wait for several minutes. And as the victim was walking to the conference hotel, the suspect approached from behind and fired several rounds, striking the victim at least once in the back and at least once in the right calf. Many people passed the suspect, but he appeared to wait for his intended target. The suspect fled, first on foot, then on an e-bike, and was last seen in Central Park on Center Drive early this morning.
Well, there we go. That was basically one of the first reports given by, I think that was the first report given by police on this situation. Let's get into it now. And there is one theme I've noticed while perusing the comment sections of some of these videos. We will get into that in a little bit. This is the New York Post. This was showing first responders on the scene. His body is blurred out for discretion. Yeah, and 6th Avenue is a pretty nice part of New York City these days. So it's, you know, not something people were expecting. Now, like I was alluding to before, something I've noticed in the comment sections of pretty much every single one of these videos that I've clicked is that there... And the fact is, I look at a lot of videos of different sorts of shootings that happen in the United States. You might be shocked, you might not be shocked, I don't know. If you've watched this channel for a long time, you're not shocked. And one thing I noticed lacking in these particular comment sections was any empathy. Really, pretty much every single comment was, to some degree, suggesting that this guy got what he deserved, that, you know, his plan didn't cover, you know, an investigation or whatever else, and like, boy, is intense. But people are not all that bummed about this murder that happened in broad daylight.
We're following breaking news right now. Police are giving an update on the investigation into the shooting death of UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson.
He was 50 years old, and this happened this morning right here in New York City, just outside of a Hilton hotel, about 3 blocks from where we are currently at 30 Rockefeller Plaza. That's where the company was set to host an investor day. Let's listen in.
For several minutes. And as the victim was walking to the conference hotel, the suspect approached from behind and fired several rounds, striking the victim at least once in the back and at least once in the right calf. Many people passed the suspect, but he appeared to wait for his intended target.
Now, one thing, and we already heard this, so we're going to skip ahead in a second, but one thing that I also noticed that I was personally thinking was that, you know, these news networks don't really, it would be interesting to see these news networks cover with as much fervor the deaths of people who were on plans such as UnitedHealthcare or whatever, who were either canceled or their ailments weren't covered and died as a result. But of course, that would take up the entire day every day. And so that would be a real bummer.
Chief Joe Kenny.
Thank you, Commissioner. The information I'm about to give you is preliminary as our investigation is continuing. This morning at 6:46 a.m., patrol officers from Midtown North Precinct responded to a 911 call of a person shot in front of the Hilton Hotel located at 1335 Avenue of the Americas. This is between West 53rd Street and West 54th Street. At 6:48 a.m., officers arrive and find the victim, Brian R. Thompson, a 50-year-old male, on the sidewalk in front of the Hilton with gunshot wounds to his back and leg. Mr. Thompson was removed by EMS to Roosevelt Hospital, where he was pronounced dead at 7:12 a.m. Mr. Thompson is the CEO of UnitedHealthcare and resides in Minnesota. Detectives from Night Watch, Midtown North Detective Squad, and Manhattan South Homicide responded to the scene and began their investigation. What we know is that the shooter arrived at the location on foot about 5 minutes prior to the victim's arrival. He stands alongside the building line as numerous other people and pedestrians pass him by. From video, we see at 6:44 a.m., the victim is walking alone towards the Hilton after exiting his hotel across the street.
Wild speculation in chat. CEO about to get charged on insider trading. Hires a hitman himself. dismissed his security charges. Well, yeah, you can't prosecute a dead man, I don't think, legally speaking. But wow, that is some wild speculation. You know, and I think I heard something like that while looking into all of this. It's certainly an interesting, it's an interesting theory. Let's keep this going. This was from yesterday. CNN. See what they had on this.
We have some breaking news. CNN has obtained new surveillance video from the fatal shooting of the UnitedHealthcare CEO. And we do want to warn you that the video is, of course, disturbing.
CNN Bryn Gingras joins us. Bryn, take us through this video.
Yeah, Phil and Brianna. So we are only showing a few seconds of this video that CNN obtained, obviously, because it is very alarming to watch. Essentially, what we see in that video is the CEO, UnitedHealthcare, Brian Thompson, walking toward the hotel here behind me, and behind him comes the suspected gunman that police are still searching for. So you could see how he approaches Thompson from the back. Before then, where we freeze the video, he fires those shots at Thompson. What you do not see from these 5 seconds, and I can tell you, is that we also see someone sort of running the opposite direction. So that is something, of course, that police are going to be looking into in this video, breaking it down frame by frame by frame to kind of figure out who might have witnessed this. They, of course, are going to want to talk to anyone who might have witnessed this. Again, it happened at the really front step of this entrance of this hotel, so there's possible some security there as well. And then, of course, follow the path of that gunman. As we already have learned, he flees from the scene, going down a back alley behind a theater that's across the street from the hotel where we are, and then hops on a bike where they basically lose his trail in Central Park. So again, we know that police are offering a $10,000 reward for any information that's going to help find.
That's not going to be enough. I think you're going to have to see. One idea I had when I heard this $10,000 reward, I was like, okay, that's one idea. Here's a better idea. Maybe Medicare for all would get it done. I think that would get people, you know, sort of galvanized to do something about it.
This suspected gunman, but that manhunt is underway after this brazen shooting in Midtown Manhattan, guys.
All right, Bryn, if you can stand by for us, I want to bring in CNN security correspondent Josh Campbell. Josh, what stands out to you in this video?
Well, all indications is this looks like a professional hit job. You look at all the characteristics that we've seen from essentially lying in wait for the CEO to walk by. We can see on that video that Bryn obtained there that he essentially is behind a Suburban, the shooter, and as the CEO walks past, you see him then step out, the gun comes up on target, and he begins to fire. There is a level of sophistication that we can tell from the shooter from that video as well, and that is because as he's firing, we know that he used a suppressor on that gun. That's to muffle the sound. That is something that someone would use, obviously, if they don't want to draw attention to a particular shooting. And you see him, you know, racking the slide of that gun, which typically happens on its own with a semiotic 9mm style gun. But when you have that suppressor there at the end, if you don't have perhaps the proper parts or it's not properly lubricated, that gun won't cycle. And so you see him essentially racking the slide for every round that he fires. And then also at one point, and this is what police had indicated as well before we obtained this video, that the gun had malfunctioned at one point, and you actually see him doing a clearing drill on that gun. And this is something that, you know, those of us who worked in law enforcement practice on over and over, where you essentially
you're concerned about the potential slide into vigilantism. Well, yeah, that's certainly something to be concerned about, I would say. And yet it is hard to, in this, like, you know, and the fact is that we don't actually know what the motive of this was, right? But it's pretty clear, at least from the internet's response, people are having a hard time coming up with any real empathy for this guy.
Have these so-called immediate action drills where they practice for a round not to fire. Either, it can get dislodged, there could be a double feed of ammunition, but in this case, the shooter quickly racks it, the slide gets it back up on target, continues to fire, and then finally he makes his way of escape. So he not only came there, obviously very stealthy, but he still has not been found. Reports are that he fled on a e-bicycle, which obviously within the city of New York, a place where you have tons of license plates, license plate readers that a vehicle could perhaps be picked up on. Instead, this person chose to use a bicycle, which is obviously provides a more agile means of escape there. And so again, a lot of characteristics here that show this is someone who clearly was operating with some level of sophistication. Of course, now the big question comes down to motivation. That's work that's going on behind the scenes right now as well by authorities.
Bryn, what we saw in that video has been described. To actually watch it is just absolutely chilling. When you talk to your sources within the NYPD law enforcement right now, what's their sense of things in terms of how the manhunt's playing out? What resources are actually utilized?
Empathy
when
not
they
covered.
actually find the suspect?
Boom. Man. You need a prior authorization for that? Was it a pre-existing condition? All right, let's go here to CBS Evening News. It's all in as chronological order as I can get it.
We want to begin with the intense search for the gunman behind what New York City police are calling a targeted attack, caught on camera this morning in the heart of Manhattan as the morning rush hour was getting underway. The victim is 50-year-old Brian Thompson, the CEO of UnitedHealthcare, part of the largest private health insurance company in the country. The gunman's face was covered by a mask and hood. He fled to Central Park on an electric bike. And
hey, thanks for the super sticker, Moa Noah. It's a beautiful, sexy lemon. It's giving me some kind of a look.
this new video obtained by CBS News shows him leaving the park at 6:59 a.m. That was 15 minutes after the shooting, and it was captured by a surveillance camera on the Upper West Side. Now, the shocking attack took place early in the morning, and there are reports that the victim's widow said her husband had previously received threats. CBS's Meg Oliver is going to lead off our coverage from the scene of the shooting. Good evening, Meg.
Nora, good evening. Security cameras outside this Midtown Manhattan hotel captured what the NYPD described as a brazen targeted attack. We want to warn you, the video is disturbing.
We have a male shot coming over in the north.
Just after 6:45 a.m., surveillance video captured a man wearing a mask and carrying a gun with a silencer, approaching UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson from behind and shooting him in the back and calf. CBS News has edited the video to crop out Thompson stumbling, then crumbling to the ground. The gunman can then be seen trying to unjam his gun before shooting again, then calmly walking across the street.
The shooter arrived at the location on foot about 5 minutes prior to the victim's arrival.
Officials say Thompson was alone and did not have a security team with him. He was rushed to the closest hospital where he was later pronounced.
Yeah, we can't all have our security teams with us at all times. It's just, you know, it's a lot.
Less than a half hour later. Today, his wife told NBC News that her husband had been receiving threats before the shooting. Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch.
Every indication is that this was a premeditated, pre-planned, targeted attack.
Police released these images of the suspect, who they say took off on foot down an alleyway, then fled on a bike.
We're still tracking video. The last we see with him on that bike is in Central Park.
Investigators say they recovered a cell phone near the scene and are conducting forensic analysis of the device to determine if it belonged to the suspect.
What do you make of him using a silencer?
It's concerning that a silencer was used, because using a silencer kind of means that the person might have been hired to kill Mr. Thompson.
Thompson had been with United Health Group for 2 decades and was made CEO of UnitedHealthcare in 2021. The company issued a statement saying it is deeply saddened and shocked at the passing of our dear friend.
A law enforcement source tells CBS News that the suspect went to a Starbucks right before the shooting and left behind forensic evidence that's being tested. And surveillance video there captured enough of his face to run it through facial recognition. Thompson leaves behind a wife and 2 sons. Nora.
Crucial new information, Meg Oliver. Thank you very much.
All right, let's go here. This is from like 15 hours ago or something like that.
Well, now to the apparent murder of UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson in New York City.
Police say gunmen shot Thompson from behind as he came out of a Manhattan hotel this morning. The incident captured on surveillance video. Eyewitness News reporter Carlos Fonda joining us now with the latest developments.
Well, police say this was definitely a targeted shooting, and they now believe the motive could be a grudge against the insurance company. Now, this all occurred in busy Midtown Manhattan on 6th Avenue. Surveillance video shows the moments the violence unfolded. And a warning, this video is disturbing.
In the surveillance video, the victim walks by when the suspect comes from behind, points the gun, and shoots. The victim, Brian Thompson, was shot in his leg and his back. Police are reviewing these images as they search for the suspect.
It appears the suspect was lying in wait for several minutes. And as the victim was walking to the conference hotel, the suspect approached from behind and fired several rounds.
Officials say at one point the gun appeared to jam. When he cleared the jam, he resumed shooting. The suspect then ran into an alley, grabbed a bike, and was seen pedaling into Central Park. The NYPD is now releasing other surveillance images showing the suspect waiting in the area for the victim.
The shooter appears to be a light-skinned male. He's wearing a light brown or...
The guy hung out, he grabbed a coffee, he waited around. I mean, this was clearly very, very premeditated. Very, very planned. Everything about it screams hit to some degree, or at least a motivated, intentional killing. Wait, why am I clicking away? Where are we going? We're not done. The gun jammed and he didn't flinch. Well, we're going to get into this light-skinned male situation shortly, because photos were released of this guy without a mask from somewhere else.
This morning, new surveillance video shows what appears to be the man who shot and killed UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson in New York City, appearing to carry an e-bike battery possibly used in the getaway.
Every indication is that this was a premeditated, pre-planned, targeted attack.
20 minutes after this surveillance video was taken, around 6:45 a.m. Wednesday, the gunman approached Thompson as he arrived at an investors conference, firing multiple times until his gun jams. He clears the barrel before firing again.
Got like a black gun, and I saw him after he shot him. He ran across the street.
The suspect runs through an alley, police say, then hops on an e-bike, disappearing into Central Park. Police recovered a water bottle, a candy wrapper, and a cell phone they believe are linked to the shooter. And detectives discovered writing on the shell casings found at the scene with the words deny, defend, and depose, sources tell ABC News. Thompson's wife, Paulette, told NBC her husband had received threats, adding she doesn't know the details. UnitedHealthcare is the largest private health insurer in the U.S. Among companies in the health insurance market, it ranks highest when it comes to the percentage of claims denied, nearly twice the industry average.
Did he have any known enemies or anyone that you've been able to find so far?
We're reaching out to law enforcement in Minnesota, and we're also interviewing his co-workers and family members to see if there have been any specific threats against him in the past.
Thompson worked at UnitedHealthcare for 20 years and was promoted to CEO in 2021. The 50-year-old Minnesota native was also a father of 2. His wife tells ABC the family is shattered, describing Thompson.
Yeah, I'm sure he was great. I'm sure he was great. And that's probably why he got paid millions of dollars a year to, keep people off of insurance and stuff like that, I guess. I don't know. Now we got more information on this guy, including photos, like I was mentioning. Whoops, wrong thing. There we go.
We begin this morning with a major manhunt underway right now in New York City for the suspect in the brazen shooting death of the CEO of one of the largest health insurers in the U.S.
So sad.
I have to warn you here, the video we're about to show you is disturbing. You can see a person approaching UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson.
Right, we've
from
seen this
behind
video
and opening fire. We zoomed
like
in
50
on the
times
gunman
now, I think.
This all happened outside a hotel in Midtown Manhattan yesterday morning. Now, the NYPD says this appears to have been a targeted attack.
I want to be clear. At this time, every indication is that this.
Oh, wait. This is one behind this. This is from 12 hours ago. Now, I'm sorry. We don't need this one. Let's go to this. This is from 5 hours ago, where images of the suspect came
with the
out
assassination of that
without the mask.
UnitedHealthcare CEO, and that hostel that police have been searching is on Amsterdam Avenue. Police believe the killer checked into it.
Right. Not to be confused with the movie, although it is exactly like what the movie is actually about. It's a hostel. It's like a hotel for tourists that don't want to spend a lot of money. Like usually with bunk beds and stuff like that. So yeah, police were searching this.
Searching is on Amsterdam Avenue. Police believe the killer checked into it using a New Jersey license that isn't his. Investigators released new images of the suspect, apparently captured at that hostel, where you can clearly see the suspect's face.
Meanwhile, new video just in shows someone who appears to be the suspect exiting the subway prior to the shooting at the 57th Street station yesterday.
As for the attack itself, we're learning new information about the weapon that was used and a potential connection to a gun shop in Connecticut.
Eyewitness News reporter NJ Burkett live on the Upper West Side with the very latest developments in this case. NJ.
Yeah, and that's right, Dave. That new video you referenced appears to show the suspect coming out of the subway a block or so from the hotel about half an hour before the murder. So yes, surveillance images are now the cornerstone of this investigation, the best of all of them coming from this hostel on the Upper West Side.
We didn't recognize him. We just thought that's a bit scary to be in a hostel with someone like that, but yeah.
Guests at the hostel couldn't place the face. The smiling face of the man now wanted for the brazen, cold-blooded murder of UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Thompson was walking to an investor conference at the Hilton yesterday when the killer stepped out of the shadows and opened fire.
Oh.
10 seconds later, Thompson would lay dying on the sidewalk.
Of all places,
and the gunman would be gone. He would be spotted
Sure, those
on an
investors were
e-bike heading
crushed.
into Central Park and later riding down a side street on the Upper West Side. Using a series of surveillance images, police traced his movements to the hostel on Amsterdam Avenue. By the time they searched his room, he was gone. But their painstaking work paid off with clear images of the killer's face. Former NYPD Chief of Detectives Robert Boyce.
So once you get him in a direction, you just play leapfrog with video, and you just track him like a scent hound, almost only using video. And you go all the way up into Central Park.
Another clue is the suspect's weapon, now believed to be what's known as a B&T Station 6, a unique 9mm bolt-action handgun, possibly purchased at a gun shop in Connecticut.
And these things are complicated to use. It is our belief that he is well accustomed with it. He knows how to use it, and he has some training in regards to shooting, just by his stance, by the ability to clear the gun and then move forward on the target.
What's more, forensics teams found engravings on the shell casings and live rounds recovered at the scene, with the words deny, defend, and depose, startlingly similar to the title of this book written on the health insurance industry, published 14 years ago by a Rutgers law professor, which hints at a possible motive for the murder.
I'll tell you, NJ, this is all motive is secondary to apprehension right now. Getting him in is the important thing.
Yeah, so this guy is obsessed with bringing this guy down. Apparently, the NYPD is out there. What did he say? Chasing him down like a bloodhound with video surveillance technology. But doesn't seem like they're going to get a ton of
Night,
cooperation
more
from the
pieces are
people.
coming together in the manhunt for the person who murdered the CEO of UnitedHealthcare.
Today, police released these new pictures of a person they want to question in connection to the shooting. The images were taken from a hostel on the Upper West Side. That's where Natalie Duddridge is live and has been talking to people about the investigation. Natalie.
Well, Dick and Christine, several new developments today, and actually just in the last couple of minutes, we have learned that a person of interest is believed to have stayed here at this hostel. Now, we spoke to people at the hostel. You are required to show an ID to check in. Well, we've just learned from sources that that person of interest used a fake ID and a fake name to...
Okay, I think we've heard everything. The bullets, we've seen this guy's face. We heard about how he got away. I mean, my guess, considering what he had a backpack on. I would guess, considering he went into the park where there's really no cameras, probably went in, took, changed his outfit, and left looking completely different. So I think it's going to be hard to find this guy. But you know how we've been talking about the sort of... Actually, wait, hold on. Wait, let me look at this. I gotta reload this. Actually, shit, I forgot. Let's go here, CNN. This was from like right before I started the stream, where apparently a man who stayed at the same hostel went on to CNN to speak with them.
And Omar Jimenez is out front live in New York City. He is in front of the hotel where Brian Thompson was shot and killed, the Hilton there in Midtown Manhattan. And Omar, what is the latest that you are learning tonight?
Well, for starters, this is the second day where we don't know where this suspect is. We don't know who this suspect is at this point. And some of the latest video that we're seeing, some of it you just alluded to there, shows the shooter, the latest in the day that we see the shooter after the shooting, which is only about 15 minutes or so after the shooting, seen on the Upper West Side here. But for perspective, that's about 30 blocks from where I'm standing. And with a route that could take you through Central Park, which of course, as we know, is where law enforcement searched, and of course, where he is seen on camera exiting. All of this as the New York Police Department is putting out new images tied to this investigation that they believe the public can help.
Someone in chat. Eli on a gun farm sounds like he deserves a pardon. Where is Joe Biden?
New images tonight of what the NYPD is calling a person of interest wanted for questioning. Sources say these photos showing this person unmasked and smiling come from an Upper Manhattan hostel where investigators believe the shooter may have stayed before the Wednesday morning murder of UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Another clue as investigators try to piece together the shooter's identity.
Pieces to the puzzle, they are still coming together. So we're on the right path, and we believe we're going to apprehend this person.
Police conducted a search at the hostel, and one law enforcement official tells CNN the shooter stayed in a room with two other men. Investigators continuing to ask the public for help and offering a reward for information of up to $10,000, and they continue tracing the movements of the gunman before and after the targeted killing.
What we do know is an extremely well-organized, highly planned, sophisticated attack from everything we've seen so far.
On the day of the shooting, surveillance video appears to show the suspected gunman exiting the 57th Street subway around 6:15 a.m. Minutes later, pictures show him at a Starbucks, where sources tell CNN he bought a water and 2 power bars, just 2 blocks from the shooting site. Then,
you need your energy.
6:29 a.m., surveillance
That's just
video
smart.
from a nearby garage shows the suspected shooter walking down the street while on the phone, just minutes before he carries out the killing of Thompson at 6:47. The gunman then makes a quick getaway, and this new video appears to show a person dressed in a similar way just 10 minutes later on an e-bike 25 blocks north of where the murder happened. Investigators also found a phone and a water bottle near the scene of the shooting. A law enforcement official tells CNN a fingerprint was also lifted from the bottle.
I don't know if you know this, but power bars They got electrolytes.
Was smudged. Also still unknown, the motive. But there are potential clues. Sources say a shell casing and live round found at the crime scene were etched with the words delay and depose, a possible reference to the phrase delay, deny, defend, which is the way some lawyers have described the tactics insurers use to avoid paying claims.
That would, of course, point in the direction that this person was somehow, was certainly personally invested in this murder.
Now, we mentioned that route fleeing north of here toward Central Park. As we spoke about, law enforcement searched Central Park for the backpack that was seen worn by the shooter in this shooting. Did not find the backpack and no indication of what may have been inside. And then on the hostel as well, a law enforcement source telling CNN that this person used a fake New Jersey ID to check in, which at this point was days before the shooting. And here outside the Hilton Hotel, life goes on, people walking by as if nothing happened. But of course, for law enforcement, the priority is not just where this person went, who this person is.
Yeah, absolutely. Omar, thank you very much.
Oh, wait, we didn't even hear the guy. I forgot about
now,
this.
Mateos
There we
Toronto.
go.
He was staying
This is
in
the
the
reason
same
we watch
hostel
this.
on the same floor where police believe the shooter, the suspected shooter, stayed. And Mateos, I really appreciate your time. I mean, what a bizarre situation you find yourself in. I know you're visiting from Brazil. You've been staying in the hostel. You've met some people there. Can we just start with some of the photos you took on the 4th floor of the hostel where you were staying, where where police say he was staying?
Looks kind of nice.
Tell us anything about that, what it's like in there, what those halls look like.
All right, so the hotel, the hostel is actually really crowded. There are a lot of people there, so they divide like rooms to, I think, 4 to 10 people. But
Damn,
in the hall,
10 people in one room.
That's a lot.
Yeah, 4 to 10 or 12, 4 to 12, yeah. So the hallway is just simple. It's just the doors that goes to the rooms, the shared rooms. That's it. That's pretty simple how the hallways look.
So it would seem from what you're saying that if he was staying on that floor, as they believe he was, that he would have had other people in the room.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, so now you've been staying there for about a week.
Yeah.
And you're talking about these rooms that you got 4 to 12 people in a room.
Yeah.
So from what you're saying,
Honestly, for hostel, pretty fancy looking. Pretty fancy looking. I mean, I don't know exactly how big the rooms are with 12 people. Sounds crowded. But I was expecting a different vibe in here.
would have had other people in the room.
Yeah.
How hard would it have been to, as you see it, to even do something like to have a gun in there or something like that?
I mean, it would be that hard, like if he put on like his luggage or something, because there's no metal detector. There's nothing like that. So I think just go inside and it will be all good. Like,
so he could have had something like that. In
yeah.
terms of seeing him, do you recall seeing, now you've seen his picture out?
I mean, I've seen his picture. I've already forgotten it. He is the vaguest looking white guy I've ever seen. I've seen, I'm pretty sure I've seen a half dozen of them on the street, down on the earth in the last, 24 hours. Okay, now, you know how we've been talking about a little bit how people aren't super upset about this happening in the comment sections, as I've noticed all over the place. There's no real outpouring of grief or concern for this guy. Let's go here and talk a little bit about that now. Who's this? What? The humanist rapport. I don't know what that is.
That's Brian Thompson right there, the CEO of UnitedHealthcare. He was shot and killed while outside the Hilton Hotel.
And UnitedHealthcare, of course,
one of the largest corporations in America.
We're told that Thompson was headed to a conference for UnitedHealthcare that was expected to happen in the ballroom of that hotel, of the Hilton there in Midtown, when there was a gunman who fired shots about 20 feet away from him as he was approaching that hotel.
We don't have anything on the way of motivation yet. The police are saying that they think it could be a targeted hit, that the gunman was lying in wait. If this was a conference that had been announced in advance, perhaps he then knew the CEO was going to be there. That would explain why he struck at this moment.
Wait, you think it was the Liberty? Oh my God, it was the Liberty Insurance emu. The Limu emu has struck again. That's a great costume. Great costume. That emo looked a lot like a human.
As you saw, there's no clear indication yet as to what the motive was for Thompson's assassin, and there still isn't at the time that I record this video. Although, if you look at the YouTube comment section for those news reports that we just watched, a lot of people are making some educated guesses. For example, the top 2 comments on CNN's video say, "You make a lot of enemies denying healthcare to people," and another person adds, "Sounds like they denied someone's treatment, they died, a family member wanted revenge, and blamed the CEO." And on the subject of motives, some comments on MSNBC's video echo that same point. What would anyone have against the CEO of a healthcare corporation? Another person adds,
these comments are insane. I'm hearing we're seeing a lot of suggestions in chat. People are also, there's a lot of Limu emu accusations. I think it's Jake from State Farm in the khakis. You know, I'm just saying.
one of the first times that the list of prime suspects would be in the millions. Yeah, and I have so many more comments to show you, but to their point, as journalist Ken Klippenstein points out, UnitedHealthcare denies nearly a third of all claims that they receive, giving them the highest rate of claim denials of all health insurance companies. And as this Ars Technica headline points out, they also use an AI model with a 90% error rate to deny care to people, which means that the Americans who pay them hundreds, if not thousands of dollars every single month aren't getting the health care that they're paying for. They're being ripped off. And it's not just bad enough that they're being ripped off. These insurance denials results in medical bankruptcy or death. And as the American Bankruptcy Institute points out, medical debt is one of, if not the most common cause of bankruptcy in the United States. And
you know what? I take it back. It wasn't Jake from State Farm. And it wasn't the Limu emo. It's Haybert. What's his name? Oh God. I want to say Dean? God damn it. Hold on. Whatever the Nationwide guy name, I can't remember his name. Nationwide is on your side.
report published by the Kaiser Family Foundation estimates that 14 million Americans, that's nearly 6% of all adults, owe at least $1,000 in medical debt, and 3% owe more than $10,000 in medical debt. And if you're wondering why lawmakers aren't fixing the system, well, it's because these same blood-sucking insurance companies that rip us off and kill us have completely captured our entire government. In fact, United Health spent more than $5.8 million in 2024 alone lobbying both Republicans and Democrats. Their beneficiaries included Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, and both the DNC and the RNC. So they're really making sure to cover all their bases. And as journalist Ken Klippenstein points out again, they're the top campaign contributor to dozens of politicians. So in case it wasn't already painfully obvious, I don't have much sympathy for Thompson, and I don't think you should either. In fact, you should save that sympathy for his victims, because this man became a multi-millionaire by profiting off of the suffering of working class people. And his company is directly and indirectly responsible for the deaths of countless Americans. So I'm going to try my best to filter my thoughts throughout the course of this conversation, because I don't want to end up on the FBI's watch list or something. Just look in my eyes.
Too late. Too late.
Immediately, if not sooner.
You know what I'm thinking. Okay, we're all thinking it. If Satan chooses to recall one of his demons back to hell, you don't have to feel sad about that and offer your condolences and sympathies and thoughts and prayers. In fact, if it makes you smile, That's okay too. You're not a bad person if you react positively to the death of a killer. In fact, I'd say it makes you a reasonable human being who's justifiably outraged at the cruelty and lack of justice in this world. And guess what? You're not alone, because Americans reacted to this man's death in that same way. Tabitha Chow shared some screenshots of comments on TikTok that speak to just how Americans feel about this. Quote, I'm sorry, prior authorization is required.
Somebody said that in this chat.
Another person says, sending prior authorization denied claims, collections, and prayers to his family. Was his trip to the ER really emergent? According to his own company, my husband's heart attack wasn't an actual emergency, and we were out of $3,000, full deductible. It's crazy what my first thought was, and then I looked at the comments and realized I'm not alone in my thoughts. I just can't find the care. Maybe if they ask for pre-approval of my care, then after they pay their required deductible, I might be able to supplement some care. I can't even pretend to care. I hope he's looking up at us. God damn. There's more. My only question is, did the CEO of UnitedHealthcare die quickly or over several months waiting to find out if his insurance would cover his treatment for the fatal gunshot wound? Sharon Zhang reshared an old post of hers about United Health where she tweeted, good news, everyone.
Oh, boy.
If I want to get out of network care this year, I only have to pay a maximum of $1 million out of pocket. Now,
That's not so bad. That's not so bad. Only a million? Only a million? Come on. Wow.
Out of network
It's
care
only
this year, I only have to pay a
Bitcoins.
maximum of $1 million out of pocket.
Ish.
Now, I actually want to stop and explain this for international viewers who might not really know what she's referencing here. So when you buy health insurance in America, you are limited to a network of physicians that you're able to see. If you go out of that network, your insurance isn't going to cover that. And then you...
So very true. So very true. So clearly, as Mike here from the Humanist Report has so kindly laid out for us, people on the internet not really feeling a lot of empathy for this man's murder at this moment. Not sure what UnitedHealthcare can do. There's been some good suggestions, though. I think I came up with one good one myself. Just, making healthcare more affordable or supporting Medicare for all rather than actively lobbying against it. Things like that would be good. Good start. It would be a good start. I don't know if it would solve everything. But, we're not done talking about this. We have one more take on healthcare-related stuff to discuss. And the fact is, this story is rough. It's depressing. I think this is technically a personal story of one of the creators of More Perfect Union. They dropped this video a few hours ago discussing his mother's... well, I'll let him get to this, but fact is, this is not a one-off story.
In May of 2023, my mom was suffering from late-stage cancer and staying in a rehab nursing facility while we tried to figure out what the next steps in her care plan were. We had a lot of very difficult choices to make when one more got added. A billing administrator at the nursing facility approached me to let me know that my mom's Aetna Medicare Advantage plan wouldn't cover her stay anymore. Our only options were to bring her home. She could barely walk and was on an IV drip needing constant medical care, or to get rid of her Medicare Advantage plan and switch back to regular Medicare. The basic public plan would have paid for her continued stay. That didn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
Medicare Advantage is a privatized add-on to Medicare that was supposed to provide better care.
Yeah, it's not making a lot of sense.
Ended up not mattering. She died before Aetna could throw her on the street like they wanted to.
Horrible.
Medicare Advantage is just one part of our broken system, but I want to use it as an example of why things are so broken.
Yes,
you might
please
think
do.
you already get it. The American healthcare system sucks and is far too expensive. But it's not just because it's not free. We're going to look at where all this money is actually going. How a surprisingly influential vinyl record drop from an unexpected artist helped get us here, and who we're now depending on to fix all of this.
Oh yes,
When
Dr.
you get
Oz and
old enough,
RFK.
65, you're eligible for Medicare. Medicare has 4 parts, A, B, C, and D. All 4 parts make up about 10% of the federal budget. Medicare Part A is completely free. It's what you paid for in—
You know, Donald Trump, he's going to drain the swamp and replace it with a literal clown show.
taxes for working all those years. It covers hospital visits. Medicare Part B is an optional add-on. It costs around $175 a month. It covers preventative care and necessary procedures. A and B are fully administered by the government, and the vast majority of their budget, that's taxpayer money and that monthly payment for Part B, are spent on actual care, 98.6%. The other 1.4% goes towards paying for the people who literally work for Medicare, processing paperwork and whatnot.
Weird. It seems pretty much negligible.
Then there's Part C. Medicare Part C is also called Medicare Advantage. It's an alternative to traditional Medicare that replaces Part A and B with one plan. Medicare Advantage is not administered by the government. It's administered by everyone's favorite entity.
Oh, yeah.
Private insurance companies.
Oh, goody.
You get paid by the federal government and a monthly fee from the elderly person being insured. Medicare Advantage is heavily advertised, using all of the elderly's favorite celebrities.
Hi, William Shatner here
Aw,
with an
Bill,
important
come on.
message about your Medicare benefits.
Come on, man.
The ads use Medicare branding to convince seniors these plans are more connected to real Medicare than they are. Images of healthy, active seniors, and promises of lower out-of-pocket payments and more coverage. They don't include important information like plan quality ratings or the other hard facts about coverage. They even go further and offer gift cards and other financial incentives to sign up, like a timeshare or something, which the elderly also love. Since my mom's gone, I have to help with a lot of my dad's healthcare. I've noticed that when I go to refill his prescriptions at CVS, which owns Aetna, the insurer, they have a little quiz, like an evil BuzzFeed, where you can determine what Medicare plan is right for you. And it seems like no matter what I input, it always gives me an Aetna Medicare Advantage plan. That's the same one my mom had when she was denied comfort and dignity in her final days. Care.
God, it's just horrifying. I can't believe this is the system that we have.
Which again, the basic Part A or Part B would have provided for her.
Oh my god, I forgot about that. Now I can't forget the image of Alex Trebek selling reverse mortgages. Which one was it? Was it Lending Tree? I can't remember who it was. Was it Rocket Mortgage? Oh my god. I remember that.
And they want everyone.
R.I.P. Alex.
Imagine Medicare Advantage for all, where any hope of a more equitable plan is scrapped to funnel more money to the insurers. It's not just my family, obviously. Since the advent of Medicare Advantage as we know it today in 1996, the amount the United States spends on healthcare has more than quadrupled. Medicare Advantage and much of our modern healthcare problems exist because of not one, but two versions of Ronald Reagan. In the late 1950s, a fully government-funded health.
How good we get the whole bandwidth of Reagan that got in on this one.
Plan for the elderly was actually a possibility. Congress saw two bills that put forth plans for national insurance programs for everyone receiving Social Security, the elderly, in exchange for a small increase to Social Security payments. Early versions of the bill saw the plan as mandatory, but an alliance between private insurers, the American Medical Association, and others who profited off the existing system, which was already predatory, did not want to see that happen. So they released a secret weapon, Operation Coffee Cup. A key element of the campaign was this vinyl record. The AMA drafted who was then just a young actor to record Ronald Reagan speaks out against socialized medicine. The record was sent out to doctors' wives. Wow. It was 1961, okay? To play for their friends to convince them not to support the healthcare bills, like a Tupperware party.
It's exactly what it sounds like. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's a goddamn Tupperware party. Except instead of Tupperware, it's like a anti-union meeting for the McCarthy era.
For predatory privatized medicine. The record attacked the plans for being controlling.
And pretty soon, your son won't decide when he's in school where he will go or what he will do for a living. He will wait for the government to tell him where he will go to work and what he will do.
And implored the wives to contact their congressmen to fight the bill.
If you don't, this program, I promise you, will pass just as surely as the sun will come up tomorrow. And behind it will come other federal programs that will invade every area
Oh.
of freedom as we
Oh,
know it
no,
in this
not my
country.
freedom.
Until one day, as Norman Thomas said,
Uh-huh.
we will awake to find that we have socialism.
Oh,
They were
God.
not advocates of the bill.
They say, what would you do?
Immediately,
Throw
if
these
not
poor
sooner.
old people out to die with no medical attention? That's ridiculous, and of course, no one has advocated it.
I don't know, Ronnie. That sounds a lot like what happened to my mom.
Mm-hmm.
A version of the healthcare bills did pass, creating something similar to the Medicare we have today, but with an important change. It wasn't mandatory. That left a lot of power with private insurers. Then, as president, Reagan signed the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, which made a few changes to that existing Medicare program. Importantly, it made it legal for Medicare to contract with private insurance companies. So in the 60s, actor Reagan gave the industry the gift of making Medicare optional. And then in the 80s, President Reagan gave them access to even the folks who were on the government plan. That bill allowed for the creation of Medicare Part C, which eventually became Medicare Advantage in 1996. Since then, we see a lot of the same arguments about why privatized insurance and healthcare is better than public. They said a government plan would be more expensive. They said it would destroy choice and give worse quality of care. And they dropped
Really?
what was the scariest word of that century: communism.
No.
Universal healthcare would be using your tax dollars to support other people, they warned. Medicare Advantage, specifically, shows why each of those arguments is total bullshit. One is the expense. Does Medicare Advantage, adding privatization to a public plan, save anyone money? Well, no, it's costing taxpayers way more. Most
Damn.
estimates find that Medicare Advantage plans cost the taxpayer between $300 and $1,400 more per patient than traditional Medicare. And that's when the plan's working as intended. One study found that just the amount of corrupt
Wait, that's working as intended? Weird.
charges that Medicare Advantage charges the system costs taxpayers more money than all normal Medicare programs combined. In the next few years, Americans are expected to pay nearly $1 trillion in taxpayer money for overpayments. That brings us to choice and quality of care. If it's that expensive, it must be better, right? No. Medicare Advantage denied more prior authorization requests and more necessary care than Medicare, especially in rural hospitals. And this study reads, nearly
But I thought
15%
the
of
free
the
market
5.6 million
place-
denials, that's a full $150 million in denied spending, was attributed to Medicare Advantage policies that were more restrictive than traditional Medicare's coverage rules. Medicare Advantage provided demonstrably less care than normal Medicare.
No. What? Impossible. It could not happen. Spoiler alert. His mother unfortunately died while being harassed by her insurance company over their desire to kick her out of the nursing home that he was talking about earlier in that video in which she resided. Truly horrifying. That's what a woman that's basically on hospice needs. Stress, extra stress. That's helpful. It's helpful. Alright. Now, while we're still basically in New York, even though we kind of left a little bit, we're still talking about the same thing that happened there on 6th Avenue. Let's talk about a different thing that happened. I don't know if any of you remember this one, but this we've been talking about this for like the last week, I want to say. But a woman got onto a plane at JFK somehow, miraculously, without a boarding pass, and flew to Paris without, permission from, the airline or the US government, without any of the sort of necessary things one would require on a intercontinental flight. Made it all the way to Paris and has now been extradited back to the United States and will be getting in front of a judge here in the next 24 hours. But I figured we'd just look at this as the most recent video
The
I could
woman who's
find.
become known as the stowaway to France, now landing back in the U.S. in the past half hour. She is quite the celebrity passenger, but not in the good way.
Yeah, that's for sure. Svetlana Dali landed about half an hour ago. She was accompanied by 2 French officers, and there was a CNN reporter on that plane photographing the trip back to JFK. We have learned more about how she managed to get on board last week.
And it's fascinating. Pedro Rivera covering the long trip back for us. He's in the newsroom with the latest. Pedro.
Yeah, it certainly is fascinating. Dali just landed
you
in
know,
New York, as you mentioned.
They use words like fascinating all the time, but this is one of the few times where I'm like genuinely fascinated by this whole situation. Like, I do want more information.
The last half hour. So let's take a look at her flight landing at JFK. We just finished getting this video from Newscopter 7 as they were overhead as it touched down and taxied to the terminal. Today, she was on Delta Flight 265, but this time she has a ticket, a seat, and 2 French security officials to escort her back to the States. New video this evening from CNN shows Svetlana Dali on board a Delta flight back to the United States days after she snuck her way onto Flight 260.
I love the way that this video was shot. This person is clearly trying to be as stealthy as possible. I assume it's either a steward, like a flight attendant, or a passenger who's pretending to go to the bathroom.
New video this evening from CNN.
Look at it. It's just like the slow pan and zoom. This is professional work right here.
She snuck her way onto Flight 264 from New York to Paris. ABC News learned Dali accessed the flight through a crew member line, which allows pilots and flight attendants to bypass regular lines. Once they show documents, they mix back in with everyone else. But it was there where the 57-year-old was able to bypass the document podium, eventually walking right by the gate agent, who usually checks your ticket, never showing a boarding pass or ID.
A total lack of security, a failure, and a failure of procedures of Delta Airlines.
Aviation expert J.P. Tristani spent 33 years in domestic and international air travel. He says in his career he has never seen a stowaway make it this far on a flight.
This is not...
Does anybody else get like Catch Me If You Can vibes from all this sort of, you know, like international spy or type of vibes from this? I don't know.
Failure of one
Is it just
part
me?
of this entire miserable affair. It's a cascading failure from the moment she checked in, all the way down the line, all the way down to when that aircraft leaves.
Once on the flight, Dali would go from bathroom to bathroom throughout the 7+ hour journey. Towards the end of the flight, attendants questioned her boarding pass.
Well, that boarding pass is a completely different name.
The Russian national was denied entry into the country. Days later, authorities tried twice to send her back to the U.S. after Dali unsuccessfully tried to claim asylum, leading to this case.
So now the fact that she's a Russian national does give me sort of more sense of things. I think it makes it more likely that she was genuinely trying to seek asylum and avoiding something. I heard her speak.
Please, help me. I don't want to go to United States.
With Christmas Day approaching, millions are expected to take to the skies. Tristani believes there needs to be an immediate investigation for the sake of public safety.
It's a safety of flight issue that has very serious repercussions if you consider what is ongoing in the world today.
Okay. Oh, I forgot to. All right, we'll do it later because later this week we're gonna have her hearing too, so we'll probably watch part of that. But there was another story of another woman that happened in between this, like the initial report of this, and today, who is from Hawaii. She's an American citizen. Just a Hawaiian, and I believe she flew to California and then walked across the border to Mexico or something. And her family thought she was like taken. They were calling Liam Neeson, and then it turned out that she did it on purpose. For whatever reason, we do not know yet on that one. I was kind of waiting for a reason on that one, too. Hopefully we'll get some clarity on some things soon. Because there's been some pretty high-profile people, just like, not people, but like high-profile, like leaving, people just randomly trying to leave the United States in different ways recently. Now, you know what? We're not even going to leave New York City yet. Because Mehdi Hassan did a interview recently on Zateo with a man who is running to replace Eric Adams. Which, I mean, deserves, definitely deserves some applause. And I figure we should listen to what this guy has to say. Honestly, I thought he had some good stuff in here.
I'm here in New York City, which has had a pretty interesting year, a tough year, some may argue, from fascists renting arenas for hate-filled rallies to billionaires targeting college students on campus for protesting and genocide, to a police force that treats those students like criminals. I think it's fair to say that this isn't the city that Frank Sinatra once sang about. So as the Big Apple's DNA twists and shifts, we just had a presidential election in which the Democratic Party's margin of victory in this city over the Republicans shrunk by 16 percentage points since 2020. To find out why, New York State Assembly member from Queens, Zoran Mamdani, took to the streets.
Hillside Avenue in Queens and Fordham Road in the Bronx are two areas that saw the biggest shift towards Trump in last week's election. Even more residents didn't vote at all.
They like Trump because they don't want the Palestinian, the brothers they killed, the war in Ukraine. The Democrats giving all the money and the war. This is no good.
The swing is because people want lower prices. They probably believe that Trump would give them that.
Market price,
God.
energy,
That
gas,
is so misguided.
And Zoran Mamdani, Democrat and Democratic Socialist, is running for mayor of New York. He joins me now. Thank you for coming on Mandy Unfiltered.
Thank you so much for having me.
So why are you
a Democratic what?
He joins me now. Thank you for coming on Mandy Unfiltered.
Thank you so much for having me.
So why are you running for mayor, and why now, at the age of 34, I believe?
I'm running for mayor to make this city more affordable for working class New Yorkers. What we've had under the Adams administration, and frankly under many previous mayors, is a politics that has pushed the working class from the mainstream to the margins. This is a position that sets the rent for 2.5 million New Yorkers. This is a position that can either make it cheaper or more expensive to use water in New York City, to use your gas, your electricity. And yet what we've seen is we've had a mayor who's used almost every opportunity to exacerbate the cost of living crisis. It's time we do the opposite.
We will come to Eric Adams in a moment. Let's just talk about the election we just had, the presidential election.
Do we have to, Mehdi?
Donald Trump had the best performance in share of the vote for a Republican in New York since 1988. He picked up votes, I think, in every borough of the city. Why then do you think Democrats in New York are going to look for a lefty, progressive, socialist candidate like yourself? Won't they just say, we need a more right-wing candidate because New York's more right-wing?
Well, I think it depends on whether you actually listen to the voters or not. Many politicians across New York City and New York State are just using this as an opportunity to air their previously held opinions about whether or not the left should be part of a governing coalition. But when I went out and spoke to New Yorkers directly, what I found is their major concerns were actually concerns at the heart of a left economic program. They wanted a more affordable life. They wanted to be able to afford their rent, their groceries, their electricity bills. And what they found in the presidential election was that one candidate, as insincere and ridiculous as we know him to be, was offering a promise for that very cheaper life, was offering a return to 4 years ago when they remembered having more money in their pocket.
Yes, don't get me started on the amnesia in this country. We're about to have a convicted criminal in the Oval Office. And here in New York, you have the current mayor, Eric Adams, a Democrat, who became this year the first sitting mayor of New York City to face criminal charges in modern history. He's accused of accepting bribes, soliciting illegal foreign donations during his last 2021 election campaign. He's denied the allegations. He says he's not going to step down. He's going to run again, although we know the governor, Kathy Hochul, also a Democrat, has the power, should she choose, to suspend him. Do you think he's going to get suspended? Do you think, A, Governor Hochul's going to step up and suspend him? And B, do you think he will end up running again? Do you think you'll be running against him for the Democratic primary nomination?
I don't think he's going to get suspended, and I do think he's going to run again. If there's one of the few things, the ever-growing list of things in common between Eric Adams and Donald Trump, is a sense of impunity and a belief that accountability does not apply to them. And
yeah, and goddamn, I wish we could watch this whole thing, but I'm moving slow because of this whole CEO story we were doing. So let me move this ahead a little bit. But he says a lot of great stuff. And if you're in New York, you should definitely vote for this guy.
A company need not be located in the state. It just has to do business in the state to be taxed on your earnings.
You mentioned a moment ago that people are leaving New York City. What about the people arriving? A lot of red state governors have done this pretty cruel, cynical gimmick of sending migrants in buses to quote-unquote blue cities. New York has been one of them. Mayor Adams has made a lot of noise about the challenges of dealing with migrants coming in to New York City. New Yorkers, if you believe the polls, are becoming more and more hostile towards migrants. How would a Mayor Mamdani deal with this?
First, I would end this chapter of demagoguery and the demonization that Mayor Adams has engaged in with regards to asylum seekers. He has said that they will destroy New York City, and he has built on top of that by awarding more than $400 million in single no-bid contracts to companies that are clearly not fulfilling their responsibilities. And you know, I'm an assembly member. I represent more than 100,000 people in Western Queens. In my office alone, we have helped more than 1,000 asylum seekers apply for city services, responsibilities that should be getting fulfilled by our city. But we have a mayor who's more intent on pointing fingers than actually picking up the work.
Old king of the rats. Damn, I wish we could listen to this whole thing. Maybe we'll listen to more of this later. Maybe later this weekend. Listen to more of this. I don't know. Where does he talk about this, though? I think it's somewhere close to here, I think.
Another set the other day, and people are tired of that bankruptcy of leadership.
And Mayor Mamdani, would you welcome Prime Minister Netanyahu to New York City for whatever he comes for, given the US is not a signatory to the ICC, so he can travel to the US, unlike a lot of other countries. Would a Mayor Mamdani welcome Benjamin Netanyahu to the city?
No. As mayor, New York City would arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. This is a city that our values are in line with international law. It's time that our actions are also.
Even though the US is not a signatory to the ICC?
No, it's time that we actually step up and make clear what we are willing to do to showcase the leadership that is sorely missing in the federal administration.
Boom. If you vote this guy into being mayor, Benjamin Netanyahu tries to show up in New York City, going to The Hague. Just saying. Write that down. Mamdani. Okay. We got more stories to talk about here. And boy, oh boy. More than I feel like I can even do tonight. How are we doing right on time? Oh, we're doing so good. Doing so good. So good.
I don't want reality.
Let's go here.
Mehdi, let's talk about cash potential.
No, we're gonna skip it. Let's go here. For fun.
Jane Fonda coming in telling Bill Maher that he's a schmuck? Should we do this?
What was Bill expecting in this?
I'm not sure. Here is Bill Maher. I love to watch the evolution of his hair color. It's pretty fun. But here's Bill Maher with Jane Fonda. He's just getting increasingly wasted, it seems like.
Yeah, is that like his notes behind the...
Now, if you're unfamiliar with Jane Fonda, she is a famous actress of really kind of Bill Maher's sort of era, really.
The sort of
I'm sure. I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty sure Bill is real stoked to have her on the show.
Pop that up. Look at that. Look at the notes there. Can we zoom
Look
in
at this
on it?
turd.
If I can zoom.
This guy is a meme of himself. He looks like a low-budget Bond villain. And it just feels like it gets worse and worse every time I see this man.
I wonder what those notes are. If 16. Maybe it's just like a drink. It's like a drink menu.
November 17th. I can't see that. Yeah. Maybe it's some tour dates. I don't know.
Oh, tour dates. That's what it is. All right. So here's Bill Maher with
Jane Fonda, the Hawk Tuah girl of her time. Was she the Hawk Tuah girl of her time? I failed to understand the complexity of this comparison.
What it is. All right. So here's Bill Maher with Jane Fonda.
Saying this on my show, there is two parts of the Trump coalition. There's about a third of this country who always loved the hard right wing. That's the Birch Society. We're old enough to remember the John Birch Society.
I had family members who were John Birch.
Really? Okay. And these were people who were happy when Kennedy got assassinated. They became the birthers. They became the Tea Party. There's about a third of this country that's very hard right. Of course they love Trump. When he left office, he had an approval rating of 34%. So he really only had those people. Why is he now like tied? Because the other part of the coalition are people who, they don't really like him that much. They just think the far left has gone so nutty on so many issues.
That's what they're being told.
That's what they...
By people like you.
Oh.
Because it's true. You think the far left does nothing
He's
crazy?
so upset by that. She burned him so good. He was so unprepared for that. He just doubles down and like changes his tone to like angry, basically just angry. Like he's just one shade away from angry.
People like you.
Because it's true. You think
look at that?
Look at crazy?
The way he
I'm sure they do.
Oh well, then.
But
pause it. Like, all right, she's gonna go here. Let's let her do this. I mean, the idea, like, this guy, Trump got Mitt Romney numbers. There's also they don't want to pay for taxes. That's a big part. The idea that we're pretending this isn't a huge part of people who go in there and pay, pull that lever. And what does like the far left have to do with Kamala Harris?
Protest in Israel just turns people off these days.
I'm staying in the race.
That's what they...
By people like you.
Because it's true. You think the far left does nothing crazy?
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Oh, well then...
But I don't know. Who is the far left? What do you mean when you say far left?
I mean, I could give you a million examples.
Yeah, well,
just one.
One.
Okay, the NAACP.
The
woke...
Could I finish my...
The wokest NAACP. This whole fall into pure conservatism from Bill has really been a fascinating ride to watch.
Yes.
You asked me for an example.
Yeah.
The NAACP last year issued a travel advisory. That's like the State Department does to go to, I'm sure when you went to Vietnam, they were advising you not to. There's a war on it.
I didn't talk to them. I don't have no.
I know, but a travel advisory.
Yeah.
Today we have them for very dangerous countries.
Yeah.
Don't go to North Korea. Don't go to Iran.
Yeah.
You know where they issued a travel advisory for black people not to go?
Yeah.
Florida. Oh! Every day there's stories like that.
Pause it for a second.
Just makes people.
Do you think for a moment that the far left action of saying, "Hey, travel advisory, Ron DeSantis's regime is bigoted because they don't want to teach people about the Civil War," that a lot of people are going like, "This is why I need to vote for Trump."
Yeah.
Seriously. And one thing I think that I can't remember who said this quote, or if it's even a famous quote, but I remember hearing it from somebody at one point in regards to sort of radical ideas, sort of like leftist politics, or just like change in general, and the social like fabric. But first they demonize you, then over time they incorporate those ideas because that's how progress works, right? Even if you just go back not that long ago, right, there's ideas that the conservatives now embrace that they never would have embraced 10 years ago, 20, 30, 40, however many years ago. But the wheel of time keeps going, right? And people like Bill Maher, who at one time were sort of leftist or whatever, over time they didn't keep up with the times. They just sort of stayed with their own sort of beliefs, didn't really evolve or progress throughout that, and now have wound up just sort of identifying with conservatives, right? Because it wasn't so long ago the Democrats were very sort of like anti-gay, like, and all sorts of other sorts of very questionable stuff, and over time they've gotten rid of those things, and people who still believe that stuff have wound up being Republicans. But it's just sort of this classical liberal bullshit. He's like, him, Piers Morgan, Dave Rubin, Tim Pool. Although I don't think Tim Pool really calls himself that. But that's basically what it is. It's just people who gave up on progressing or adopted old antiquated beliefs.
He's just making this stuff up. It's completely pulled out of his ass. And frankly, she's right. Nobody's getting that notice about the travel advisory, except for him combing through stuff, reading right-wing sites that are meant to inflame. Like, this is a guy, he's like Father Coughlin.
Yeah, it's a press release. Like, I'm reading it before traveling to Florida, so it doesn't say don't go to Florida. It's before traveling to Florida.
Do consider this
of Florida
public service announcement.
Marginalizes the contributions and the challenges faced by African Americans and other communities of color. Seems like a organization about, say, the national advancement of what is it? African American.
The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People.
Right. Yeah. It seems like the type of thing that they would release as a press release.
As a press release, just to make a political point. But this is the far left taking over the country.
Sorry, one last thing. How do they react when there's an attack?
How dare what do you call it? Like an activist political group do something political. That is too woke. And that is the exact example of the woke left. Good God, Bill. Dude is so garbage. Oh, boy. I'm sure he has the same feelings about things like AIPAC, right? Right? Sure, he gets very upset when they make statements about things, like how anti-Israel talk is somehow anti-Semitism and stuff. I'm sure he's very upset when he hears those things. That's going too far. How dare they? Okay, what's next? How are we doing on time? Not great. That's good. So glad about that. Let's go here to Democracy Now! Real quick. Discuss something that is being heard in front of the Supreme Court. A decision will not be made on this for some months now, but the preliminary hearings and arguments are being made.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. The U.S. Supreme Court appears poised to uphold Tennessee's ban on gender-affirming care for transgender youth after hearing arguments in a case that could have major repercussions for transgender people across the United States. The Biden administration and the American Civil Liberties Union argued against the ban, saying it's a form of sex discrimination. But Chief Justice John Roberts and other right-wing justices appeared to reject that argument. After the oral arguments, Tennessee Attorney General Jonathan Skrmetti spoke outside the Supreme Court.
The people of Tennessee, acting through a bipartisan supermajority of their elected officials, made a similar choice. They passed SB 1 to protect kids. Half the states in the United States have done the same. The Constitution allows the states to protect kids from unproven life-altering procedures based on uncertain...
By the way, this legislation is sufficiently vague that it is believed that it will also be affecting not just trans kids, but also, adults who want to make their own healthcare decisions about their bodies. I wonder if there's any sorts of other issues Tennessee people have recently, been upset about with relating to that sort of a thing. Medical freedom.
Help! I'm being repressed! Science. The states have exercised the power to regulate the practice of medicine for hundreds of years. The dramatic and unexplained increase in the use of these life-altering procedures on kids is exactly the sort of situation where the state should take notice and regulate. Now, adolescence is hard, and gender dysphoria is a heavy burden, and we need to remember that. But the evidence shows that the large majority of kids dealing with gender dysphoria will grow out of it unless they're put on these medications.
ACLU attorney Chase Strangio also spoke outside the Supreme Court shortly after making history as the first openly trans lawyer to argue before the Supreme Court.
Okay, now, before he speaks, one thing I wanted to say is just, in my opinion, it's hilarious. I just think he has a great name, Chase Strangio. I don't know if he changed his name at any point. But holy shit, that's like right out of like a 1940s detective novel right there. That is a great name. I'm a little jealous, honestly. Chase Strangio.
And today we were able to stand before this court and say the Constitution protects trans people just like it protects everyone else. It is breaking no new ground to recognize that when you are prohibited from receiving something because of your sex, it is the role of the courts to ensure that the government can satisfy its burden of showing that it has a good reason for doing so. Tennessee did not meet their burden. This law, we believe, is unconstitutional. And perhaps the scariest thing for all of us is that Tennessee's arguments would apply if Congress tomorrow banned this care nationally. For adolescents, for adults, they claim that there are no protections based on sex for the transgender people who, like myself, who rely on this medical care.
That was ACLU attorney Chase Strangio, who argued before the Supreme Court. He'll join us live in a moment. But first, I want to turn to excerpts of Wednesday's oral arguments. This is Tennessee Solicitor General Matthew Rice, followed by liberal Justice Sonia Sotomayor.
Our position is that there is no sex-based classification, but to finish the answer, that to the extent that a law dealing with adults would pass rational basis review, that just means it's left to the democratic process, and that democracy is the best check on potentially misguided laws.
So when you're 1% of the population, when you're 1% of the population or less, very hard to see how the democratic process is going to protect you.
Well, Your Honor,
you blacks were a much larger part of the population, and it didn't protect them. It didn't protect women for whole centuries.
And the fact is nothing seemingly has managed to protect women in the most recent years after the abolishing or the overturning of Roe v. Wade. Hold on, we can't watch this whole thing. It's like 30 minutes long. I'm already drastically behind. Actually, let's go up here.
7 decision in Loving versus Virginia that struck down a state ban on interracial marriage.
And I guess my real concern, and maybe I'll just ask you to react to my Loving parallel because I'm getting kind of nervous, is that in Loving, those same kinds of scientific arguments were made. So I'm reading here where the court says the argument is that if the Equal Protection Clause does not outlaw miscegenation statutes because of their reliance on racial classifications, the question of constitutionality would thus become whether there was any rational basis for a state to treat interracial marriages differently from other marriages. On this question, the state argues the scientific evidence is substantially in doubt, and consequently, the court should defer to the wisdom of the state legislature in adopting its policy of discouraging interracial marriages. And so for me, this kind of idea that the way we look at it is not first, are you drawing these classifications, and then state, give us your evidence so we can make sure that there's a proper fit. If instead we're just sort of doing what the state is encouraging here in Loving, where you just sort of say, well, there are lots of good reasons for this policy, and who are we as the court to say otherwise? I'm worried that we're undermining the foundations of some of our bedrock equal protection cases.
I share your concerns, Justice Jackson. I think one of the things that's happening in this case is we're seeing a lot of concerns that come in at step 2 of the analysis being imported into that threshold question of whether a classification has been drawn in the first instance. Concerns about real differences between males and females. That is exactly what heightened scrutiny is intended to test in the application of heightened scrutiny. If Tennessee can have an end run around heightened scrutiny by asserting at the outset that biology justifies the sex-based differential in the law, that would undermine decades of this court's precedent.
That was ACLU attorney Chase Strangio responding to Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. Chase is co-director of the American Civil Liberties Union's LGBTQ and HIV project.
You can't tell me that when you when you hear his name, you don't suddenly get thrust into some sort of novel. Sounds like, you know, or at least a character on, I don't know, some NPR show or something like that.
On
like
Wednesday,
Wobegon,
he became the
instance,
first openly transgender lawyer to argue a case before the Supreme Court. Chase, however this turns out, you have made history. Can you talk first about just the experience of being in the Supreme Court? Describe the nut of this case and how you think it went. What were you most surprised by?
Well, thank you, Amy. It's good to be with you and to relive some of those moments, which when you're in it, you don't necessarily really internalize it as it's happening. And so I'm still replaying everything in my mind. I'll sort of speak first to what it felt like in the courtroom yesterday. And the first thing I'll say is that it was incredible to have so many advocates who have worked to defend trans people for so long. And of course, notably yesterday, we were defended by the United States through the Solicitor General, who was up at the lectern for over an hour answering questions about the straightforward claims that both the United States and the private plaintiffs represented by ACLU and Lambda Legal and Aiken Gump were making, which is that there is a sex-based classification in this law. It is very difficult to try to explain that away because on the face of the statute that Tennessee passed, they say you cannot have treatment when it's inconsistent with your sex. And I think one of the striking things about yesterday's argument is that the Solicitor General of Tennessee could not find his way out of that straightforward reality of the law that the Tennessee legislature passed that he was trying to defend on the ground that it was sex neutral. Now, all of the conversations in the argument about the alleged risks of the treatment and what's happening in Europe, none of that changes. First of all, it's completely distorted. But of course, none of that changes that Tennessee's law draws this sex-based classification. And that is what Justice Jackson was really trying to get at the end, is that
after this, I'm pretty sure that men in Tennessee will no longer be able to receive colonoscopies.
We are not doing this analysis correctly, and she really refocused us on that point.
This is Tennessee Solicitor General Matthew Rice speaking during Wednesday's
It's just
Supreme Court
ungodly,
oral arguments,
okay?
interrupted by Justice Sonia Sotomayor.
As Justice Kavanaugh recognized throughout his questioning, they cannot stand up here and say that if these alternatives were imposed, that there would be no detransitioners. So they cannot eliminate the risk of detransitioners. So it becomes a pure exercise of weighing benefits versus risk. And the question of how many minors have to have their bodies irreparably harmed for unproven benefits is one that is best left.
I'm sorry, Counselor. Every medical treatment has a risk, even taking aspirin. There is always going to be a percentage of the population under any medical treatment that's going to suffer a harm.
That's Justice Sotomayor interrupting Tennessee Solicitor General Matthew Rice. Talk about the significance of this.
Yeah. Yeah, she makes a great point. All medical procedures, including the taking of simple things like aspirin and Advil, come with a risk. And that's something for patients and their doctors to decide, not so much legislators. All right, now let's keep things going here. We got some more stuff to talk about before we take our first break, which is coming in hot. Holy cow. Holy cow. We have been going super long. But, let's go here first. The majority bourgeois.
Look, I'm not going to pretend I know anything.
Oh,
about,
wait, actually...
South Korean...
Hold on, we're going to skip ahead a little bit of this. He talks about South Korea for a while here. We're going to get to that later today.
Was involved in the Harris campaign. But the other thing that is also equally clear is that money has bastardized our politics. We do not have the ability to limit, for the most part, how money plays in the general elections in this country because of the Supreme Court. The right-wingers on that court basically blew the barn doors open in terms of money. But within the context of primaries, these are private competitions amongst the political parties. So it is perfectly legal for the Democratic Party to impose some type of rules on participating in a Democratic primary. Here is MSNBC's Michael Steele, former Republican
Michael Steele.
Chair
Still got
of
a
the Republican
job.
Party.
Still got a job at MSNBC.
And Leah Doherty, former CEO of the Democratic National Convention
God.
Committee.
These two in the same room.
Talking about Bernie Sanders saying that the new DNC chair needs to get PAC money out of primaries. This is just primaries now. And this doesn't just include, like, presidential elections, but in other words, the AIPAC can't dump $40 million into a primary to get rid of a Jamal Bowman or a Cory Bush. Or AIPAC couldn't dump $100 million or $200 million or $400 million into a presidential primary to get rid of some other candidate. And here's their argument. And remember, this is important now because there's we have a race for the DNC chair to come up. Here is these two. One's a Republican and the other one is almost a Republican.
So you had Bernie Sanders tweeting on Monday, if the Democratic Party is to become a Democratic Party, the first job of a new DNC chair is to get the super PAC money out of Democratic primaries. AIPAC and other billionaire-funded super PACs cannot be allowed to select Democratic candidates. They typically
that seems
don't.
reasonable.
They're not going to put their money into a DNC chairman's race.
Now, I can't tell. There's no way that Steele. I mean, Steele's just not a dumb guy. I've met him before.
He's been around for a while.
Perfectly, I
don't know exactly how old he is.
Reasonably intelligent person. So he's just lying here. First of all, Sanders was not talking about putting money into the DNC chair race. He was talking about primaries for Congress, for Senate, and presumably the president in the Democratic Party. The idea that it doesn't happen typically, we had two very major examples of AIPAC doing that in this cycle. In fact, they did it more than twice. They just only won twice. They've done it multiple times. And we're talking tens of millions of dollars.
I mean, Joe Biden is the #1 example of that. He's taken the most money from AIPAC and other pro-Israel organizations than any other person in government ever, I think, historically speaking.
In a reliably safe blue district. But of course, this happens in other places too. So he's just being either, maybe he's just sort of mailing it in today, or he's just purposefully lying.
Candidates, they typically don't. They're not going to put their money into a DNC chairman's race. So again, for me, as former head of a party,
I love the most though is that MSNBC keeps giving people like Michael Steele here jobs. So many Republican analysts and think tank members and former RNC members like Michael Steele here. There's like a pipeline from Republicans to MSNBC, and it's hilarious. And it makes them such a joke of an organization when it comes to talking about things like this.
County chairman and a state chairman, that to me is short-sighted thinking about where the landscape is. One thing that has very little to do with the other. Super PACs and all those guys play in elections and campaigns. That's a different conversation.
I love the bipartisan nature of this. We got the former RNC chair, DNC chair, or whatever. She wasn't a DNC chair. What was she again? Whatever. Just sort of in here agreeing, nodding her head along. Michael, you're so right.
Than running for chairman and telling the people who are going to write checks, we don't want you writing checks.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. With all due respect to Senator Sanders, you might want to join the party if you want to have something.
Well, there is that.
Just on his face, that's.
Michael gets to, but not Bernie, huh? Weird. It's a weird vibe. Democrats always willing to hear from Republicans, but oh boy, the left, how dare you?
Illegal.
All right, now, your notifications didn't tell you. I also sent a message in Discord, so it seems like your phone is broken. Might want to look into that. You know how Donald Trump will no longer be prosecuted federally since he is now president again? Jack Smith wrapped it all up earlier. It was like 2 weeks ago or something. Well, Trump's not done. He's, I know that I can still be tried on a state-by-state basis. So, better go out there, the old college try, getting people to drop these charges too. And where he made a perfect call to Georgia. Reuters from 19 hours ago.
President-elect Donald Trump asked a Georgia appeals court on Wednesday to end the criminal case against him in that state for attempting to overturn his 2020 election loss. Lawyers for Trump argued that his continued prosecution by Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis would violate the U.S. Constitution as he prepares to return to the White House next month. His lawyers also argued that continuing to prosecute him would undermine his ability to govern. They urged the appeals court to remove Trump from the proceedings and to order a lower court judge to dismiss the case against Trump in its entirety. The other co-defendants can continue to press their appeal if Trump is removed from the case. A spokesperson for Willis did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Trump and 14 others face racketeering and other charges in Georgia for allegedly forming a criminal conspiracy to reverse Trump's narrow defeat in the battleground state in the 2020 election. Trump has pleaded not guilty and has argued that the case and others he has faced were politically motivated attempts to damage his campaign. Federal prosecutors.
Yeah, Donald Trump trying to convince Georgia judges that he can't be prosecuted anymore because he's president now. I mean, he's not quite president now, but he's about to be. But really, like we talked about just a second ago and have in the past, federal charges, no. State charges, yes. He's too busy to be criminally charged as president. I love the golf emoji. I'm sure he won't play a single round of golf this presidency, I'm sure. I'm sure he'll take a complete and dramatic shift from his last administration. How many rounds of golf did he play last time? It's like 150. Each time they needed to like clear the golf course, like this, the Secret Service. It's a great use of tax dollars. Okay, now let's talk about some people who are either trying to get nominated by Donald Trump, have been nominated by Donald Trump, or or at least trying to get in there somewhere, one degree or another. Start with Pete Hegseth. He's been having a tough time, but he has gone to Washington to convince senators that he's the right guy for the job.
Mr. Hegseth, do you believe you have support?
Pete Hegseth has spent the last 4 days going from office to office in the Senate, trying to convince Republican senators one by one that he's fit to be Donald Trump's Secretary of Defense. Most of them are likely supporting him, but it's still unclear if he is going to have enough support to stay in the running and to be confirmed in January. Some Republicans have expressed concerns about...
Ow. Mo mommy, mo problems. Burn.
Reports of excessive drinking and sexual harassment, assault in a previous job. That's from reports based on anonymous sources that have come out in the last few weeks. In addition to some of the allegations against him.
Is his hair CGI? I think it's actually cake mold. I think, he sleeps with it, right? You go to bed, you take a shower, you get out. I assume you take showers. You get out of the shower, and then you shoot your head with some sort of mechanical gel dispersing device, and then cake mold it before you go to bed. It's like what do you call it? You know how some people wear those things that go over their head to give them complete darkness and silence. It's like that, but it's for his hair.
There have been some concerns by some senators on his views on women in the military or women in combat in the military. He has said that he does not believe that women should serve in combat, which is something that might not fly very well here. There are two very prominent women on the Senate Armed Services Committee who have served in combat. So it's unclear where this goes from here. Most likely, if Trump does not replace him with another nominee, he'll probably come back next week and keep working Republican senators. Trump appears.
Now, there has been talks, potential floating of Ron DeSantis, but there's no actual confirmation that Donald Trump has switched. There has been, if anything, more suggestions I've heard that he's really doing it to fuck with Ron DeSantis. Because he's already sort of, he's already proven that he's better than him in the presidential race and told him he was a big stupid head. And this is just sort of a way to dig it in a little further. So we're not going to talk more DeSantis. Maybe if it becomes real, if it becomes reality.
I don't want reality.
Till then, we'll just leave it there. Hegseth fighting to get in there. He really wants to get confirmed real bad. I think maybe Jimmy Neutron might have given him some advice on the hair, just in terms of how to keep it in one place all the time. All right, now there's another guy who you may have forgotten about. Hard to forget about him, in my mind, mostly because of these next couple of videos we're going to watch. But if you have forgotten about him, Pete Navarro, perhaps one of the most loyal Trump advocates, as well as, not going to lie, in some ways, perhaps the most principled, as, you know, I don't know exactly. Actually, I do know exactly. 144, not counting commutations, as commutations bring it up to nearly 250 people Trump either pardoned or commuted sentences of. Pete, no, he was unwilling to admit he had done anything wrong. This guy, he believes 110% in the fact, like, not the fact, he believed and still believes 100% that he did nothing wrong in claiming Donald Trump won the 2020 election and refusing to testify and all of that stuff. Efforting to overturn the election, all that great stuff. If you've forgotten about the trial of Pete Navarro, well, let's just go back in time and remember together.
Look, I'd be happy to talk to some of the print media inside.
Sorry, what's that, Pete?
We're not harassed by these
I'm struggling to hear what you're saying right now.
Issue here is
what's the issue?
The central constitutional issue about the
what?
And the integrity
of integrity. Not our integrity.
Caught in a battle between two competing branches of government.
Competing what?
This is
more cowbell.
So I appreciate this. I'm sorry for the.
He's doing so good. You're doing great, Pete. Keep going.
But this is what has happened to this country.
He got sorry. That's like it's basically like breaking the fourth wall. It's acknowledging the protesters. You failed, Pete. Let's try again. Let's try again. Let's try again. Different press conference.
Come to the microphone, please.
Thank you for making me money.
The microphone. Yeah.
Hey, I'm not going to say anything now, but I'll have we'll talk with you in the morning. Long day. I want to thank her for raising.
You're welcome. Cash at me, BREEENC. This guy's scripting off my image.
And while you're considering giving her some money, do you also consider cash apping me at a GalacticStreamLord? Link is in chat. Just an idea, you know.
Send me more money.
This is a really interesting process for me, and like I say, I'll have more to say. But the trial will begin tomorrow. That's the good news. It wasn't a lengthy hearing, and we'll see y'all tomorrow. Take care. Oh, one last thing. I buried the lead.
Aw. Whoopsies. Don't let it throw you, Pete. You got this, buddy. Oh. Uh-oh.
You gotta talk? Please stop. Please stop.
Now, I have concerns about this woman's safety, because as it turns out, Donald Trump has tapped Pete Navarro to be the chief advisor on. Wait, hold on. Sorry, I'm trying. I can't remember what he got tapped for. senior counselor for trade and manufacturing. And if you don't know much about Peter Navarro's beliefs about trade and manufacturing, well, there's one thing that he talked about over and over again, and that is China, and how China is incredibly unfair and is taking advantage of the United States. And they're waging war against us and blah, blah, blah. So that's one thing we can expect. Just one other guy who's going to be saying to Donald Trump, we need more tariffs, please.
I have to have my China.
Thank you for the link in chat. There's also a link in my bio on YouTube and Twitch. If you somehow struggle to click the link in the chat and you're thinking, oh, I'd love to donate to StreamLord and Galactic News Network on Cash App right now, but I can't find the link. Well, guess what? It's in my bio. You just have to click on the YouTube or on the Twitch and you'll find it. Oh, you will find it. 31 likes? That's a lot of likes. That's a lot of likes. Now let's go here. This was not that much after this press conference. Peter Navarro found guilty. Trump advisor Peter Navarro found guilty of criminal contempt. This music is perfect. Former Trump advisor Peter Navarro was found guilty on 2 counts of contempt of Congress Thursday, which is likely to send the Trump ally to prison after he declined to testify to the House January 6th committee. The jury in federal court in Washington, D.C. found Navarro guilty of 2 counts. 1 for not providing testimony to Congress and 1 for not providing documents. Jurors deliberated for approximately 4 hours following the brief trial. That's not very long. Which wrapped up with closing arguments Thursday morning after beginning on Wednesday. Navarro was indicted in June of 2022 after he failed to comply with a subpoena from the House January 6th committee, after the Trump ally advocated for a plan to overturn the 2020 election in battleground states known as the Green Bay Sweep, and published a report making false allegations of widespread voter fraud. The former trade advisor said his testimony was protected by executive privilege. But the court struck down that defense ahead of the trial, ruling Navarro cannot make that claim because there wasn't sufficient evidence. That former President Donald Trump actually invoked executive privilege over his conversations with Navarro. Navarro's attorney, Stanley Woodward, instead argued at the trial that Navarro shouldn't be found guilty because he didn't willfully reject the subpoena.
I don't want reality.
Rather, he told the committee to take the executive privilege issue up with Trump directly. And they never did. Woodward also claimed prosecutors couldn't prove that Navarro completely, deliberately ignored the subpoena. It's so interesting. Oh.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Can't prove it. Are you inside of his mind? How could you possibly know his intent? Well, now he's going to be in government. Just another list of criminals. He did spend 4 months in prison. And it was, tough time for him, I'm sure. But he managed to come out unscathed, seemingly. Perhaps emotional scars, unsure. Now let's talk about somebody who should be a criminal, but is, just walking around free, and is going to be in charge of a new governmental organization called Doge. Elon Musk, who, along with Vivek Ramaswamy, went to Capitol Hill earlier today.
Elon Musk was on Capitol Hill today, and Republican lawmakers were anxious to hear from him and from his partner.
You know, I hate to say this, and this seems wrong, and I feel bad for what I'm about to say, but I've never had less faith in a child before. Like, I feel like this kid's likelihood of turning out to be a good person is diminished greatly in terms of, like, if you just put him up against any other normal kid. Being the son of Elon Musk, boy, it's a rough start in life to some degree. I mean, it's going to be gold-plated at least, or just made completely out of gold, I guess. When you're the richest man on earth, you don't like plate things. But you know what I mean? Like, this kid is going to have a long road to actually get some real-life experience going.
Ramaswamy, who President-elect Trump has picked to lead an organization or an entity called the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. Speaker Mike Johnson categorized Thursday's meetings with Elon as a brainstorming session. Elon has talked about reducing the size of the federal workforce, ambitious cuts in federal regulation, also a desire for more employees to be working in the office rather than remotely. Will there be changes made to defense spending? Will there be changes made?
Will there? It should be interesting to see if that's the case. There's a bunch of people who I know are supposed to be in government in the future that are going to take huge objection to that particular suggestion. Now, I think we all know exactly what Musk wants to cut in his supposed $2 trillion plan of budgetary destruction. It's going to be mostly the discretionary budget that pays for things like, all the important, what do you call them? Like agencies and, all the ones that actually dole out the checks to people. Those are the ones that he's at least planning to cut, I think. There's not a lot of other places to cut.
Entitlement
aside
programs
from the military,
like Medicare and Social Security, which are the biggest drivers of government spending at this stage.
Okay. That's enough of these two guys for now. We'll be probably talking about Elon a little later. Right, SSI, Medicare, pensions. It's basically all the checks that the government gives to people, right? Just like regular people. All right, let's go now. Talk about some other guys involved in the tech sector. Not just Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy in government. There's a bunch of other guys in there. But someone else who's not in there yet, but's really, really hoping that perhaps he could get in there. Can anybody guess who that is? His name starts with an M, ends with an Zuckerberg.
Tech titans, they went in on the action. First, it was Meta's Mark Zuckerberg raising his hand, eager to work with the incoming Trump administration on shaping tech policy. But can we say the irony? Facebook and Instagram have a reputation for over-moderating content, even issuing multiple suspensions to then-President Trump. Now enter Jeff Bezos, the Amazon founder.
I'm not going to lie. I love the sort of analogy used of Mark Zuckerberg raising his hand. Because it brings to mind, I feel like a younger Mark Zuckerberg. Whenever I look at him, I feel like he's exactly the guy during class who would go, ooh, me, like in a way that's just annoying. Like, just put your hand up and don't be you. I feel like that's exactly who Mark is.
Facebook and Instagram have a reputation for over-moderating content, even issuing multiple suspensions to then-President Trump. Now enter Jeff Bezos, the Amazon founder and Washington Post owner. He's hoping
I forgot about our emotional support characters.
to mend fences with President-elect.
Mend fences.
I'm actually very optimistic this time around that we're going to see. I'm very hopeful about his he seems to have a lot of energy around reducing regulation. And my point of view, if I can help him do that, I'm going to help him.
But
In
not
what
so
way?
fast. Senior advisor Jason Miller didn't hold back, saying that Trump forgives, but he doesn't forget.
We know from President Trump and the way he governed in his first term, he likes to build a broad coalition, bring people together, even if they've been against him in the past. He never forgets. And I would just remind people of that.
Joining us now, Rumble CEO and founder.
Oh,
Chris
Rumble
Pavlovsky.
CEO.
Chris, what do you make of the about?
Extremely successful platform Rumble.
Rumble CEO and founder Chris Pavlovsky. Chris, what do you make of the about face from big tech in Silicon Valley?
Yeah, so I think, they kind of move whatever way the wind blows when it comes to actually holding values, and especially around the First Amendment. There are none. If we can all remember 4 years ago, it was the Hunter Biden laptop story where all these platforms started censoring factual information, and in my opinion, really helped sway the election in a major way. And I feel that there has to be consequences for
The existence of Hunter Biden's penis would have swayed the election. We all know it.
like that. We can't let that escape. They did real damage with the censorship they've done in the last 4 years. And that's something that Rumble has been fighting since 2020. And we've been fighting fiercely. We were the first platform out there to platform President Trump in 2021. And, it wasn't until about 2022 where Elon Musk entered the market with X and also helped on the free speech front. So it's really important that there's consequences for this mass censorship that's happened over the last 4 years around.
Wow. Rumble CEO has receipts. And I feel like he's really hoping Donald Trump hears this. He's like, don't forget all of these people, all of these CEOs who allowed their company to stop Nazis and anti-vaxxers and people who were like, hey, stop spreading misinformation online. Remember all of those people, and remember to get on that. Should be interesting to see how that all plays out. Whether Mark Zuckerberg here is going to get job, I guess we'll have to wait and see. I feel like, if anything, the only job Donald Trump will give him will be court jester. I can see him in actually like a court jester outfit, sort of, dancing with the bells.
Zuckerbucks.
All right. While we're talking economic stuff, tech stuff, I figure we'd talk about this, as Donald Trump, if you didn't hear, has threatened to add even more tariffs, 100% tariffs to be exact, on all BRICS nations over their current and really long-standing efforts to replace or at least compete with the US dollar.
President-elect Trump is vowing to impose 100% tariffs on BRICS nations unless they commit to not developing a new currency. Trump made the declaration in a Truth Social post Saturday, saying, quote, there is no chance that the BRICS will replace the U.S. dollar in international trade, and any country that tries should wave goodbye to America.
China?
BRICS is a group comprised of 9 countries with emerging economies. They initially included Russia, China, India, Brazil, and South Africa. But earlier this year, Iran, Egypt, Ethiopia, and the United Arab Emirates formally joined the group. CBS.
Yeah, and this would undoubtedly be very bad for prices. There's no way to get around it. Especially if those China tariffs are on top of the other China tariffs that already exist and that Donald Trump was planning on putting in place as well after he gets in there. So, should be interesting to see how that all plays out. Ay, ay, ay. All right, we got to take a break here. One last story. We're going to end here on terms of economic stuff. Let's go here to KSL News in Utah from a day ago. More people are renting their homes than buying.
What?
Both in Utah and nationwide.
Including the state of Utah, more and more people are renting their homes rather than buying them. Utah Foundation president says two main reasons people are renting is due to the cost of homes and the cost of borrowing money. In October, Redfin reported the median sale price for all home types in Utah was over $550,000. According to the Utah Foundation, Utah residents say housing affordability tops the list of importance.
Renters are cost burden and extremely severely cost burden. We need a better inventory of housing for the wages that we offer in our state.
Just last night, we told you about how a new study found more than 1 in 5 renters spend their entire paycheck on rent. KSL.
Now, one thing that she was saying there is fascinating because she makes a great point. And one problem that we have is our lack of building affordable housing to buy that's not for rent, right? And the fact is that most real estate companies have decided that it's better to build things for rent, like for, in the city and in other places like that. But then if they're building houses, they're building $500,000 homes, right? And that's only for a specific group of people. So there is inventory, but it exists only for a group of people that already have homes, essentially. And so that's not helpful. And, we can't really build our way out of it, but one thing we could do to help is to change zoning to allow middle building, stuff like that. So basically like condos for sale type of stuff, like line housing. It's hard to describe exactly. There's not a lot of it in the United States, honestly. It's more like in places like the Netherlands and in Europe. Yeah, break time. Well, before we take this break, I hope you've already liked and subscribed to the stream. If you haven't, do take this moment to do so. Both really help out in different ways. Once you've done both of those things, also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the ways we have available. Of course, we still have Patreon. Patreon members get the ability to have avatars like you see all around me here. Shoutouts every stream, content, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server. We also have YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal. So many options for you to choose. But of course, remember, Patreon memberships start at only $3 a month. Super affordable. For those on a galactic budget, I recommend it highly. Anyway, chat, enjoy this space break. Grab yourself a drink, perhaps a snack. Do a little dance, and I'll be right back.
like this could one day take over your household chores. Meet Neo, a humanoid robot powered by artificial intelligence. The prototype is the brainchild of 1X, a company based in Norway and Silicon Valley. Type is the brainchild of 1X, a company based in Norway and Silicon Valley.
In the long term, this will be doing your laundry, cleaning your house, tidying, and generally giving you back a lot of time in life.
Neo is one entry into the race to bring humanoid robots into our homes. On top of its job performing household duties, the robot can be operated remotely from anywhere in the world. That's according to Bernd Bornich, the CEO and founder of 1X.
We're really excited about the ability to teleoperate the robot yourself. So if you're somewhere else, you can actually teleport into your robot and do small things in your house that maybe you forgot to do, right? Like feed the cat or close the window, check that everything's okay.
While the current prototype demonstrated for Reuters was piloted by humans remotely, 1X says the market-ready version will use AI and remote control. The company says that version will unveiled in 2025. As for the price, 1X says they can't reveal those details yet, but expect it to be in line with a mid-priced new car. Bornich said he has been testing the robots at home with his own family.
Shit, I just realized I was
including a
muted.
previous version named Eve.
Nobody heard any of the hilarious witticisms I was saying. That's very disappointing. Lost forever. No one will ever know what I said.
And at that point, I would have said that, like, this is really useful. I don't want to give it back, but I wouldn't pay for it yet. Like, but this is a while ago, right? So there's still some way to go.
Okay.
And we learned.
This dude's creeping me out.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Can people hear me now? Is everybody A, live on the stream, and B, can you hear me now? I don't want to go further until we are sure. No, you can't hear me? Okay, great, perfect. Alright, well then, let's move on and talk about crypto. Oh boy, here we go.
Bitcoin catapulted above $100,000 for the first time ever on Thursday, a milestone hailed even by skeptics of the digital asset. The historic surge comes as investors bet on a crypto-friendly incoming U.S. administration, with President-elect Donald Trump a day earlier nominating pro-crypto attorney Paul Atkins to run the Securities and Exchange.
How good. How good. We're going to have a guy who thinks crypto is a good idea in charge of the SEC. There is no way that goes wrong at all for society or the world.
The appointment of Atkins, a former top SEC official who has advocated for deregulation, could provide relief for a crypto industry that has chafed under President Joe Biden's hard-charging SEC.
Chafed? Chafed? Chafed. In what way has it chafed? Certainly not in price. That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. It's only gone up. It's basically only gone up. I mean, there was like a year where, along with the stock market, the crypto market was also in a bear market, and then for the last 2+ years, it's gone up 5 times, 500%. Where do these Reuters people get their business acumen from? Apparently, just blogs. I don't know. It's confusing.
Gary Gensler. Dan Ives is global head of tech research at Wedbush Securities.
Deregulation clearly is going to happen. A new
This
SEC chair that looks like pro Bitcoin. Very bullish in terms of this dynamic. So I think a big piece of what we're seeing here is a Trump bump, but I don't think it stops because I think Trump can be pretty aggressive when it comes to Bitcoin once he's in the White House.
Bitcoin.
More aggressive than what? More aggressive, but that's one thing that concerns me, talking about more aggressive from the government on Bitcoin. In this sort of, in their sort of the positive attempted framing that they're trying to give on it, right? Like, because it's a verified Ponzi scheme merged with the market, multi-level marketing, and it is fascinating that we might have a government that's going to fully legitimize it here in the near future.
Has more than doubled in value this year and is up more than 50% in the 4 weeks since Trump's election victory, which also saw a slew.
Okay, so Reuters wants to give the price rise entirely to Donald Trump, even though it started off it was at 16,000 in 2022, and by March of this year, it was at 62,000.
Pro-crypto lawmakers elected to Congress. Analysts say the growing embrace of Bitcoin by big investors this year has been a driving force behind the record-breaking rally.
Big investors? What?
Follow the rich white man.
I thought Bitcoin was supposed to be about the little guy. Big investors? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, that's right. They made a bunch of Bitcoin ETFs on the actual stock market, so people like, Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg, anybody can, Warren Buffett can get in on it without even having to get on the blockchain. It sounds like centralized finance. Okay, so yeah, if you didn't hear, somehow, Bitcoin hit 100,000 earlier. I think it was technically like overnight. But if you look at this graph here, you'll see that actually, while it did cross 100,000 at one point here, it was at $103,300. It is now down to 97 and was at one point down as far, I think it was actually lower than this. I looked on a different app. I looked on Coin Market, whatever thingy it's called, and I think it hit all the way down to $93,000 per Bitcoin, meaning that it dropped over 10% in a fraction of of time. It's fascinating, and this is one thing that we're going to talk about as this goes along here, as we talk about all this. But Bitcoin 100,000 has been sort of the biggest Bitcoin meme of all the memes, if you don't count things like HODL as but it's basically top 3 memes is Bitcoin 100,000. It's been one of the biggest catalysts to getting people into it. It's been one of the main selling points on the investment. And yes, I'm using the word investment intentionally, as I do not view it as a cryptocurrency, and anybody with any sort of sense should also not see it that way. Let's keep talking about this. Go here. We've never used this channel for any information ever before. But this guy did a pretty great video on this. He's done a few good videos on crypto. Let's go here. James Janney? I don't know how you say this.
What you're looking at, depending on who you ask, is either a revolution for the internet and countless industries as we know it,
Like, in all seriousness, I compare it to the internet.
or the greatest Ponzi scheme in human history.
The whole thing is a promise that you can get rich for free.
Accused of being all of these things is the world of cryptocurrencies, or the other labels associated with it. NFTs, blockchains, Web 3.0. From the bizarre onslaught of celebrity promotions and endorsements,
I got an ape too.
Part of the same community. We're both apes.
to the
we're both
eye-watering
apes.
numbers and headlines.
Yay.
Digital artist Beeple, the final bid, $69 million.
Oh my God.
To the grandiose claims about its potential.
It's the biggest technology that's ever happened in the history of life.
I once described the world of cryptocurrencies as a story, and I did that in hopeful, optimistic tones. And now?
It's one of the dumber things I've ever heard. I just want to hear that again. Gary V.
$1 million.
Oh my God.
To the grandiose claims about its potential.
It's the biggest technology that's ever happened in the history of life.
I once described
Biggest technology that's ever happened in the history of life. Gary V, everybody.
the world of cryptocurrencies as a story, and I did that in hopeful, optimistic tones. And now I don't think it's the story that I initially thought it was.
They only make money because some other sucker lost more.
Have fun staying poor.
It amazes me that anybody is buying into this.
They are decentralized Ponzi schemes.
The only thing that you have to show is Ponzi schemes. It's all bullshit.
For me and many others, it began here. What you're looking at is a piece of artwork by a digital artist called Michael Joseph Winkelmann, otherwise known as Beeple. On February the 25th.
What's up with people with the first name, with last name starting with Winkle getting involved in Bitcoin? What's up with that? Winkleman, Winklevoss, Winklefuck.
Of 2021, this artwork was put on auction. Bidding started at $100. It eventually sold for $69.3 million, making it one of the biggest sales in digital art history.
I do feel super lucky.
What happened afterwards?
Jesus Christ.
Where do I begin?
A digital artwork by a relatively unknown American artist.
Sold for nearly $70
million.
That's more than most Picassos, Monets, or Warhols.
That it doesn't exist in physical form. It is only available digitally.
It's the first NFT ever sold at auction.
Non-fungible token, NFT.
NFTs or non-fungible tokens.
Explain NFTs to people that don't know what you're talking about, because I don't know what you're talking about.
I was going to say, Joe, do you know what you're talking about? Ever?
It was like suddenly the term NFT was just everywhere. Jack Dorsey, co-founder of Twitter, sells a picture of his first ever tweet as an NFT.
Jack Dorsey auctioning his first tweet as digital art.
$2.9 million. Even popular internet memes were selling as this NFT thing. Nyan Cat, $590,000. Charlie Bit My Finger, $760,999.
I wonder how much money Charlie or his brother saw from that.
Disaster Girl, $500,000. Doge, $4 million. Overly Attached Girlfriend, $411,000. Bad Luck Brian, $36,000. Scumbag Steve, $57,000. You had singer-songwriter Grime selling $6 million worth of digital art as NFTs. People were changing their profile pictures on social media to NFTs that they had purchased. It was like flexing an expensive car or a watch. And then suddenly, all these big celebrities and artists and influencers were also replacing their profile pictures with NFTs and announcing their own.
We all remember it. We all remember it.
Purchases of NFTs. And the apes were part of this bigger project of NFTs called Bored Ape Yacht Club. I mean, you had Snoop Dogg, Eminem, DJ Khaled, Lil Baby, Post Malone, Stephen Curry, Gwyneth Paltrow, to name a few, all of them purchasing these pictures of apes for sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars. And amongst this sea of high ticket sales, you would hear that this is all part of something revolutionary.
It's the biggest technology that's ever happened in the history of life, outside of things like fire.
Regardless of how much you knew about NFTs, there was one message that was really clear.
Wow, it's the same as fire.
Every headline, there was an underlying premise. Something is happening, and there is a lot of money to be made.
Welcome back to the show, and congrats on getting married.
Hey, hold on. We're going to skip forward a little bit on all this. We all know just how stupid NFTs are, I think, to some degree. So I figure we'll go to about here. Get back into this.
Invention and a failed revolution. 2008. That's where this really begins.
Apple shares were just getting hammered this morning.
We're down by between 3 and 4.5% generally.
The United States is going through a recession it hasn't seen since the Great Depression.
The consumers strangled. They're watching their housing prices go lower. They're watching their 401ks get diminished.
You created the mess we're in, and now you're saying, sorry.
Amongst the backdrop of this all, a mysterious individual is working on their own invention. On the 31st of October, they send an email to a cryptography mailing list. The email begins, "I've been working on a new electronic cash system that's fully peer-to-peer with no trusted third party." It was signed by somebody under the pseudonym Satoshi Nakamoto. Whoever this Nakamoto person was, they had a vision. The vision was to create a type of currency that existed digitally, that could be controlled by no government or single individual, that could be used to transacting globally no matter where you were or what time it was. The name of this currency and invention? Bitcoin. On January the 3rd, 2009, Nakamoto launches his invention, creating the first ever Bitcoins to exist. It was an attractive pitch, especially to people who held anti-state control sentiments. We're talking about anarchists, techno-anarchists, libertarians, cypherpunks. These were individuals who likely saw the government, the banks, the entire financial institution as just untrustworthy, that they can't be allowed to control monetary policy. And it was these factions that became the first adopters of Bitcoin, influencing its early culture. The goal was simple: preach the message of Bitcoin to others and increase its adoption. Bitcoin was kind of like a religion of its own, right? Like Satoshi Nakamoto was this Jesus-like figure that would communicate with his disciples on online forums. He would talk of this future vision of the world, one where the dollar no longer existed and all transactions would be made through Bitcoin, the global currency of the people that was owned by no central entity. To those early adopters of Bitcoin, they really felt like they were on the cusp of something.
Now, unfortunately for both Bitcoin and crypto lovers as well as the rest of humanity, if we do ever manage to get to that point, the earth will literally be on fire. We will talk about that in a little bit.
Revolutionary. It just so happened that the more people started buying into the message, the higher Bitcoin's value rose, and the more people were willing to put real dollars into buying Bitcoins.
Bitcoin is now up to $111.
Bitcoin started drawing attention from places it probably wasn't expecting or even wanting. The guys in suits, the big money, the people who saw Bitcoin as revolutionary, but perhaps more importantly, as an opportunity. The Winklevoss twins were a perfect example of that. I mean, here you have two twins who have graduated from Harvard. They've won a settlement for $65 million against Mark Zuckerberg for stealing their initial idea of Facebook. They found out about Bitcoin on a holiday trip to Ibiza, and they started buying as much as they could. They were stockpiling the currency. It was by around 2013 that they were rumored to own about 1% of all Bitcoin in circulation.
Interesting. I thought this was supposed to be an anti-elite thing. Reuters, that title from that video we just got done watching from Reuters says that Bitcoin's rise was fueled by a, quote, rejection of elites. But the Winklevoss twins are the fucking definition of elites. These two assholes went to Harvard. They were in... I mean, has anybody seen that, the Facebook movie? You haven't, watch that. But these guys, I mean, come on. These privileged assholes that came from money, and had even more money than expected after the whole Facebook thing. And then got in on the ground floor of this thing, bought up, mass quantities of Bitcoin, and have now been completely enriched by everyone else who's bought in since then.
I think was a perfect early warning of what was to come. Bitcoin was doomed from the start. That's what a lot of crypto skeptics will tell you, and I understand why. Relying on computer code and the ideals of tech anarchists probably isn't the best place to entrust a reimagining of the financial system. Bitcoin had a fixed supply of 21 million coins, which makes it deflationary by nature. So if one Bitcoin is worth more tomorrow than it is today, why would you want to use it to transact with? It's a pretty bad incentive to have if you're trying to make a global currency. But that is already assuming that Bitcoin had the technical capabilities to become this worldwide currency, which it didn't. I mean, Bitcoin had scaling issues thanks to design decisions that Nakamoto themselves had made. It could only process 7 transactions per second. I mean, compared to other traditional payment networks like Visa, which can process 1,700 transactions per second, or MasterCard, which handles 5,000 transactions per second.
Yeah, can you imagine having to wait? Considering how many people make a transaction every second of every day, can you imagine having to wait for that now? Like, you know, waiting for your payment to go through the gas station's now going to take 30 minutes.
And keeping the Bitcoin network running wasted a lot of energy. Bitcoin aimed to be decentralized, meaning no government or single entity had control over it. But in order to do that, Nakamoto employed what is called a proof-of-work consensus model. All this meant was that computers on the Bitcoin network would be forced to use real-world energy in order to solve algorithmic problems. And whichever computer solved the problem first would be rewarded with more Bitcoins. It was a process called mining, and that process is insanely wasteful of energy.
Yeah, no kidding. And this is where things for environmentalists, such as many people who watch this channel, I think it gets incredibly troubling. Beyond the Ponzi of it all and the financial ramifications of it all, this is really where, in my opinion, this whole system comes into question. Not just on the fraudulent nature of it, right? It's the actual, external effects of just the existence of the system itself.
And what ends up happening? Proof of work incentivized this arms race between computers on the Bitcoin network, all of them looking to build more and more powerful computers to have a better chance of mining Bitcoin. And the more powerful those computers grew, the more real-world energy they ended up taking, despite the fact that the transactions per second remained the same. Most Bitcoin mining done today is done by huge mining farms in warehouses. Bitcoin, for the most part, failed in its objective of trying to become a global currency. Outside of illegal use purposes, Bitcoin just wasn't being used to transact with. So, the obvious question becomes, how? How is it that despite its failings, Bitcoin still survived and is very much present to this day? But that's just the thing. The Bitcoin that we see today is a shell of its former identity, where most of the purchasing of Bitcoin today happens on centralized exchanges that have to comply with the laws of centralized institutions. In the instances where you've heard about Bitcoin, or if you've ever been encouraged to buy Bitcoin, under what context is that always framed? By 2014, the mysterious Satoshi Nakamoto effectively vanished from the internet and hasn't been heard from since. What was left of his invention was no longer a currency, it was something entirely different. Bernie Madoff. This was a guy who was well respected on Wall Street. He ran a brokerage firm with a wealth management branch. He had many clients investing with his firm under the promise of great returns on their money until
the FBI arrested him this morning after he told senior employees yesterday that his business was a giant Ponzi scheme.
Madoff had been running the largest Ponzi scheme in...
Bernie's family, they all deserve a bunch of apologies. Because as it turns out, we've made Ponzi schemes very cool. And potentially something that's going to be made into legally, put into law, right?
For the last 17 years and potentially longer, worth around $64.8 billion. He would essentially put his investors' money inside a bank account and then simply pay out early investors with the money that new investors were giving. Now, Madoff eventually pleaded guilty and he was in prison up until his death in 2021. That is the essence of any Ponzi scheme. People invest into the scheme under this promise that they're going to make a great amount of returns, and then early investors are paid using the money of new investors. And this process is repeated on and on until eventually you run out of new recruits to keep investing money into the scheme, or eventually people start trying to cash out and it just collapses, which tends to leave early investors with profits and the large majority of others with nothing but losses. People hearing about Bitcoin would hear about two things. One, that it was revolutionary, and two, that it was valuable. That if you buy now...
Yeah, and that's the thing. Ooh, NCC raid. NCC viewers, welcome. Oh, God. Space dust. God damn it. What was I saying? Oh. Like, that's the thing, because we were just talking about how the price of Bitcoin dropped 10% in like an hour's time or something, after, you know, staying up above 100,000 there for a little bit. And I wonder just how much money got cashed out for these incredibly wealthy assholes that we're talking about who invested in this early. And, you know, like the Winklevosses, I wonder how many billions of dollars they just cashed out for themselves. And then caused other people to lose, you know, for them, huge portions of money probably.
You could be rich later.
If you really, really want to become wealthy in the future, I suggest you take $1 frickin' dollar, buy some Bitcoin.
Bitcoin, to me, it's not just an investment. It's not just maybe a get-rich-quick scheme, as a lot of people put it, but I see it as the future of currency. I see it as the future of the financial system.
So you realize that most of the people buying Bitcoin, they're not buying it to use as a currency. They're buying it as an investment.
Right,
and therein
exactly.
lies the contradiction. Because the more people who used Bitcoin like an investment, the less liable Bitcoin became as a currency. The very thing it's being pitched as being revolutionary.
Right, and this is the biggest problem with all of this, right? In terms of like the argument for the existence of Bitcoin. Because this is what it isn't what they purport it to be. And the fact is if you listen to anything that they say and or do, it's all contrary to what Bitcoin is touted to be. Right? It's not a currency. It is a vehicle for people to attempt to enrich themselves, right? It's an investment without any investment, right? Like, it's an investment on, it's a Ponzi scheme. It's investment that somebody else will invest later. That is literally all it is. That's what the hodl psychology is all about. It's the belief that if you hold long enough, some other idiot will buy. As long as you don't grow paper hands, all of a sudden, you'll have, you know, the ability to sell to someone else at a higher price. Oh boy.
As. So you know what you end up with, right?
Bitcoin is a get-rich-quick
Bender.
scheme. The promise is you can get rich for free. Magical internet money.
Anyone who buys into the idea of Bitcoin is doing so to sell it for a higher price at a future date, and the people that buy it off those people are also looking to sell it for a higher price at a future date. The only way to make money from your Bitcoin investment is using the money of new investors.
You hear about people making money in Bitcoin. They only make money because some other sucker lost more.
And unlike Bernie Madoff, right, who gets all the blame and the satisfying jail time at the end of his story, here you have an entity that isn't owned by anyone. What some would argue isn't a decentralized currency. It's a decentralized Ponzi scheme. Now, Ponzi schemes are kept alive by continuously finding new recruits and new markets to tap into so that money is continuously being poured into the scheme. And so you...
So, this is what gives me real concern about the state of our financial system, right? Because we talk a lot about, different aspects of the financial system, right? Whether it be housing or, inequality. Sometimes we talk about, interest rates. Rarely we really get into the stock market stuff, but sometimes we do. And recently we watched a video talking about how, valuations on the stock market are essentially near levels of the tech bubble, right? Which it greatly exceeds that of 2008, just to clarify on what we're talking about historically here. But if you combine that with how expensive housing is, the fact that, say, they haven't stopped doing any of the collateralized debt obligation stuff, if you add all that kind of stuff up, right, in terms of valuations, where the state of the whole market is, the insurance situation across the country, right, that we've been talking about, with, in some cases, these insurance companies are on the brink of collapse because of climate change and all of the devastation we've been seeing all over the place. But then you add in because Bitcoin is now a multi-trillion-dollar market on its own. Then there is thousands of other coins that exist right now. Also, something that you may not be aware of, but just like in the housing market, which we were just talking about with collateralized debt obligations and mortgage-backed securities, they have very similar products for cryptocurrencies on these different platforms that exist. On some of the less scrupulous ones, they are full of all sorts of derivative products, which amount to also trillions of dollars. So we're talking about, $10+ trillion market here that, unlike the housing market in 2008, has nothing to hold it up, right? At least in 2008, they could go block by block and say this house is worth that, this house is worth that, so this CDO is technically could be sold for this much valuation-wise or whatever after the collapse. But in this case, you can't value these things. You can't value cryptocurrency. It's literally impossible. The only way to do it is by saying what the pile of money is that they have on hand. And that is not... that's not a traditional way of doing any sort of valuations
in the crypto space.
My
There's
understanding.
desperate need to find a use case for this stuff, and that use case has to be revolutionary enough to justify its rising value. Bitcoin may have been the first part of this machine, but things were about to get a whole lot more interesting. Bitcoin had something going for it. The blockchain system that kept it running was somewhat unique. Okay, so let's not complicate.
And the fact is, the blockchain is, being unique doesn't make it useful, right? Just because something is unique doesn't make it revolutionary. Snowflakes are supposedly unique. They're technically not, but sticking with the adage. Snowflakes are technically unique. They aren't revolutionary, and they're not going to change the fucking economy anytime soon unless the United States is buried under snow. Although I don't see the opportunity there, really.
Being used in the currency. It's not a physical coin, it's just data on a database. After a certain number of transactions are made, a brand new spreadsheet is created that links to the previous one, and on and on and on it goes. Instead of using real names, users are...
there's already a company that does this. It's called Salesforce. Have you heard of it?
To the previous one, and on and on and on it goes. Instead of using real names, users are recognized through what are called wallet addresses, which appear as a random string of numbers and letters. And all of this is kind of kept together using computer code, cryptography, and the network of miners that are running it, which is where the word cryptocurrency comes from. So what was essentially just an immutable, append-only database was touted as revolutionary. Blockchain was no longer just blockchain, it was blockchain technology. And it wasn't long before people started to see the success and the ideals that Bitcoin was based off and begin creating their own cryptocurrencies using this blockchain system.
Yeah. And it's a horrifying system. And the fact is, if you look into it, the amount of energy that's being released and being used, and the amount of hydrocarbons that are being released into the atmosphere from all of this is just utterly, it's terrifying is what it is. We talk about the threat of global warming here all the fucking time, and this is exactly the sort of thing, combined with, say AI. It's enough servers and GPUs to basically send us into that 3-degree warming very soon if people continue to do what they're doing with all of this. Hold on, we're just going to move ahead a little bit. I'm not going to watch this whole thing.
of your art. Sounds exciting, you might think. I did too. Digital artist Michael Winkelmann, otherwise known as Beeple, began a challenge in 2007 where he would create one piece of artwork every single day and continue to do so throughout the years. It was known as his Everydays collection.
But to me, the bigger project is this long-term Everydays project, which is a project that I've been working on, every single day for over 12 years.
It was reportedly around October of 2020 when Beeple was put in touch with an anonymous NFT artist called Pac, and Pac informed Beeple about the world of NFTs. Only a few months later, he would end up auctioning a piece of artwork that contained a collage of the first 5,000 images of the Everydays series, titled Everydays: The First 5,000 Days. $69.3 million was how much it sold for in the Ether cryptocurrency, one of the largest sales in digital art history. The very sale that sent the search term NFT skyrocketing. So now the question becomes, who decided to make that purchase?
So you purchased a collection of 5,000 pieces of digital art that anyone can easily see online for $69 million.
Jesus Christ. Oh, Omegastar got in second? How are you second? We've been streaming for like 3 hours. Twitch is so dead in comparison to YouTube for me. I've known some other people it's the reverse. For whatever reason, people like watching on YouTube. I will also hydrate. Please hold. Okay, back to the Bitcoin.
Why did you do that?
Metakovan, or as they were later revealed to be, Vignesh Sundaresan, a crypto entrepreneur who had recently co-founded a crypto investment firm with his business partner called Metapurse. Only a few months before this big $69 million purchase, Metakovan and his business partner had already bought another collection of NFTs from Beeple for over $2.2 million. They actually wrote a blog post about their purchase, alluding to the fact that this was only part of a much bigger project that they had in mind that will, quote, flip the art world status quo on its head. And what was that project that they were talking about? The B20 token coin. They were going to bundle their purchases of Beeple's NFTs collection and put it in a virtual museum where those who purchased the B20 token coin could access and view the artwork.
What does that even mean?
The B20 token was supposed to represent a type of fractional ownership in the virtual museum and the contents inside of it. Here's the thing. Metakovan and his business partner conveniently owned 59% of the total supply of B20 tokens. Beeple was also given 2%.
It's all sounding very, very illegal. And I thought this was supposed to be, what was it again? Something about a rejection of the elites? But isn't Beeple a multi-millionaire? Weird. Very weird.
Of that supply. Beeple and Metakovan already had a working relationship before the big Everydays 5,000 sale. When that sale happened and the media frenzy ensued, the B20 token rose in value to $23 as more people began obviously looking into who Metakovan was. People have accused that sale of essentially being a giant marketing stunt to increase the value of the B20 token. Even in their calls together, you can hear Beeple express skepticism around the whole thing, only for Metakovan and the others to kind of bring him around.
Other artists, I can almost guarantee, will not like this.
No.
Like, they will not like you taking their work and like splitting it into a million pieces and reselling those pieces.
This guy turned off his camera. This guy didn't like it so much. He was like, look at this guy.
I almost guarantee will not like this. Like,
so
they
upset.
will not
He's like, fuck
you
this.
taking their
Turning
work
off
and,
my
like,
camera.
splitting it into a million pieces and reselling those pieces. I would be very surprised if other artists did not have a very strong dislike of that.
But what I find the most insane about this saga was that the B20 virtual museum that was supposed to flip the art world status quo.
Oh my god, is this what it's supposed to be? It's so ugly. It's like a museum inside of, I'm trying to think of a game. Like original Dune. GoldenEye. Like N64.
The art world status quo was nothing impressive. The B20 token has fallen over 99% in value since its all-time high. Despite all of this, Metacoven's sales sent headlines skyrocketing. Suddenly, NFTs were being created out of internet memes or anything really that was culturally relevant to the internet. From the outside, all you had to know were that NFTs were revolutionary and there was a lot of money involved. You didn't even have to know that they were intrinsically tied to the world of cryptocurrencies or blockchain, a successful repackaging. Once the sale of memes and other one-off NFT sales cooled down, it became more popular to start buying into NFT projects. These contained up to thousands of NFTs inside of them, usually following a certain theme or concept.
What are CryptoPunks?
These are the CryptoPunks. They're
Yeah,
just
they are
basically
25 by 25 pixels.
Yeah, they're icons of zombies and
There's aliens, zombies, and yeah, they all have different mohawks and
you can buy one for thousands of dollars. Why wouldn't you?
Cool Cats, the coolest NFTs on the block.
You know what doesn't cost thousands of dollars? Becoming a galactic patron on Patreon. It's only... Wait, what? That can't be right. $3 US? It's basically free.
Should I get a Lazy Lions NFT? Been thinking about joining this amazing community.
Clone X. This project is previously known as Akira.
Sneaky Vampire Syndicate.
We've got pudgy penguins on the chopping block today.
They're selling us something called Ebits?
Just as it had been with Bitcoin and token coins, the name of the game was about hyping up a project so that you can sell it for profit later. NFTs though were cooler than your average token coin, so they had art behind them. You could show them off by replacing your social media profile picture with an NFT you purchased. More so than ever, hype.
You could also replace your profile picture with an NFT you didn't purchase because they're just pictures on the internet and they're easily downloadable.
And attention became an important part of growing the value of an NFT. Which brings us to the apes.
Alright, enough of the apes. You don't need more ape talk. Let's go closer to the end of this here, I think. Is that the end? I think this is probably a good spot to get back onto it.
And FUD the leader of my investment.
Or those who criticize are told, you simply don't understand, without any further elaboration. Or they're told to have fun staying poor, which is a not so subtle nod to people's true intentions within the space. Or criticism is actually spun into a good thing for the project. These are all very convenient actions to encourage when keeping someone engaged and hopeful in a crypto project is financially beneficial to everyone else.
I'm actually struck by how much the general public really hates it when someone gets into NFTs and they just have an absolute adverse reaction. I see this across industries.
The NFT mania did something. I think it grew so big and so in your face from influencers and celebrities that it started making people mad.
So proud. I love being a part of this community and being a voice and sharing my platform and just getting the word out there.
What community? What are you guys talking about? You don't fucking care about this. I hate that they try to put on that they care about this.
Bored Ape Yacht Club NFTs, which I think are ugly, dumb, cringe.
Thank you guys for allowing me to scream about NFT cartoons. I hate this stuff. It's getting worse.
Check this out. I got a board bunny. And not only is it a board bunny,
oh
but it looks like me.
My god.
Look at that.
Nothing makes people hate you faster than NFT shilling.
If you're young and naive, just like my brother, and want to get into NFTs, you should check out Board Bunny.
Illegal. What? Does David Dobrik get... This should be... This one statement. Right here. I'm pretty sure it's not only a crime, but it's incredible. I mean, I am broken by this. I mean, it's not like I'm a David Dobrik fan, but how is this guy not in jail for shilling crypto to children?
Look at that.
Nothing makes people hate you faster than NFT shilling.
If you're young and naive, just like my brother, and want to get into NFTs, you should check out Board Bunny.
The new Board Bunny NFT project has now been
Oh, that's right. Dave Dobrik almost killed a man for views, allegedly. Thanks for reminding me, Narwhal.
Classified as a scam.
Welcome David Dobrik to the long list of influencers promoting scams, further claiming the team has disappeared with $6 million.
It's great to be a part of this project. I love the designs inspired by Pokemon.
It's a Pokemon
I love the
knockoff.
design.
It's just like stealing money from people who are fans of Pokemon.
Y'all better not miss this.
They promised Pokemon partnerships, and it was all a lie, and it ended up raking in $6.3 million.
For the last 6 months, I've been working on.
He made a shit ton of money off of that. Also, allegedly. We talked about that earlier. I think he's being sued by a bunch of people for his involvement in, I can't remember the name of the crypto project, but supposedly it was a rug pull and he had ties to accounts that made a shit ton of money off of it.
My own NFT project.
So the project is called CryptoZoo.
I believe is going to change the game.
CryptoZoo, Logan Paul's newest project, are basically a bunch of stock photos from Adobe that have been poorly photoshopped.
Non-fungible tokens, yes? I do know what they are, but I don't really like them at all, really. I'm not really into them. Nobody seems to like NFTs. We didn't find anybody who actually had anything positive to say about them.
Whenever a big celebrity or influencer would post something related to NFTs on their social media, you'd see a whole slew of people responding with, "Oh no, not you too." And this wasn't just limited to individuals either. Companies began getting a lot of flack for even talking about or dabbling into NFTs.
In 2021, people found out what cryptocurrency actually was and they hate it. It is all get-rich-quick schemes promoted using technology as the cover. All of it. That's what crypto is. And NFT is the latest species.
I think in June, there were 1,500 computer scientists and technologists who wrote to Congress calling for more responsible regulation of crypto assets. They said the catastrophe...
We gotta stop talking about regulation of crypto assets. I'm afraid they just need to be made illegal, okay? Like, regulating only legitimizes them, right? We regulate things that are industries. We regulate things that should exist, but require the government's assistance in, not oppressing people, right? Crypto is not like the meat industry, right? You don't need the USDA, you don't need a USDA for crypto, right? It's, it's different. It's a different situation.
Like, what's gonna happen? And I know that it really shouldn't surprise me, but a whole new packaging had been in the works, and a brand new word was taking the stage.
Our mission at MoonPay is to onboard the world to Web3.
I have to admit, it's a pretty convincing narrative. The first iteration of the internet, Web 1.0, was essentially the first version of the web, mostly consisting of web pages and information. There wasn't much you could actually interact with. Then came along Web 2.0, which brought access to many new features. It focused on user-generated content, social media, and more forms of participation. This version of the internet became dominated by large corporations. Web 2.0 is our current modern-day version of the internet, but now Web 3.0 is coming. It kind of just referred to a bunch of different things, but the idea was that a new version of the internet is here, where you're on.
Yeah. Which is just that museum idea, but applied to the entire internet. You know how the internet doesn't work for you, and you need more sort of intermediaries between you and what you do on the internet? Well, welcome to Web 3.0, baby. Time for you to get bogged down in unnecessary code.
Activity was going to be making use of blockchains and tokens to some degree or another. So in theory, the now centralized version of the internet owned by big tech would become owned now by its users. In its initial bubble, NFTs were seen as just digital art, right? Which is quite limiting. At the end of the day, NFTs are just data on a public database that can act as a receipt of ownership over whatever that data contained. Whether it was a coin or it was a web link to a digital piece of art. The idea was that if NFTs could prove ownership over something, then you could put anything on the blockchain. Real estate titles, medical records, university degrees.
Oxygen. Water.
In the case of Web3, you'd have social media sites and video games all incorporating blockchain and NFTs into their business model. It didn't really matter what it was or how it would work exactly. It just became this game of insert anything here, but on the blockchain. And just like that, you've made it revolutionary.
You've just recreated the entire mortgage infrastructure that already
existed
on the blockchain. But that exactly.
Blockchain in real estate is going to be pretty mainstream 5 to 10 years from now.
You'll see solar grids, electric grids, self-driving car grids that will essentially be machine run and controlled and administered by blockchain.
Best use case for blockchain is healthcare.
What can and can't be turned into an
That's great, because not only I love how he's sort of intermingled AI and blockchain. He's like, if we can just we'll have the blockchain regulate the AI, even it's perfect nonsense. It makes all the sense, and it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever at the same time. It's like Schrodinger's cat.
Ultimately, what we're talking about is the tokenization
until it happens.
Never mind
society.
If blockchains or tokenization actually fixed the issues that it was claiming to solve in these industries. It was literally the definition of a solution in search of a problem.
And then I'm lost as to why the on the blockchain part matters, besides basically what everyone.
Who wants to buy an NFT of a reverse mortgage of your timeshare in Chernobyl? Ooh, me, Chernobyl to the moon.
Is they mean, oh, I want a public record of the transaction. Okay.
I mean, people suggested that you could replace legal contracts with smart contracts, which are programs that are built on the blockchain, and that's usually accompanied with the phrase code is law. This is a smart contract, and this is a legal contract. These two things aren't the same, right? You can't have law be enacted by computer code because law inherently requires third parties to assess evidence, intentions, and a bunch of other variables that you just can't outsource that to computer code, especially when that code is on the blockchain and it cannot be altered. Nicholas Weaver, a researcher and lecturer at UC Berkeley's Department for Computer Science, has this interview with Current Affairs, and he brought up what he called Weaver's iron law of blockchain. When somebody says you can solve X with blockchain, they don't understand X, and you can just ignore them. So you start to wonder, right? Who is behind all of this money that's coming and pouring into the crypto and Web3 space? Where is it coming from and why? Either I'm not seeing the revolutionary potential that all of this has, or this genuinely is a massive mania and bubble that is being fueled by greed and delusion.
The so-called next version of the internet that's attracting big money from...
Oh yeah, it's definitely a delusion, folks. It's a fever dream, in fact. A fever dream that people like Elon Musk are begging to have happen. Because let's not forget, Elon Musk is deeply invested in all of these cryptocurrencies. Maybe not all of them, but he has his fingers on practically every one, I assume. I know there's at least a few we could name right now, like the main two, Bitcoin and Ethereum, but also Doge, something which he memes about incessantly on his own private social media platform.
Venture capital.
Venture firm called Andreessen Horowitz. Have you guys heard of it?
I kept seeing this venture capital name pop up.
We've been in the space for a long
Andreessen
time.
Horowitz.
Big deal, running the crypto fund with more than $7 billion in capital to deploy.
Andreessen Horowitz, otherwise known as A16Z. They're one of the largest venture capital firms. They have a crypto fund with around 7.6 billion to be invested in crypto and Web3 startups, and have been investing in crypto companies dating back to 2013. If you wanted to meet the smart money behind all of this, then these guys were the...
Andreessen Horowitz is worth more than 7.6 billion right now. He's quoting a figure from 2013.
Place to start. They say that crypto is far more than just a financial innovation. It's social, cultural, technological. In the month of October of 2021, A16Z led a funding of $150 million towards the company that was behind Axie Infinity. A16Z general partner Ariana Simpson claimed that this was an example of where Web3 is going to revolutionize the internet. In her own words, literally, Axie embodies a new generation of games, what this means for the future of games. And
Elon Musk only has money because of the disgusting amount of welfare he collects from the US government? You're selling Elon short. You're forgetting the apartheid diamond mines. Or wait, the emerald mines? I can't remember. You know what I'm talking about, though. It's not just the billions of dollars the US government has given him in contracts for things like SpaceX and Tesla and that annoying satellite company is always getting in the way of my streaming.
The web as we know it is as big as your imagination will allow. Where do I begin? Axie Infinity was what you would call a play-to-earn game. It was this new genre of games appearing in the Web3 space, which, as the name suggests, allows players to make money when they play the game. In the case of Axie Infinity,
revolutionary.
was this game where people would breed, collect, and fight with these creatures called Axies. When battling inside the game, it was possible to earn this token called SLP, which could actually be traded for real money.
Smooth
So
love potion.
Well, people started playing the game, but instead of focusing on the fun of the game, the focus became on
how to earn more SLP.
How do we profit from Axie Infinity? The most expensive Axie ever sold was worth about $800,000.
I've invested $13,232.
That's a lot of money.
To play Axie Infinity, you had to purchase 3 Axie NFTs, right? And as the value of Axie NFTs started to rise, certain players wouldn't be able to afford the buy-in price. So guess what started happening?
Ooh,
Those
what?
who
Was it
had
good?
the money to buy 3 Axies began to lend their creatures out to players who couldn't afford it.
Oh,
They were called
wow.
scholars.
How
How to set up
philanthropic.
your own scholarship program as a manager in Axie Infinity.
I'll be giving out a
Wait.
scholarship every 2 weeks, so that's another 6 scholarships.
Wait, I'm trying to like arrange this in my head. Some weird's happening. It's, like visions of, it's almost like a triangle. It's like a triangle, but then it's like another side, and then another side to it, and then another side to it. What do you call that? A triangle with 4 sides? 5? However many sides that is.
It's my goal.
Scholars would
Count the
then
bottom as a
play the
side?
game using their rented Axies, earn SLP, and then give a cut of their earnings to their managers.
My team of 12 scholars was roughly earning me $1,700 a month.
$600 from my scholars.
With all of my current scholarships working, I'm earning about $6,000 a month.
Axie
Wow,
Infinity,
a lot
a
of money.
play-to-earn crypto gaming juggernaut that has led people in countries like Philippines and Venezuela to make a living.
These are players from the Philippines who are making a living playing Axie Infinity.
Wait a second. You're telling me that crypto has the exact same problem as AI? But just in a new, fun, and innovative way? We can do oppression of third world countries, but we don't need a fancy we don't even need a robot. We just need the blockchain. Okay, tell me more.
Afford the buy-in price. They were from developing countries, right? People who likely saw Axie Infinity not as a game of leisure, but as a means of producing income.
I am here to apply scholarship on Axie Infinity.
Oh,
I want
Jesus
this
Christ.
scholarship because I want to earn more. I can play
This
6
is
to 12
depressing.
hours a day just for playing Axie Infinity.
Oh my God.
Treat this as a job, not just only a game. I want to help my family on their expenses and save up money for my tuition on college.
So I want to be a scholar so that I can meet the needs of my family.
Scholar is a fun sort of replacement word for like app slave or whatever you want to call this.
What you ended up with was a game where players are playing in order to make money.
People are basically feeding their entire villages playing our games.
But the only reason that they're making money is because others are buying in to also make money.
In the case of things like Axie Infinity, there actually are a bunch of innocent victims, right? I mean, when you run a pyramid scheme.
Did you not catch what's going on? You don't understand what the cameos were for? Okay, so if you missed the beginning of it, the thing is that this is about a specific game based on NFTs on the Ethereum blockchain that essentially, after a while, the NFTs necessary to play the game itself became too expensive for most people to purchase. And so some very, I guess you might call them entrepreneurial individuals with a little bit of extra cash started buying up these NFTs to be able to get like a little workforce, a little NFT workforce going for them. So they would lend out their accounts to people and they would, they do like little interviews. They get people to send them videos on how valuable they would be to them and things like that. It's almost like an auction block. You know what I mean?
Unfortunately, you get a bunch of poor people in the Philippines who are poor when they start, and they're just hoping to make some money, but then what happens is they actually lose money.
The value of SLP, which is the token that people use to actually make money in the game, has fallen 99% since its peak, and its user base has been in decline since. Times magazine came out with this article, and it was interviewing this guy called Samason Orias, a line cook from the Philippines who was facing financial stress after his mother had a stroke and electricity and grocery bills were stacking up. Orias jumped into the Axie Infinity game and then exited 14 months later. He described it as boring and stressful. Orias, along with other...
Wild. Just wild. This poor guy is just trying to be able to, you know, keep his mother from, you know, being literally just, you know, in the worst possible place after having a stroke. And this is what's happening. He's being taken advantage of by people across across the world, all neatly facilitated on the blockchain. All right, and let's not forget that they have been turning this whole thing now into a stock market opportunity for big money that didn't want to get in early. So now, I mean, the whole thing has become exactly what it claimed it didn't like and that it was fighting against. Before we go to the next video, I figured we would look at this really quickly. This is a guy by the name of Stephen Deal, or Dial. I'm not sure exactly how you pronounce his name. This is something he wrote on his blog / website called The Case Against Crypto. And actually, it's going to be hard for me to read it this way, so I'm going to take it down. I'm just going to read it for you. Parts of it. Yeah, all right. All right, I'm going to skip ahead here. All right. He has a number of bullet points here. I think he's four points. Point 1. The technology does not solve a real problem. Point 2. So-called cryptocurrencies aren't actual currencies and do not fulfill a function of money. Point 3. The history of private money is one of repeated disasters that destroy public trust. Public trust, and that all crypto assets are actually unregistered securities, which is a crime under SEC, some sort of SEC code. But let's go. Point 1. The technology does not solve a real problem. All right. The crypto project has had 13 years to try and find a problem to solve. It has not found one. The real world has fundamental constraints that make the technology unworkable. Whenever it has to interact with the outside world, the benefits of decentralization disappear, and the solutions end up simply recreating slower and worse versions of processes and structures that already exist. You know, like payment processing things like Visa, MasterCard, Amex. I'm not saying they're great, but they do the thing they purport to do, and they do it fast. 1,000 times faster, in fact. It's an editorial. Despite that, for the last 13 years, these projects have done nothing but scam people by creating synthetic asset bubbles for gambling and destroying the environment. There are fundamental limitations to the scalability of blockchain-based technologies, and every use case is better served by another, simpler technology. Except for crime, ransomware, extra-legal gambling, and sanctions evasions, all of which are technically a drain on society and not a benefit. Ah, it's true. It's true. I hate to say it. All right. Taken as a whole, the technology has no tangible benefits over simply using trusted parties and centralized databases. Yeah, I mean... is exactly right. the fact is these things exist. Like I mentioned earlier, in terms of databases, managing that kind of stuff already exists. There's a massive multi-billion-dollar company that already does this. It's called Salesforce. And then there's a bunch of other companies that do similar things. All right, let's move down slightly. I'm not going to read this whole thing. This is not innovation. This is technical regression and flirtation with ecological disaster at a time when we cannot afford to gamble our planet's fate on pyramid schemes, and dog memes. All right. Number 2, so-called cryptocurrencies aren't actual currencies and cannot fulfill the function of money. Money exists to exchange goods and services in an economy. It is created to mediate the exchange of goods so that we have a common unit of account. We can trade instead of bartering goods directly. Exactly. That's, that's one thing that is very well put by him in this moment. Right. The fact is, money exists so that we don't have to haggle in the moment for a hamburger, right? So you don't have to, pull out like a bag of stuff at the gas station and be like, what do you give me a full tank for this bracelet? It's and the fact is with cryptocurrencies, they don't make this any simpler. They just complicate it. How are businesses and merchants supposed to be able to deal with the fluctuations in these currencies? We've already talked about how after hitting 100,000, it dropped over 10%. And it's not like Bitcoin. Like, you'd have to have some sort of like massive, like I don't know, board to alert all like cashiers of the current price of Ethereum and Shiba Inu and Dogecoin and whatever else, right? Like and to keep track of this kind of stuff. I mean, granted, you could assume that things are going to go right with it, but I mean, also holding these currencies, it puts the businesses at risk, right? The longer they hold it, the more chance that it could go down, right? And so, it complicates everything. It means that businesses are gonna want more money from you just for transacting in this sort of currency. Aside from the fact that you're not going to be able to make as many transactions due to the built-in limitations of things like Bitcoin, Ethereum also presents all sorts of problems. The more that people use Ethereum to transact with, the more gas fees go up. And those gas fees can be incredibly expensive, especially for people just trying to do normal transactions. It's pretty big barrier to trying to use it to buy gas, having to spend $20 to buy $20 of gas in Ethereum gas fees. Let's see here. All right, yeah. So money needs to have a reliable and stable value compared to a domestic basket of common goods and services in order to achieve that the supply of the money can be controlled by a monetary authority which expands or contracts the supply according to market fluctuations. A dynamic money supply is a fundamental necessity for a modern economy. A small amount of inflation discourages hoarding and incentivizes investment into productive enterprises. Yeah, exactly. Because if you're expecting suddenly the money that you're holding in your wallet to be worth twice as much, potentially over the next couple of days or whatever else, week, month, you're more likely to just hoard it and not use it to, do research or hire or, make improvements to different business things. right? In terms of market economics and stuff like that. It absolutely disincentivizes investment, which is why it's not feasible for any sort of long-term use. It has no use case. It's the fact. All right, now let's quickly talk about the history of private money and why it's a repeat disaster historically. Even playing devil's advocate and assuming cryptocurrency could function as money, which they can't, we come up with, once again, the hard limitation that every time private money has been tried in history, it creates a form of corporate feudalism. Coupled to a toxic environment that encourages fraud and discourages commerce. The lessons of history are quite clear on this issue because the United States flirted with such a system back in the free banking era from 1837 to 1863. In this time period where hundreds of private entities that went about issuing their own private banknotes allegedly created one-for-one with state bonds. The problem with these so-called banks is that their reserves were not always verifiably backed and were thus subject to runs on the bank in which customers could not access their funds. The second issue is that unlike public money, which is universally accepted at par, the Wildcat Bank's notes had a massive secondary exchange market where notes from different banks would not trade at par. A dollar note from Wyoming, for instance, could be worth only 60 cents to a note from a Nebraska bank, and these values would fluctuate depending on market conditions. This is exactly what was sort of the analogy I was talking about with the need for some massive crypto ticker board for all cashiers. It would this whole system is so stupid. So stupid. Let's make it so that everybody has to know forex trading. How about that? That sounds good. Even little kids trying to buy candy at the store.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
All right, now let's talk about the glaring, obvious, illegal fact of crypto. It's not cryptocurrency. It's not a currency. In fact, it is an unregistered security in violation of SEC regulations. So let's talk about that. When we logically deconstruct the crypto narrative by tossing out the phony populism and cult-like structure of faith and economic absurdities, we end up with an inescapable conclusion that fits firmly within our existing regulatory framework. Crypto assets are simply unregistered securities on ventures whose stated aspirations is to develop technology to become digital wildcat banks. They've just synthesized their corporate equity and alleged notes into one financial product. Ooh, fancy.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Cryptocurrencies aren't currencies and have no mechanism to ever become a currency. They are effectively unregulated securities where the only purpose of the product is to appreciate in price, untethered to any economic activity. Yeah, I think that says it perfectly. All right, now the whole thing is much longer. I'm considering doing a video using some of his work there. Unfortunately, it makes it impossible to actually... Not impossible. Makes it difficult to contact. Very difficult to contact him. Now let's go to a place you might be familiar with. Something called left reckoning. Reckoning. Left reckoning. They had an individual on by the name of Matt Binder a couple years ago. Talk about this very issue.
And they create these huge mining rigs. And in the case of Bitcoin, what they do.
I hope everybody gets that I'm making a joke. I do in fact watch Left Reckoning, and I know who Matt Binder is. Being silly.
Joining us now
is, many of you may know him as my predecessor on The Majority Report. He is now the host of both Doomed and the new podcast, Scam Economy. Matt Binder, welcome to Left Reckoning.
Hey, it's a pleasure to be here with you guys tonight.
I've already told you this before, but I am a huge fan of the branding. I like your little background you got there now. But Scam Economy, it is a great name because look, it's more and more people are getting scammed these days, it feels like.
Right. I mean, it's a good name for an entire industry that's coming up. That's basically one big Ponzi or MLM scam. So yeah.
You know, I wanted to just note this because, like, we've talked about Bitcoin and Web3 and that stuff on the show, and for a long time it was like something I had, like, you know, I thought it was bogus, like, privately, but I was like, oh, I don't want to do videos on it or cover it because it's boring, and the people who are into it are like way too into it. But it started to like pop up in the real world like a little bit too much. You know, one of the big catalysts, at least for Matt and I, to start doing more on it was when we saw some people saying that, like, oh, what the people in Palestine need is more Bitcoin. That was sort of the last straw for me. But here in Texas, this is something that's just notable. Because this is happening right now, you know, where everyone is like, it's panic here. People are very worried about the electricity staying on over the next couple of days, and it looks like we're going to be okay. So don't go out and freak out, folks. But, you know, there's a lot of fear that people do have because our electrical system here is in such disarray. And it's frustrating because so little was done by the government here to deal with it. Pretty much the only things that we had were like cosmetic changes to like to ERCOT. But let me show you this. This is Governor Greg Abbott, who again has done almost nothing, inviting these little freaks onto our grid. So Texas Governor Abbott turns to Bitcoin miners to bolster the grid in his reelection. This came out recently, this story, but they've been having these negotiations for a long while now.
Hold on, we're gonna move past Greg Abbott. Let's talk Bitcoin miners.
All at risk.
Right. It's amazing to see the governor of a state, groveling to any sort of, executive or CEO or anyone is sad enough. But then there's just something about, a governor having to grovel to Bitcoin miners, begging them to please don't put so much power on our grid. Well, what do these Bitcoin miners do? What service do they provide? Are they providing some sort of do they create a product?
Yeah, it's a great question, Matt. What product are AI and Bitcoin miners providing to the world that they are, increasing energy prices at the rate that they are? I mean, just by pure demand, right? That's why partly everybody's, energy prices are going up, because they're using every form of energy possible that exists, including creating their own nuclear facilities to try and feed these server farms, and it's out of control. And this was from 2 years ago. It's only gotten just drastically worse in the last 2 years, exponentially worse, in fact.
They provide some sort. Maybe they create some sort of service that people are entertained by, or they use it for their work, their business. No, it's literally just these people. Really, what you see now, it's almost getting beyond that. I mean, it's been beyond that, but some people do have money to do it on their own. But we're literally talking about mega capitalists here who are creating these giant rigs inside what is essentially like what you would use for like a storage facility or something, like huge warehouses. And they're just buying up all these graphics cards and processing power. And they create these huge mining rigs. And in the case of Bitcoin, what they do is they mine Bitcoin. And to do so, what they basically do is they solve these extremely difficult mathematical equations that are specifically made to be difficult just so they do all this work, so they can make Bitcoin transactions get entered onto the blockchain. Basically,
it's also causing GPU prices to go up. They certainly are. I mean, it's adding inflation everywhere when you think about it, because it's enriching a whole bunch of already rich assholes who now get to spend even more money on stuff. So to some degree, they are going to add to inflation in that way as well, which is just super exciting for everybody.
they create a new block on the chain. And when they do this, they get rewarded with a little bit of Bitcoin. And they're spending tons and tons of money to make these rigs bigger, because as more Bitcoin is mined, these mathematical equations get more difficult, and less Bitcoin are rewarded as time goes on. But it certainly is a profitable venture if they're spending all this money to mine.
Yeah, but the fact is, the proof of work model, is causing huge amounts of energy consumption, and it doesn't even make sense, I think, on a long-term basis once all of these coins are actually mined. I mean, what else will they ever have to even talk about? They'll run out of things to talk about at that point. And that's the whole. That is what has gotten Bitcoin and crypto to where it is now. Is talk, is hype. There's nothing behind it. There's no value it's creating. It's a net negative on the world, right? Because not only are these people out there that are taking rakes from all these transactions, right? Whether it be the miners or the like the Ethereum gas takers, like all these people who are facilitating these transactions are taking a bunch of money, right? There's already that aspect of it where continuously the system's taking money out of it, much more than like Visa or MasterCard are taking from their fees. And there's already, issues with them, their monopolies. But these are these are oligarchy, techno oligarchies. But then you got the addition of the fact of how much energy is being used. So not only is there a bunch of money being taken out of the system to actually make it work, but there's also a bunch of energy that's being taken out that's also being paid for by someone somewhere. It's just a net negative.
Bitcoin, and they have to be getting enough Bitcoin for it to be profitable in return.
That's one aspect that really upsets me about it. Is like it's already a perverted utopia with the whole like solving math equations thing. Because I remember having a PS3, I think it was, and they had this protein folding thing where you could download this and you could decide to burn energy at your house, but just keep your PlayStation on, solving these equations that were like some sort of gene research. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was like figuring out how like chromosomes and shit work. It's above my pay grade, frankly, but like I felt like I was doing something because like science blogs were like, hey, this really helps us. And
right, you could use your computer to by connecting it to the internet to link up as a network, a very sort of early sort of neural network, if you will, to help boost the compute power for researchers. There's an actual good thing. You don't actually need cryptocurrency for that, though, right? You just need computers. You don't actually need. There's no necessity for the existence of the blockchain to do that.
It's just like pointless shit, basically aimed at scarcity. Right? Because this is like we only want a certain number of it, so we have to. How can we do a scarcity? Well, you have to. There's only a certain amount that can be coined. I don't know. Let's bring it back to a more. Go ahead.
But you know what? It's really complicated on purpose. This isn't a system that's so complicated because it needs to be. We're not, this isn't rocket science. It's purposefully difficult for people to understand because they don't want you to get basically how pointless and convoluted it all is. They throw all.
Pauses. One thing that I think about to myself all the time, because I hear constantly from these crypto idiots, about the term fiat, right? And how all government currency is fiat and it's not based on anything. It's no longer on the gold standard. Well, we got off of the gold standard because the last time we were on the gold standard, it led to really bad stuff like the Gilded Age and the Great Depression. Right, which is why we essentially got off of it eventually, because we understood that it created more volatility in our system. And the fact is, crypto is also fiat. The definition, fiat just means made out of nothing, right? That's loosely the definition of it, right? Is that is backed up by nothing. But the fact is, crypto is also fiat. It's more based on nothing than any government currency. Because all government currencies are based on the fact that they are backed by the government itself. Instead, you've given up the government for Elon Musk. You've given up the government for techno billionaires, right? How's that better? How's that better? What if you switched Elon Musk with, I don't know, George Soros or Jeff Bezos, right? I know there's certain billionaires that right-wingers really hate, and then there's some sort of schism, some sort of a disconnect there. I don't understand quite, but yeah, it's very frustrating to me that they bring this up because they don't actually solve fiat. It's not based on anything. They're not on the gold standard. Crypto is not gold, even though people have claimed it's digital gold. It's not actually digital gold. It's not based on. There's no vault of gold. There's no Fort Knox of crypto somewhere. Is backed by the full faith and credit of the Winklevoss twins, I guess. All right, let's talk a few environmental stories here. Let's go to California. Just earlier today, about 10 hours ago.
We are following breaking news out of Northern California, where communities along the coast are under a tsunami warning.
The area was reportedly hit by a 7.3 magnitude earthquake just a short time ago. We don't have a lot of details, but we want to go to NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, what do we know so far?
Yeah, this is a strong to a very strong earthquake. Serious situation with the tsunami warnings in effect and people being told to leave the lower elevations down by any water, especially by the coast. So this is where the earthquake happened. Our computers, we can kind of take them. Anything above a 7.0 shows up on our maps here. And it looks like there's actually two. I had one that from the USGS that was marked as a 7.0. I know you're mentioning a 7.3. So we'll have to get and sort that out. But the bottom line is the very strong shake map is right near Crescent City here in this area. I'll get a closer view of that. But this tsunami warning, which goes up into southern Oregon, all the way back down to the San Francisco Bay, if there is a tsunami that was produced by this, it would be traveling along the coast. It would expect to arrive in San Francisco in roughly about 30 to 45 minutes.
Now, you may have figured it out, or maybe not, but no tsunami hit the West Coast. The 7.0 magnitude earthquake that happened out in the Pacific Ocean did not result in a wave coming and hitting any of the coast. So you can rest easy on that one. Hey, thank you for the super chat, Nadia. Proof of stake needs much further work to become distributed ledgers with power draw comparable to present client server payment and transfer. Well, I mean, it very well may. But I guess my question is why do it? Why? What does it solve still? We still haven't figured out what it solves. Until we figure out what it solves, I don't think we should be putting any work into it. That's my personal opinion on all this. You'll never know if your tsunami ball works? Ah, rats. Well, hold on to it, just in case.
Right now, approximately 12:10 p.m. is when they're expecting it to be closest to San Francisco Bay. We don't have confirmation that there's definitely a tsunami, but there's a possibility. The depth of this earthquake was at 10 kilometers. So that's roughly about 6 miles. Not considered super shallow, but it's not also deep. And that's the reason why we have the tsunami warning out here. So let's get a closer view. This is the closest area of California to the actual quake. If we had enough on the shake map for any damage to structures, it would be being reported shortly in Eureka, Rio Dell, all the way to Gerberville. Fort Bragg's not too far away from this either. And just to give you a comparison about, how unusual this is, on our planet every year, we only have 18 earthquakes this strong. And this one just happened just off the California coast. We'll give you more details.
So earthquake of this magnitude is very, very rare. Just generally speaking, like on the Earth. So yeah, very powerful. It's almost guaranteed there will be some sort of aftershock within the next couple of days. There's no real guarantee of that, but they're very frequent when it comes to earthquakes of this size. I think I have one more on this. Yeah, CNN.
We have some breaking news. There is a tsunami warning for parts of California and Oregon after a 7.0 magnitude earthquake struck offshore. CNN's Chad Myers is live in the CNN Weather Center. So, Chad, this is the northern part of California. What more do we know?
This was a 7.0 earthquake just off the coast of Northern California. So there could have been a tsunami generated, a significant tsunami with inundation onto the land, Alex. This could be something here. We don't know numbers yet. Obviously, we don't know what the wave would have been. We don't know where it is right now, but we do know that Northern California very...
Hold on, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here.
The coast there in Northern California. This would be considered a strong to a very strong quake. So this was a significant event here for the bottom of the ocean. The ocean moved in a subduction zone, likely the Cascadia Fault area there, and now the waves are coming through. It's hard to tell where high tide or low tide would have been here on these pictures. I mean, they do look like significant waves coming in, but almost every wave in the Pacific Ocean looks like a significant wave, especially in the wintertime when the big storms off the coast generate significant waves all by themselves. Get away from the water, get away from the land, get away from that coastal areas. If you're in Northern California, certainly the police there on the scene. Alex.
Important advice, that quake at 10:44, so just about 40 minutes ago. Chad, we know that you'll be keeping a close eye on that coastline. We'll come back to you when we know more. Thanks very much. With us now is seismologist Maureen Long. Maureen, this 7.0 earthquake not too long ago, just off the coast of Eureka, California. How unusual is an earthquake like this?
That's right. So, California, as we all know, is earthquake country, right? So this earthquake occurred in a part of the plate tectonic California, where we know that we have earthquakes fairly frequently, So I would say that this earthquake is, not unusual from a geologic standpoint, but certainly unsettling for those who feel strong shaking.
So how?
I mean, that's a weird way to put it, right? Because they're much less frequent, but I guess by what she's saying, them being unusual. Oh shit, my chat just disconnected. What just happened? Am I live? Okay, we're good. Oh shit, Nadia with another super chat. Thank you so much. I guess what she means scientifically is that a certain number of them probably happen, like, every so often. So it's not technically unusual. Whatever. Science.
It's science.
Maureen, should people be? I'm looking at the tsunami warning that has just been put out. Some 5 million people under this tsunami warning from Davenport, California, so that's south of San Francisco, all the way up to Lane Line, Oregon. So that's quite a bit of that coastline. And it looks like the expected time for this tsunami activity, it ranges, but started about 15 minutes ago.
Okay, good enough. Let's keep it moving. I'm feeling rushed right now. I'm on 4 hours, and we haven't gotten nearly far enough through this as I would like. All right, let's go here to this very disturbing story across the coast, off of Long Island. This came off. Off of Eyewitness News, ABC 7's channel here from yesterday. When I saw this, it gave me very weird vibes. Because we've been talking very recently about the shutting down of the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation, or whatever it's called, the AMOC. And this story gave me chills. And I don't mean to make a pun.
Winter is coming.
But let's go to this story now.
Well, we are not the only ones struggling with the shift to colder temperatures. The New York Marine Rescue Center says it is helping a record number of sea turtles on Long Island who are simply freezing cold. Eyewitness News reporter Stacey Sager has a look at the life-saving work that is now being done.
They are the newest residents at the New York Marine Rescue Center here in Riverhead, and it takes a village just to get them here alive. Whenever calls from concerned citizen scientists come in. On this day, we ride down a long dirt road onto a path past a private home into the woods and over a cliff onto a remote stretch of beach here in Cutchogue. That's when we first start looking with senior biologist Jill Pryor.
So this is pretty typical to have to walk for quite a distance?
Yes, Long Island, we have those really long stretches of beaches, so sometimes we have to walk pretty far.
And with laser focus to find this little guy, a cold-stunned turtle who, like many this time of year, after a longer than usual summer, never got the cue from Mother Nature to migrate until the temperatures out here dipped too low too fast.
They have pneumonia, they have shell damage. Some of them have heartbeats of 1 beat per minute.
Do you have any sort of idea if he's alive?
He is alive, so look at this. So we'll touch the corner of their eye, which I'm not seeing a response, but if I move his slipper, he does have a small response there.
What follows here at the rescue center is a sort of 5-day triage where the turtles, oftentimes on medication, need to slowly have their temperatures brought back to normal. This season so busy because of the rapid drop in temperature.
Right. So because of how warm it has been, it has taken an incredibly long time for the current to overturn, become colder, bring some of that cold water down from the Arctic, but it happened, and it happened suddenly when the water was just so warm. So these turtles were not ready for it, and that's part of the problem with the way our climate is rapidly changing right now. And not that this wouldn't happen at all, in lieu of that, but it's contributing, and there's no way to say it isn't, really. Frogs do that. Yeah, true, right. Yeah, I mean, lizards do it on land at winter too. But, these turtles usually do technically migrate with the current down to warmer waters for the season, but because of the lack of signs, there was an unexpected number that they are finding over here off the beach of Long Island. All right, now let's go to. Wait, is this? I forget what museum this is at, but let's go to a New York museum before we leave. New York, New York.
We are thrilled to unveil the magnificent Stegosaurus specimen A-Pump.
It's pretty sweet.
People are really excited about this fossil because Stegosaurus.
Now, apparently somebody bought this Stegosaurus for $45 million fucking dollars and then loaned it to the museum. How generous of them. I'm sure it, it would look great in your living room, but, they decided, put it here.
This is an iconic dinosaur. It was discovered 150 years ago, and it's really captured people's imaginations because of its distinctive appearance. It's also central to early discoveries of dinosaurs, so to the history of paleontology. And honestly, everyone has their own favorite dinosaur, but Stegosaurus is up there in the top 5. So,
Nadia's from New York. I know you're from New York. You know how I remember it, honestly? The way I first remembered it is because I noticed that your initials are NYC. I don't know if that's happenstance or what, but it helped me remember it. I know that.
It's hard not to get excited about a really complete, large individual of this animal.
I really like it because it's like really cool and it's really big. And it's amazing that it spent 10,000 years in the ground.
It was more. Where is this kid's parents? Is there a teacher somewhere? Can't this reporter get in here? 10,000? Come on, kid. Not even close. I know he's young, but somebody needs to get in here and tell him that he's like factor of 1,000 more than that. 10,000 off? What's a 10,000 times 10,000? He's 100. The Stegosaurus lived 150-ish odd million years ago. And this young man is, I don't know. Hopefully his parents aren't like Bible thumpers telling him that they lived 10,000 years ago. Oh boy. Made me sad. Made me sad when I heard that. All right, let's go to Malaysia, to something else that made me sad. Okay. South China Morning Post 3 days ago. Malaysia got hit same time that India got hit. And the results, well, you shall see just momentarily. Entire towns are underwater in Malaysia. 140,000 people are the number of Malaysians displaced by floods. That's a lot. I've lived here for 25 years, and this is the first time I've witnessed flooding this severe. The floodwater started inundating the area during the night. The floods hit as students are scheduled to sit the Malaysian Certificate of Education exams. The country's education minister has faced criticism for refusing to postpone the tests. Yeah, that seems fucked up. The SPM plays a key role in determining students' eligibility for future studies and university. Boy, it seems weird. I don't know why you would do such a thing. People are suffering from the flood disaster. Can't you postpone the exam? Rizal Raslam. The situation is equally dire in neighboring Thailand. Floods affected more than 640,000 households across 10 provinces since November 22nd. Thailand's Department of Disaster Prevention and Mitigation has set up 200 temporary shelters. The region's monsoon season runs from November to March. So this is AP, I think. Speaking of things with two initials, PB, thank you for the super sticker. It's a beautiful lemon you got there. I feel loved. I feel loved. I appreciate you all. Perhaps we'll make it another month. I heard about that second wave of flooding. I really hope that doesn't happen. I hope that we are prepared for the second wave. Let's hope all the people here in this village can prepare for the second wave. Yeah, that's not great. So if you didn't get what this guy is saying here, Malaysia just got done, a couple days ago, getting hit by that first flood. Now another storm is coming, and it's going to hit them a second time in 3 days. Asia has been having a real tough time with the floods recently. Last couple months, from the Philippines all the way over to basically here.
Now, residents in Rantau, Panjang, a flood-hit Malaysian town on the border with Thailand, kept a watchful eye on the situation as authorities issued a second flood warning, even though floodwaters were starting to recede. Peninsular Malaysia, particularly its northeastern coast and southern Thailand, have been battered by torrential rains, which fueled floods that killed dozens of people and damaged homes, transport links, and thousands of acres of rice crops.
There are many flood victims this year. Even at the corners of the stairs, there were people sitting. It was really crowded. There weren't enough tents because there were so many people.
I've lived here for 25 years and this is the first time I've...
Okay, we already heard this guy talk.
3,000 were evacuated during the height of the floods. Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim said that the rains were far beyond expectations, with some east coast areas getting more than 6 months worth of rainfall between November 26th and November 30th.
These photos are insane.
Now, some residents have begun returning to submerged homes during the day to clean up as flood waters recede. Yet they still stay at the evacuation center as authorities remain on guard for a second wave of floods this week. Malaysia's meteorological department said that it expects thunderstorms, heavy rain, and strong winds in 9 states and 2 federal territories. It had
Okay. Let's move away from this storm. That's just... Wow. I just figured we would look at this. I mean, it happened around the same time. We were talking about the devastation in India. We completely missed what happened in Thailand. So I figured it'd be a good time for us to get in that. Probably be talking about it again soon, since they're apparently going to get hit by more floods. Poor fucking people. And COP29 was a complete slap in the face to those very people. Where, the West, essentially, the most powerful economic nations and largest contributors to climate change, all essentially fifth? It wasn't a half. They committed, in quotes, to 1/5 of what was asked by developing nations and nations that are at most risk of climate change and impending rising waters like this. And oh god, after that conference, I'm more mad about this stuff than I usually am, and I'm already pretty upset about it most days. All right, break time. It's that time. Do we deserve different music today? I feel like we kind of do, but it's too much effort. It's too much effort right now. Can't do it. Alrighty, space intermission. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that little bell icon while you're at it. Otherwise, you'll miss all the latest galactic content. Now, once you've done both of those things, I do recommend and implore you consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways that we have available to you. Things like Patreon and PayPal, Cash App. You also have YouTube, of course, super stickers, super chats, hopefully very, very soon, I think. I thought we'd get them sooner, but memberships too there, but still not yet. You can get a subscription if you want. on Patreon or Twitch. Still being suppressed on YouTube. They actually haven't even paid me yet. I've been waiting an entire month. We got monetized on November 6th. It's now December 6th. And it's basically all crickets. Anyways, if you want to help keep the Galactic News Network alive while I am not getting paid by YouTube still, do consider becoming a member on Patreon, which is only $3 a month, and all sorts of super sweet benefits. So don't forget that. Also, all the other cool places, like PayPal and Cash App, do actually give me that money immediately, so that's always good. All right, what was I doing? Ah, yes, taking a break. All right, chat, I'll be right back. Well, you know what that means. It means it's time for you, space fams, to get back in your damn seat. Otherwise, you're gonna miss all that sweet, sweet galactic content. And of course, we must start off the final half with the ever obligatory, ever necessary, ever expansive space news. And this time, space news has in fact come down to Earth and affected. Oh wait, I'm on the wrong one. Hello, here I am. Yeah. Space news has intermingled with Earth news and caused problems for one woman in New York. Specifically, Long Island. Let's see what's going on here. In a galaxy very close to home.
A woman on Long Island says that she's getting traffic tickets from all over the country. But get this, she stopped driving 4 years ago. Jennifer McLogan spoke to her about why this could be happening.
These came yesterday from Chicago. Speeding tickets, they're $100 each.
In 2020, Beta Corey of Huntington surrendered her license plate, sold her car, and stopped driving.
I don't have a car. I don't drive. Those plates are turned.
Yet walks to her mailbox, bring the retiree unwanted surprises.
They're persistent, and they keep sending me tickets.
Her old custom plates honored Star Trek and the Enterprise spaceship NCC 1701. Sold online, right? For $15 on Amazon and eBay, some Trekkies have been replacing their real plates with these novelties.
See that map?
And getting away with it. There are free tickets.
She has a whole map.
Are being mailed to Corey.
Red light, speeding, parking, school zone.
Easy Pass tolls.
I got phone calls from Ohio police chief looking for the plates because they were involved in a robbery.
The DMV says
God.
novelty plates being used illegally on the
Trek
roads
fans.
is a matter for law enforcement, that nothing in its system connects Corey to her former plate. The DMV tells us that it's up to each state and billing entity to make sure it is utilizing the most up-to-date New York DMV data. She does.
Damn, dude. That's fucked up. Oh, God. That's rough. That's rough. And she just did it because she loved Star Trek. And then she stopped driving, but she was... Oh, God. And then she just started getting inundated by these tickets. It's horrifying. God. Well, hopefully some sort of galactic solution will be found for this woman. Now let's talk about a different galactic thing I found incredibly fascinating. Let's go here to Nova PBS official from a day ago. Why this dwarf planet is shaped like an egg. I go, what?
Would you jump up?
A rocky world with a radius under 200 miles will tend to be oddly shaped, while everything with a radius larger than about 200 miles is a sphere. That is, almost everything. Haumea, out in the depths of the solar system, is a rule breaker. This is a world about 1,300 miles long, 1,000 miles wide, and less than 700 miles high.
Galactic egg.
And it isn't alone. Ice orbit Haumea, making an unexpected and odd system. The first like it ever discovered.
Haumea was such an exciting discovery because it's large enough to be round, but for some strange reason, it's shaped like a football.
So if its odd shape is not due to its size, then what is it? Turns out, Haumea is spinning incredibly quickly. This world is spinning so fast, it experiences an entire day and night in under 4 hours. It's the fastest known rotating object in the Kuiper Belt.
Really illustrative of the process, but that is what scientists believe has caused this phenomenon. That being centrifugal forces over literally eons. Okay. You know, we'll do this space story tomorrow. Tomorrow. Let's go to France for the first Earth news. All right, that was more German. That was fucked up. All right.
France's government has collapsed after a vote of no confidence in the Prime Minister, Michel Barnier. The move plunges the country.
So sad. Michel Barnier, of course. We predicted it here. I don't even know if I'm... Alright, I'm a little gleeful, but not a lot, because it's sad for French people, because now they have to go once again without a functioning government, while Emmanuel Macron just sort of, you know, continues to institute horrifying neoliberal policies that aren't really helping anybody. Or not no one, but not enough people, and are in fact not what voters voted for in the most recent snap election, which Emmanuel Macron called himself. So, you know, it's not as if he didn't invite this criticism himself, because after, you know, having multiple candidates recommended to him over a multiple month period in which he did absolutely nothing about actually putting someone in the assembly at the head of it as a prime minister, he decided, nah, you know, I don't like any of those. I don't like any of those options. I'm going to go with my own person who might as well be, you know, in Marine Le Pen's party, the National Rally. Might as well have been almost in the National Rally. Not quite. I mean, I'm being a little inflammatory, but it was fucked up. It was a fucked up pick. And yeah, vote of no confidence happened, and he has now stepped down. It's you know, it's almost like we could have predicted it.
To a political and financial crisis. It's the first time the French government has been brought down in such a vote since 1962.
Yeah.
The left-wing bloc in the country's national executive and Marine Le Pen's hard-right National Rally.
So this isn't exactly a glowing endorsement of Emmanuel Macron's presidency here at this moment. I mean, 60 years without this happening. And it's never happened in 3 months. I mean, 3 months? It was barely 3 months. It's, oh my god. I feel like 3 months is stretching it. I don't know, I can't remember the exact day it happened, but it feels like it's been less time.
Combined to oust Mr. Barnier after he pushed through a budget without a vote. That budget is now null and void, and a weakened President Macron will have to try to find someone else to appoint. Well, in a moment, we'll speak to our Europe editor, Katya Adler, about what this turmoil in Europe's second largest
the original
country means
suggestions
for the
they
EU.
had. What's her name? Fuck. She's like a socialist. Oh, God, I can't remember her name.
First, let's go live to Paris and to our correspondent there, Andrew Harding. Andrew.
Yes, good evening, Rita. The voting took place in the Parliament building behind me just a few hours ago this evening in Paris. But essentially, it all became inevitable earlier this summer when the French people voted a parliament that was completely deadlocked, unable to agree on anything, no interest in coalition or consensus. A coalition government of sorts, a very fragile one, was scraped together.
Right. If you want to know who the person was that was originally, or the last person that was nominated by the NFP, which is the coalition which won the election by a plurality, they nominated someone by the name of Lucie Castet. It's Castetts.
But it looked very vulnerable from the start, and tonight was the moment that it fell. What happens next is unclear, but it looks like France is entering a period, perhaps for months, of deep political and perhaps financial instability.
Yeah, it's not great when you don't have a functional government, you know? It's not the vibe. It's not a good vibe. Also, it's just not great for...
France has no prime minister, no government.
Signing laws, too. Unvibes related.
France has no prime minister, no government, and no budget after a historic no confidence vote in Parliament here. Prime Minister Michel Barnier just submitted his resignation here in the presidential palace to President Emmanuel Macron. There are growing calls for Macron himself to step down, but he's been insisting, including in recent days, that he will serve out until the end of his term in 2027. Macron has been...
Yeah, nothing will deter Emmanuel Macron. He's still got 3 years, two-ish years left here. I mean, come on. It's not like his government has been a complete failure or anything. All right. Now let's go south. Way south. To a country on the west coast of Africa, might be familiar with, called Angola, one of the only Portuguese colonies in Africa. I think it's like one of 5 or something in comparison to, you know, Britain and England, who did most of the colonizing. Portugal, we rarely talk about their sort of impact on Africa, but they certainly had some. Specifically on this country, that's for sure as well. Now Portugal is no longer in charge of Angola. It's been, I think, 100 years. I think it was like in the 1800s. I'm sorry, I guess that would make it 200 years. Was it I think it was mid 1800s that Portugal left. Why can't I just write notes down when I'm doing these things? Because I just riff, that's why. Point is, Angola is its own country. They've been recently talking to a guy by the name of Joe Biden.
I'm staying in the race.
About a railway project, which the U.S. economy, U.S. is hoping will benefit its economy here soon. Let's talk about that project a little bit. Here's the AP archive from a day ago to start us off. Was it post-World War II? Is it? Is that why I said 100 years first? It's so fucked up. Why do I think it was the 1800s? Probably because I feel like a lot of the colonies were kind of over by then, to some degree, or at least we're wrapping up by then. Okay, well, thank you for reminding me of that. I assume that's correct.
Since the green economy will have a lot more impact on the global economy going forward, If the US has a lead in that, they are most likely going to maintain their global leadership of the global economy. If they don't maintain that, you could argue that the Chinese are likely to then come and overtake the US economy. From the US and EU point of view, it's like if we don't have access to the critical minerals for the green economy, we'll lag behind in terms of greening the global economy. And so the Lobito Corridor is seen as that gateway to the critical minerals that come out of Congo and Zambia. With their setting up of the Lobito Corridor, there should be a lot more trade between Congo and Zambia and the western side of the globe, so to speak. Why do I say the western side? Because presently, most of the critical mineral resources and the strategic minerals are exported out of the eastern side of Africa, mostly through Dar es Salaam, into China and Asia.
China.
Okay. Let's see here. All right, yeah, let's continue this discussion more now. At Democracy Now!
President Biden is in Angola today.
The human rights group Amnesty International accused Israel of committing genocide in the Gaza Strip.
What's happening? Stop this madness.
President Biden is in Angola today, becoming the first sitting U.S. president.
Most of the colonies stopped after post-World War II in Africa? Yeah, maybe I'm thinking... I think there's at least a few examples, and I think I'm thinking of South Africa as being representative of the whole continent, but it's not. Because that happened, I think, pre-World War I
African country.
Ending, didn't
the
it?
trip is also Biden's first to a sub-Saharan nation as president. Biden is there in part to promote a multi-billion-dollar rail project that the U.S. hopes will counter Beijing's influence in the region. The project would connect the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Zambia to Angola's port of Wobegon, allowing the U.S. to exploit the region's vast mineral resources, including copper and cobalt. The ongoing plundering of resources from the DRC by the U.S. and Europe has led to decades of devastating war, poverty, and environmental destruction. President Biden's visiting Angola as the country prepares to mark the 50th anniversary of its 1975 independence from Portugal. Biden's meeting today with Angola's president. He's also scheduled to give a speech at the country's National Slavery Museum. We're joined now by two guests. Antonio Tomas is an Angolan scholar and associate professor of anthropology at the University of California, Irvine. He's the author of In the Skin of the City, Spatial Transformation in Luanda, and is completing a new book about the civil war in Angola. And Zenaida Machado is the Angola and Mozambique senior researcher at Human Rights Watch. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Antonio Tomas, let's begin with you. Can you talk about the significance of President Biden first sitting U.S. president to visit Angola, and tell us about Angola's history?
Amy, thank you so much and for having me. It's a historical trip to Angola. It's a historical visit, particularly in the context of relationships between Angola and US. As we know, Angola and US haven't been properly friends or foes, in the sense that Angola took the side of communist pro-Soviet during the Cold War, right? And then the US were supporting the regimes that tried to uproot the MPLA from power, right? First on the side of the Portuguese during colonialism, and then on the side of FNLA, and then UNITA, and so on. The US only recognized Angola's independence in 1991, 16 years after Angola became independent in 1975. And of course, it has been an effort of, it's a victory of Angolan diplomacy, and because a lot of people have put money and resources and time to get these trips, to get these visiting happening, but it comes also with a lot of problems.
It certainly has. Thank you for the super chat, Nadia. Settler colonists got expelled post World War II and replaced with CIA coups and puppets. That and tons of civil wars and other sorts of things. I mean, those wars were often funded by different nations, including the US. Russia's gotten pretty heavily involved recently. China hasn't done so much of the funding of the warring so much. I think China has taken a different approach than most Western powers, if you will, at least from what I can tell. I think it kind of pisses off the United States a lot that they've decided to do it differently and be like, hey, how about if we build you some roads? How about if we build you some roads and we're going to use the roads too, and we're going to extract some resources, but you're going to have the roads when we're done. How's that sound? And then the US is like, wait, what? That doesn't sound right at all. How's that? That's wrong. And I'm not saying it's a perfect relationship or anything. There's certainly corruption involved on both sides of that equation, but, I think it's interesting to see the sort of dichotomy there.
And you mentioned the civil war that occurred, all the great powers that got involved. Also, Cuba supplied up to 50,000 soldiers to support the MPLA in that war. What was the outcome after the MPLA was able to be victorious in terms of the social conditions of the people of Angola?
It has to be said that the U.S. has always been on the losing side in all the major interventions in Angola, right? They were with the Portuguese lost. They were with FNLA lost. They were with Savimbi's UNITA, and Savimbi UNITA lost, right? And now they with the MPLA, and I believe that MPLA lost the next election as well. So the U.S. has always been on the losing side when it comes to Angola. And of course, it was a major confrontation of two mighty powers during the Cold War. On the one side, the Angola government, the forces of Angolan government, backed by Soviet Union and Cuban troops and so on. And the other side, apartheid South Africa, backed by CIA and supporting UNITA, Savimbi, and so on. And it was tragic for the country, because we're still facing a lot of problems. We're still solving problems of the consequences and how the Cold War has played out in Angola.
Okay, hold on. This thing's like 25 minutes long. We got a bunch of stuff to talk about, as usual, so we gotta just watch the snippets. Let's go ahead slightly here.
If you can talk about the significance, I mean, of this first ever trip of a sitting U.S. president to Angola, and what it means that it is tied to the strengthening of business links and what these links are. Why is President Biden there, Zenaida?
Thank you so much for having me. I was listening to the previous guest, and there's one thing that stuck to my mind, the legacy of the Cold War. And one of the legacies of the Cold War in Angola is the habit of propaganda. I mean, doing things for the world to see. And I think this visit by Biden to Angola is a bit of that. Is a visit that tackles the exterior, not the internal problems of Angola. It's focused only on business, on a project that will mostly benefit those that will import from the minerals in Central Africa, but less of Angolans, the majority of Angolans. And if you are in Angola today, you probably also feel the same way, that a lot of these visits has excluded the majority of Angolans. They have been given 2 public holidays, today and yesterday and today. They cannot come even close to where the Biden convoy will pass to.
Wow.
And those, for example, that wanted to use this opportunity to freely protest and show the American authorities how much they are grieved by the policies that have been adopted by subsequent governments of Angola, were not allowed to do so. So that's the Angola we are talking about. So if you ask what is the significance of this visit to a majority of Angolans, they'll probably say, well, it's a big show. It puts Angola on the map. Angola becomes an important country for the world. João Lourenço, of course, is a big achievement diplomatic for him. But what about the large part of Angolans that are still living under $1 USD per day?
Yeah, great question. What about them? Will they see the benefits of this? To be seen. TBD. TBD. And honestly, we could attempt to D right now. And I mean, it's highly likely that they will not reap an equitable amount of the benefits. That's not 100%, but just saying, you could start guessing on some things here. Well, I guess we'll stay. I gotta stay tentatively optimistic on something. I'm so pessimistic about so much. Would like to think it'll bring benefits to Angola and the people that live there. Okay. All right, now let's talk about the Middle East. Let's go north. Straight to talking about Gaza. And if you didn't hear, we talked about this a couple of days ago. We're not going to watch this video right now, but we did watch a video in which Palestine's ambassador went on Channel 4 and said that the PLO and Hamas have come to some sort of a diplomatic political agreement that they would form essentially one government, which would rule both the West Bank and Gaza and whatever future state might exist. Which was a hugely interesting and, honestly very important development in all of this. Now, let's talk about Gaza and what that state will look like, as recently I can't remember who was the first to break this, but some number of people now have reported that there are apparently military bases popping up in the north of Gaza, a place that Israel has done absolutely everything they can to evacuate of all human life, especially Palestinian life. And apparently, the allegations are that Israel is building military bases in North Gaza, which, you know, kind of flies in the face of so many things. So many things. Official history. Both Uzanians get it falsified. Oh, you're getting deep. Okay, alright. Well, I appreciate the super chat. I really do. Talking Operation Gladio now. Let's... Damn. Stay focused. We're going to the Middle East. To the Middle East. And let's look at this little fucking press conference here. Vedant Patel of the State Department had to say about those military bases a couple days ago. Switch screen.
Go ahead, Said.
I'm changing topics.
Sure.
Talk about Gaza.
Yeah.
Well, according to the New York Times, Israel is building a base or bases in central Gaza, which is an indication that they are there to stay. Do you have any comment on that? Is the administration able to do anything to undo this or to make sure that this does not happen?
Said, I've seen those reports, and I will leave it to the Israeli government to speak to their veracity or not. Certainly would not be for us to speak to, but on that site, if they are true, certainly they would be inconsistent with a number of the principles that Secretary Blinken laid out in Tokyo about a year ago of what our viewpoint is when it comes.
Is it quiet for you? It's full volume.
So,
I'll try and turn it up a little bit more over here.
That would most certainly be the case.
Hopefully that helps.
Key among them is that there cannot be any reduction in territory of Gaza. Beyond that, there can also be no forced displacement of Palestinians from their home, and they must be allowed to return safely to their homes in the north as soon as the conditions allow. So first and foremost, should this be true, it would be inconsistent with the principles that the Secretary laid out in Tokyo. I will leave it to the Israeli government to speak to that reporting. It's really not for us to speak to.
But certainly you have the means to, to determine the veracity of these claims or these reports.
I don't have.
You would have to wait for the Israelis.
I don't have it.
That we are building bases.
I don't have an assessment to offer from a peer side on
the United States is. It's not. It's involved in this process.
Side,
all throughout.
As you so know, we don't have any boots on the ground in Gaza. Beyond that, I don't have a.
Sometimes I feel bad for Vedant, but then he says words, and I'm like, forget it. But it does feel like he's on the brink right now, and he's basically like the last line. Like, everybody hates Anthony Blinken so much. He's done doing press conferences, and they're like, Vedant, you can do it, buddy. You can take all of the heat for the entire administration. Go out there. And I feel like some days I look at this guy, I'm like, he is losing years on his life right now. We're watching a man age by the end of this. I mean, I don't know how old he is, but I know he's not that old. But goddamn. Oh, Vedant. Got a tough job
for us to speak to on the veracity of these. If they are, it would most certainly be inconsistent with what we want to see for the region, and certainly would be inconsistent with the principles that the
certainly wouldn't want
laid
that
out in Tokyo. And should they be true, it's certainly something that we will raise quite seriously with our partners in Israel. But I don't have an assessment to offer. So
this must be one of the most surveilled pieces of real estate anywhere in the world, especially by the United States and by its allies. You can't tell me you don't know what's going on in Gaza.
Said, we of course know what's going on in Gaza. We of course are.
But what makes Gladio something to be said in a derisive tone? I didn't mean it in a derisive tone. I didn't. Sometimes I'm not as adept as I think I am. But I guess I was just merely laughing about how long it would take us to unpack all of that right now. That's all. It was merely a derisive. If anything, I was deriding the idea that we had time to get into it. Not that it was in any way, I don't know, but
very close attention to what's happening in Gaza as it relates to this particular piece of reporting, which
I look good on the big screen.
I'll just note comes from.
Would you put me on TV? Make sure you get my good side.
a media outlet. It's not any kind of government-to-government announcement or government-to engagement. I don't have anything else to offer beyond what I just said.
No,
well, I tell you that Volker Turk, the chief UN human rights person, or chief human rights chief.
I forgot about this. I feel like this was on purpose. Forbes was like, fuck you guys. How dare you want to talk about the human rights chief? Saeed. Rights for humans? Come on.
As you know, a signatory to the Geneva Convention, he's calling on everybody, as a matter of fact, to do something that you are obligated under the Geneva Convention to actually do something. Why are you not doing anything?
We are deeply concerned about the humanitarian toll in Gaza and the high number of civilian casualties, and we are continuing to press Israel to maximize and streamline the existing crossings and open more crossings to help further address the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. On top of that, we want to see an end to the war, and that's what we're trying to accomplish, and that's what we have continued to be engaged on for quite some time now, and we'll continue to work at this till the very last hour of this administration.
But being concerned and doing something are two separate things. Saeed, I'm sure there's a great deal of concern and there's a great deal of anger and frustration in this building, but we don't see any action.
Respectfully, Saeed, I would take issue with that because over the course of over the course of the totality of this conflict, when we have seen things that are inconsistent with what we want to see for the region, when we have seen things that are inconsistent for what we want to see for Gaza, when we've seen things that are inconsistent with what we want to see for the Palestinian people.
What, like crossing that red line that existed, what was it, 9 months ago?
We've said so. Sometimes we've said so publicly. Every time we've said so privately, and we have raised this directly with our partners in Israel. And I needn't point further than some of the specific areas in which we have asked for remediation when it comes to humanitarian aid. I would point back to the first days of the administration in which it was the work of this secretary that really helped unlock
Anthony
the
Blinken?
initial influx of humanitarian aid.
Anthony Blinken is directly responsible for the influx of humanitarian aid? Hold on. Let me just check for footage on that. Oh, looks like it's mostly that aid pier and telling Israel they've been bad, but not actually saying the word bad, and just saying that they needed to do more about aid. So I guess he's directly responsible for really the starving Palestinians. Because, of course, aid has not increased going into the Gaza Strip. Let's go on. You know what doesn't help getting aid in? I don't know. Doing airstrikes. And, of course, Israel has not let up on those whatsoever. Let's go here. CBS News from a day ago.
The Israeli military says the body of a hostage has been recovered from Gaza in a joint operation. The IDF says 38-year-old Itai Sforsky was kidnapped by Hamas on October 7th and killed in captivity. This comes as Israel launched a series of airstrikes Wednesday targeting the Palestinian territory. CBS News foreign correspondent Deborah Patta reports. Deborah.
Just a day after the Israeli military issued new evacuation orders, tanks pushed into Khan Yunis in Gaza today. And earlier, a massive strike at a tented displacement camp near there killed at least 21 people. Following the latest Israeli evacuation orders and with shells crashing near residential areas, families had fled to the nearby humanitarian designated area of Al-Mawasi, which is a sprawling coastal camp housing hundreds of thousands of Palestinians displaced by war. But then a massive strike caught on camera by CBS News ripped through the very camp Palestinians were sheltering in. Tents were set ablaze as residents battled to put out raging fires. There are no real safe zones in Gaza, and most of its 2.3 million people have already been displaced multiple times. The strike on Al-Mawasi came after Israeli forces struck targets across Gaza today, with the death toll climbing well over 47, and many of those killed, hospital officials say, are children. Back to you.
Deborah Patta in East Jerusalem, thank you.
Jesus Christ. All right, now this is, I think, the AP. This is from 9 hours ago, showing the aftermath of those strikes.
فجأة الصاروخ بضرب بنزل هنا وكذا صاروخ حزام ناري لأنه صار أخطر من تفجير. التفجير اللي صار عندنا امبارح مش طبيعي يا ناس. التفجير صار في أشلاء وقتلى.
Left many missing body parts on people.
اللي بقول إنه المواصل مناطق إنسانية.
Yeah, those are lentils. This is food. You know, stuff that people are supposed to be eating. Those look like beans right there on the ground. This is all food destroyed, mixed in with sand. Yeah, cans of food here, burnt to ash. Wonder if this helps the aid situation. Those who say that the Mawasi is a humanitarian zone and a safe area for the displaced. No, this is not a safe area. There's no place in the Gaza Strip that is safe. Every place in the Gaza Strip can be bombed and face killing at any moment. Jesus Christ, it's horrible. Alright, well this is a teeny tiny piece of optimistic news before we leave the Gaza Strip to talk about Syria. Let's go here to the Associated Press from 4 hours ago. And this did not get a lot of views, shockingly. Perhaps not shockingly, considering the sort of track record of these talks. But this a video of Hamas officials saying that Gaza ceasefire talks have now resumed after weeks of no talks whatsoever.
The human rights group Amnesty International accused Israel of committing genocide in the Gaza Strip during its war with Hamas, saying it has deliberately tried to destroy Palestinians.
I got one video ahead of myself. I'm so sorry. Fuck. This is actually a completely different video talking about how horrible Amnesty International has come out and claimed that Israel is committing genocide.
The human rights group Amnesty International accused Israel of committing genocide in the Gaza Strip during its war with Hamas, saying it has deliberately tried to destroy Palestinians by mounting deadly attacks, destroying vital infrastructure, and preventing the delivery of food and aid. The group said such actions could not be justified by Hamas's attack into Israel in October 2023, which ignited the war, or by the presence of militants in civilian areas.
Israel's actions have wiped out entire multi-generational families. They have destroyed Palestinian homes and livelihood, wreaked a dreadful havoc on their infrastructure and on their ties to the land. All of that comes on top of years of apartheid, dispossession, unlawful military occupation.
Amnesty also said that the U.S. and other allies of Israel could be complicit in genocide and called on them to halt arms shipments. The Biden administration says it believes the report's accusations are unfounded. Israel has adamantly rejected genocide allegations against it as anti-Semitic blood libel. It is challenging such allegations at the International Court of Justice. It called Amnesty International a, quote, deplorable and fanatical.
Wow, anti-Semitic blood libel? That's taking the accusations to another level there. And I get it. The accusations are coming in hot here now against Israel, but the evidence is unfortunately just sort of undeniable.
Organization.
With a record as long as your arm, Amnesty has a documented history of framing Israel as fundamentally illegitimate. For Amnesty, Israel was born guilty in 1948 and have been guilty ever since.
Amnesty International Israel, a local branch of the organization that was not involved in the report, also disputed the allegation of genocide, but said there were suspicions Israel had committed, quote, widespread violations of international law that may
arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Okay. Now let's go to the Hamas press conference here. Hold on, I'm going to turn the volume down a little bit.
I'm not directly involved in the negotiations
actually, I forgot.
file.
It's in English.
But what I got from our brothers and colleagues in the movement, that yes, there are reactivation of the negotiation talks, but still we don't have a solid, well-formed deal. But I think it is not a big challenge, or is it to reach a deal, because we have already, if there are intentions on the other side, Netanyahu and his government, to reach a deal, because our assessment was all the time that Netanyahu is not willing to go for a deal. I think that is.
So yeah, Hamas is hoping that resuming ceasefire talks will be fruitful. I too hope that it will lead to an actual ceasefire. It would be great. I have hoped for that multiple times now in the past and have been left wanting, unfortunately. Now let's go to Syria. And to get us into this discussion, I figured we would start it off with good old Matt Miller at the State Department. He was asked some uncomfortable questions about US's sort of support, lack of support, sort of support of US allies of Assad, and it being somewhat counter to the United States' own narrative and positions. People like Turkey.
Just come back.
As well as, it's an interesting situation, honestly, and very confusing. There's so many different groups involved. It honestly hurts my head.
To follow up on the sanctions question, or the Assad question. In recent months, you said he's a dictator with blood on his hands, but has there been talks in recent months to potentially ease the sanctions on him as a, in a slight? Basically, your allies in the region have now have a relationship with him, so there was a sense that the U.S. position had softened slightly.
Well, let me say two things about that. One, with respect to our sanctions that we have imposed upon the Assad regime, they remain fully in effect. They have not changed. The Syrian regime has shown no change in behavior that would indicate that our sanctions should change. The second thing I'll say about that is, yes, we have seen countries in the region who are close partners in some cases with the United States normalize their relations with the Syrian regime. And if you recall, we were quite clear when those governments normalized relations with Syria that we did not think that was a productive step forward, and that countries should not normalize relations with Syria in exchange for no change in behavior by the Syrian regime. And
okay. That's interesting. I wonder if we'd be willing to sort of transpose, you know, sort of like just shift that policy onto other people in the region. Like, I don't know, Benjamin Netanyahu and the Knesset, the IDF. You know, I wonder if we'd be willing to do something like that.
No change in behavior by the Syrian regime, which is why we objected to those steps when they took place.
So you're saying they shouldn't have normalized relations, but now they have. Do you hope that they will push in a specific direction on Assad?
Of course, we hope that every country that has influence with the Syrian regime will push for full implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 2254, that will push for the Assad regime to actually engage with its own people, to actually engage in a dialogue and a political process with its own people, instead of continuing to engage in civil war with them.
And I think the Caesar Act sanctions have a sunset clause on December 20th. I think that's down to lawmakers to renew that, but what's the administration's position? Will you be asking for those to be renewed?
So I can't preview any steps today that we'll take with respect to Congress, but all of our sanctions, including the mandatory sanctions under the Caesar Act, remain fully in effect today.
Okay. So yeah, not planning on changing policy anytime soon, apparently. And of course, the U.S. backed these rebels at one point. These rebels also have, you know, links to Al-Qaeda. And so it's fascinating to see the sort of interplay of all these different sort of interests and supposed goals of the U.S. government and everyone else in this region. Turkey, Russia. I mean, there's like he mentioned, or was mentioned at least, the civil war in Syria includes multiple internal groups in Syria, like the HTS, like the Kurds, like like ISIS and Al Qaeda, like there's oh god, who's the other group? There's like at least one more group I can't think of. Oh god, my brain just broke. Turkey-backed rebels in the north. What's their name? My brain just broke. Anyway, let's go here. This was 2 days ago. Syrian rebels in Hama. This was after having seized Aleppo. This is video showing them going through this city. And you can see all these massive tanks on the road. The only vehicles that I mentioned this earlier, the only vehicles I've seen the rebels driving appeared to be things like Toyota Tacomas. Some of them obviously have like guns mounted on them, but the sort of things that don't really have any real chance of fighting against a tank like that right there, right? Some old Dodge Ram with a gun on it. And then you got, you know, abandoned armored tanks just sitting there while they drive by. It's strange, and like I sort of, you know, I think I said it last time we were talking about this, but it does kind of speak to the morale, if you will, inside of the Syrian army. I mean, there is. They have been engaged essentially in a civil war for a decade and a half. I mean, the fighting hasn't been this intense for a very long time, but people have been complaining about Assad for quite a while. Not everyone, but many people. Okay. Now this is from BBC. Hold on, let me get us to this video. This is from about 10 hours ago from the BBC, discussing the Syrian army's withdrawal from Hama, the city we were just looking at.
Hello, welcome to the programme, and we begin with the latest developments in Syria. And these dramatic pictures just in show Islamist rebels making another breakthrough in their surprise offensive in Syria, this time entering the strategic city of Hama, apparently unopposed. You can see the rebels riding into the city on near empty streets and being welcomed by cheering local people. Well, in these pictures, the rebels turn the cameras round and film themselves celebrating. The Syrian army says it has now withdrawn its forces from Hama, effectively ceding control there to the rebel forces. Well, the rebel campaign to seize the city began just 2 days ago, and it comes after their surprise capture of the city of Aleppo last week, which reignited the war in Syria. Let's get the very latest from our correspondent, Barbara Plett-Usher, who's monitoring events in Syria from Beirut. And Barbara, this lightning offensive by the rebels seems to be continuing apace.
Yes, as you said, they launched their offensive last week and took the city of Aleppo almost without resistance. That was a very speedy seizure of the city, which surprised everyone. And then they pushed south from Aleppo towards the next big city, Hama. There the government did put up a resistance. The Damascus sent reinforcements of soldiers to fight them off. And they have been fighting there over the past couple of days. But now they have managed to take the city. They have moved into Hama. They have actually seized control of the prison there and released inmates. And the army said it was redeploying outside Hama in order to prevent civilian casualties. So it seems to be another big retreat by the army and another big victory for the rebels. And that's really going to send shockwaves through Damascus. This is this city is on the road to Damascus, and there's one other major strategic city, Homs, in between Hum.
Yeah, and of course Damascus is the capital, and we've heard rebels talking about how their intention is to make it all the way to Damascus and to overthrow Bashar al-Assad. And in a sort of circuitous way, that's almost like the United States doing it. Okay, now let's go here. To discuss the United States' involvement in all this just a little bit more. I think this was John Kirby, at least was one Pentagon spokesperson, who was asked about U.S. involvement in the region. This was Forbes breaking news literally an hour before the stream, or actually, yeah, like an hour before the stream started, I think, something like that.
General, so concerning those 3 U.S. soldiers who are being evaluated for the potential TBI, where were they when that impact happened, what raised the concern of potential?
Yeah, again, this is all, you know, in the vicinity of MSS Euphrates, in that region down there.
Inside the wire or outside the wire?
That's as detailed as I'm going to get.
On Tuesday, I asked you whether the U.S. Provided support for SDF forces attack on the 7 villages where the SAA is located. They have positions there, and you referred me to the SDF. I'm asking you as a spokesperson for the Pentagon, did your forces provide any support for the SDF in that operation?
Look, our forces are in Syria to conduct a counter-ISIS operation, right? The enduring defeat of ISIS. They have
The enduring
with the SDF
defeat.
on those missions. Certainly,
Okay.
we communicate with the SDF on a frequent basis, as partners do. But our forces in that region were threatened. We took action to
In what way?
mitigate that threat, and we'll do
on the battleship
again. And so again, they're communicating with one another. We're aware of what.
It's not clear whether he's saying there's troops on the ground right now. The way he's talking about it's so vague. It almost sounds like there were troops on the ground that got attacked. But I think he's just bullshitting. He's just playing in Israel right now. Oh, is this just self-defense from the battleship?
SDF is doing. I'm not going to talk about SDF operations. I'll let them talk about their operations. But let me just be crystal clear. Our forces are in Syria to conduct the enduring defeat of ISIS mission. We're doing that in partnership with the SDF, and I'm just going to leave it there.
With all due respect, I'm not asking about SDF operations. I'm asking about your operations. Did the U.S. forces provide support for SDF offensive on SAA positions in those 7 villages east of
If you're
Euphrates?
asking were U.S. forces, participating in combined arms maneuver with the SDF, the answer is no. All right.
That's not my question.
Okay.
Did you provide?
I've answered the question.
So
our
I think
forces are in Syria.
I'm not getting a
Okay.
yes or no from you.
Our forces are in Syria. Okay, well, there we go. That's a little more clear, Pat. So, at least according to that statement, U.S. forces are on the ground in Syria. You have 50 likes. That's a lot of likes. All right. So apparently, yeah, forces on the ground actively participating in the overthrow of Syria right now. Highly interesting.
Illegal.
All right, let's go here, further east to Tbilisi in Georgia, where people have been protesting day in, day out, seemingly, for the last week, and, very frequently for months now, culminating in recent protests to some degree. After recent scuttling of EU negotiations by the current unelected president of Georgia. Let's just watch some of this. We don't need to watch all of it. The fact is the police have been coming out and standing off with protesters night in, night out. Images like this we've been seeing repeatedly. Now, let's go to this. Actually, this is from yesterday, showing a Georgian Georgian opposition leader being arrested by masked Georgian police.
A news camera captured the moment masked police in the Georgian capital Tbilisi detained the leader of one of the country's 4 main opposition parties, carrying what appeared to be his unmoving body toward a waiting vehicle. The party, Coalition for Change, said on Wednesday its leader, Nika Gvaramia, had been beaten unconscious. This video was published by Georgia's Formula TV channel, a pro-opposition television network. The police did not immediately respond to a request for comment.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
A spokeswoman for Coalition for Change said on X that several other party members had been detained alongside Gvaramia. A representative of another opposition party said on Wednesday police had also raided its Tbilisi offices. They said the raid had been carried out without a warrant and that no one had been detained. Separately, the Interpress news agency said that 2 members of another opposition party, Strong Georgia, had been detained by the police. Gvaramia's apparent detention comes after Georgia has been racked by 6 nights of protests against a government decision to suspend talks on the country joining the European Union.
So yeah, as you can see, things are definitely escalating here with political leaders now being arrested and detained without any criminal charges. Not a good look for a supposed democracy, although, I mean, they aren't the most functional of democracies, of course. Let's just go here. Last video on Georgia from 18 hours ago, showing the most recent night of protests.
Today it's dictatorship in Georgia, and me and my friends in my nation gathered here in order to protest this violence and corruption in government, and this is violence which is brutal, and we defend our rights and we can fight against the regime.
We fight for our freedom, and this is the main a fight for us. If we're not going to be the part of the European Union, and if we're not going to be free from the Russian, the oppression, then I don't think that who we're going to be in this world.
All right, now, you may have been waiting for it all night. Now it's time to talk about Korea. But first, before we go to South Korea, let's go to North Korea. But actually, let's just talk about North Korea, because really, something's been going on in the United States with relation to apparent North Korean operatives acting inside of the United States.
Well, today, police arrested a man living in California on suspicion of sending weapons to North Korea. A newly unsealed criminal complaint that we brought you right here breaking on CBS News 24/7 reveals quite a story, quite a plot here. A Chinese man hid guns and ammunition inside shipping containers, traveled from Texas to California, shipped them off of the shores of Long Beach to North Korea. That document goes on to say that North Korean agents funneled the man some $2 million to buy and then ship the weapons and other technology, including reported uniforms that were, I guess, planning to be used in an attack in South Korea. Federal law enforcement officials are calling this a significant national security investigation. Let's listen in.
We're here today gathered with our law enforcement partners to announce federal charges involving an individual who acted as an operative for the North Korean government in our country. We are charging a criminal...
Now, the thing that's most concerning about this, I think, is the fact that they were trying to give U.S. uniforms to North Korea. And now, while that might not sound all that dangerous to you, in South Korea, U.S. soldiers are, there are U.S. soldiers in South Korea, right? We work with South Korea all the time. It would not be shocking to see a U.S. soldier, and would be a great disguise to try and sort of, not be noticed or whatever else, or to perhaps gain entry to places you might not have access to. Now, after that happened, or around the same time that happened, the South Korean president called for martial law, something that hadn't happened in threats from North Korea that would have led to this declaration.
Sorry, Nikki. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
So has the United States received specific threats from North Korea in the past 24 hours or in the past few days?
I have no threat assessments analysis to offer as it relates to the DPRK in the context of this.
So does the U.S., how does the U.S. assess this unsurprised declaration? Is that mainly focused on domestic?
I don't have an assessment to make, Nike, and as I said to Sean, we are watching these developments. We're watching them with concern. We're seeking to engage our counterparts with the ROK, both here in the United States as well as Seoul. We are also undertaking a number of steps, as I laid out to Shannon, about ways in which we're supporting American citizens and making information to them available as it relates to this. But beyond that, I don't have any other updates. Again, I will just echo that our hope and expectation.
Vedant never has anything for us, does he? Never has any answers, never any, nothing to add. Aside from hopes and prayers and thoughts and concerns. That's about it. Thankfully, we have him and the whole State Department, really, to give us this fantastic stuff. All right, now let's go and talk more about these protests. Here's Democracy Now! From yesterday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Members of South Korea's opposition have moved to impeach President Yoon Suk-yeol after he plunged South Korea into crisis by declaring martial law in a surprise late-night broadcast on Tuesday.
I declare martial law to protect the Free Republic of Korea from the threat of North Korean communist forces, to eradicate the despicable pro-North Korean anti-state forces that are plundering the freedom and happiness of our people, and to protect the free constitutional order.
Minutes later, the leader of the opposition called on supporters and members of the opposition to gather at the National Assembly. Nearly 300 troops stormed the National Assembly as lawmakers gathered inside to vote down the martial law order and declare it invalid. It passed unanimously. Illegal. This is Representative Kim Min-suk, a senior member of the Democratic Party of Korea.
On December 3rd, 2024, at 10:27 p.m., President Yoon Suk-yeol declared martial law. This declaration is illegal and constitutes a criminal act directly violating the Constitution and other laws. It is essentially a coup d'etat.
As details emerge that the order would ban all political activities, protests, and labor strikes, several close aides to the president resigned, and his own party urged him to repeal his declaration.
And that's an important detail there, the labor strikes in particular. I mean, there's a lot to unpack there, but we talked recently about the doctor strike that was going on. And there's been a lot of labor organizing happening in South Korea. People attempting to get paid better, get better working rights, and doing this kind of thing without any actual justification. I mean, he claimed North Korea was presented some sort of threat, but the lack of justification here opens up this sort of discussion of, well, what are the political aspirations of this, administration?
The Korean Confederation of Trade Unions announced an indefinite general strike, called on the president to resign. Meanwhile, thousands of people gathered outside the National Assembly protesting the president's order. Amidst widespread and growing opposition, President Yoon backed down and revoked his order 6 hours later.
After the National Assembly's demand to lift martial law troops have been withdrawn. I will accept the National Assembly's demand and lift martial law through a cabinet meeting.
For more on these dramatic developments, we're joined by two guests. Christine An is International Coordinator of the campaign Korea Peace Now. She's also founder and executive director of Women Cross DMZ, a global movement of women mobilizing to end the Korean War. She's joining us from Honolulu, Hawaii. And from Seoul, South Korea, we're joined by organizer Dae-Han Sung. He is head of the networking team of the International Strategy Center. He's part of the No Cold War Collective. We're going to begin with you, Dae-Han Sung. You're there in Seoul. Can you explain what happened near midnight on Tuesday night?
Sure. Around 10:30 p.m., basically, we started, like, I was at a funeral myself, and with various organizers and activists, and at 10:30 p.m., I just saw that there was just a lot of social media that, in effect, was saying that martial law had been called. And of course, all of us at the beginning were completely incredulous. Like, we would never imagine, some of us, the younger ones, that we would have martial law called during our lifetimes. And yes, and afterwards, a lot of the people went to the National Assembly themselves. So a lot of them went home, and after going home, they went directly to the National Assembly to gather and to protect the National Assembly from the military troops that were being dispatched. So martial law was called at 10:30 p.m. And basically, between 11 and 12, thousands of people had gathered in front of the National Assembly. I myself was not there, but I was in constant communication with people, and I was just doing a lot of the writing, a lot of the social media to just be able to provide support in the social media and to let people know what was happening. And I think what's extraordinary is that a lot of ordinary people came out. I think I've heard that people were saying that there were delivery people that just stopped working, and when they heard the news, they just like rushed to the National Assembly. There were people that were at home just relaxing, and then they rushed. And a lot of the people, when they gathered, they were able to block and prevent the armored trucks from entering the grounds of the National Assembly. They were able, a lot of them were chanting to abolish the martial law and to, basically abolish martial law and to down with the dictatorship. And a lot of this was happening while the voting, while the
Okay. But yeah, that's what I keep hearing, is that, you know, the number of people came out was significant, but more significant perhaps was the groups of people that came out that, you know, may often sort of stay out of politics, or that you might not expect to see out of protests, older people or things like that, essentially. And you know, it's good to see people banding together to stop fascism. Gotta say,
they were cutting a lot of his discretionary spending or discretionary budget for the prosecutor's office, for the presidential office, for the audit office, and basically they were planning on pushing this through on December 10th. And of course, they would be able to do this because they had the majority seats. I mean, other things that have been
Okay, hold on. I'm going to move this over a little bit more.
Peace Now. Christine, welcome to Democracy Now! I wanted to ask you if you could talk a little bit about who President Yoon is, especially his relationship to the U.S. government. And also, this is not the first time South Korea has faced martial law. Wondering if you could remind our viewers and listeners about the martial law back in 1980 that led to the famous Gwanjung uprising and the massacre of hundreds, possibly thousands of South Koreans.
Yes, thanks, Juan. President Yoon Suk-yeol is a former prosecutor. He actually rose in prominence by investigating the former right-wing conservative president Park Geun-hye, who was ultimately impeached because of a very similar situation where hundreds of thousands, millions actually, of South Koreans took to the streets in 2016 and 2017 to demand that she be impeached. And so he played a role in convicting, and ultimately she spent time in prison. So that's his background. He has come into power. He was narrowly elected. I think it was 0.8% by less than 1% in May 2022. And since he entered office, he has just been embroiled in scandal after scandal, a lot of it affiliated with.
And we have talked about a couple of them, I think, but like one involved his wife in a purse or something like that, and you know, it's all been kind of bad vibes coming from this president. And the fact is you know, what, like 40 odd years ago to about 60 odd years ago, after the end of the Korean War, you know, South Korea had a good old military dictatorship. So I think people have a very sort of close connection to all of that. They hear martial law, and I think certain bells go off that maybe don't go off in perhaps our heads, as the memory is much more recent. But let's keep going, talking about all of this. See what BBC News had to add to all of this.
In the last little while, we've had this declaration from the president of martial law. It was a shock announcement that came late on television, broadcast to the nation, with the president saying he had been forced to take the measure to save South Korea's democracy. The declaration was immediately condemned by the leader of South Korea's main opposition parties, who've called their MPs to go to Parliament, and yet that National Assembly, the Parliament building, blocked off. But the president saying he had no choice but to resort to martial law. I declare martial law to protect the Free Republic of Korea from the threat of North Korean communist forces. Well, I just want to play the moment that South Korea's president announced that martial law and the reasons for actually imposing it. Have a look.
친애하는 국민 여러분.
I hereby declare an emergency martial law in order to defend the Free Republic of Korea from the
All right, we already heard him say all this stuff.
These are the live pictures of the Parliament building. You can see the South Korean flag there fluttering at the top, and there are a number of people who've got as close as they can, but we know that various police buses have been parked and moved to block the entrance to that Parliament building, with certainly supporters of the president eager not to allow those MPs into the Parliament building, because the opposition were trying to get MPs there, trying to actually have a vote to overturn what has been declared. They have condemned the move, calling it unconstitutional, and
yes, they have. All right, we're going to keep going through these. I've got a bunch of these to just look at of the footage that we haven't seen over the last, I guess, didn't do a stream yesterday, so I guess it's over the last 36, 48 hours.
We are following breaking news out of South Korea, where there's been a series of chaotic moves involving the country's government. Protesters flooded the streets of Seoul after the president declared martial law. But then lawmakers voted to block the measure, and eventually the president gave in and reversed the martial law order. Let's bring in NBC News international correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer, who's been watching all of this. Janice, a lot has happened in just the past few hours. Can you walk us through and maybe why some of this is happening?
Well, this has been an extraordinary turn of events in South Korea, with President Yoon Suk-yeol agreeing to lift martial law, forced by an emergency vote in the midst of protests. Now, in declaring martial law in the first place, Yoon said that he had no choice in order to safeguard constitutional order. It was basically a move against the government, citing what he called despicable despicable pro-North Korean anti-state forces. He's been in a bitter standoff and political gridlock with opposition members since he was elected in 20.
Now, unfortunately, it's not clear what it is he meant by all of that. He hasn't made it clear if there has been an actual credible threat or if this is a political move.
So the main opposition party condemned the move as unconstitutional and immediately defied the president with this vote to revoke martial law.
Illegal.
Large crowds have gathered outside the National Assembly building in Seoul. People were also inside the building. Windows have been smashed. Police are all around it. There's still some confusion about exactly where things stand because under the order, political activities are banned, protests are prohibited, media is censored. But military officials have been told to pull forces back. Now, the Biden administration is in contact.
Yeah, but we just heard from the Biden administration. They didn't have any real answers for that. That press conference was around the exact same time, the Vendetta one. Yoon Suk-yeol is not in his right mind. His judgment and situational awareness are not normal. It has been confirmed. It has been confirmed that he is in such a seriously abnormal state that he should not be performing his duties as president, even for a single minute or second. The declaration of martial law is grounds for impeachment, as it violates both constitutional procedures and laws. By blocking lawmakers' access to the National Assembly and allowing armed soldiers and police officers to forcibly enter the Parliament building. Yoon has committed the crime of rebellion and undermining the Constitution.
Illegal.
If emergency martial law that impinges on human rights isn't enough, it is obvious that they are ready to sacrifice people's lives. Stay alert and fight with us. Okay, next video. Reuters. Seoul residents say they are deeply disturbed by President Yoon's surprise martial law.
It was an experience that I've only seen in movies, and I realized how much more serious it is than I had imagined. The current economic condition is difficult, and the fact that the president is causing such anxiety among residents makes the situation so much worse. I'm deeply disturbed by this kind of situation, and I'm very concerned about the future of the country.
Last night, I happened to wake up from my sleep and came across the news. At first, I was scared and very confused. I kept thinking, what is going on? Is this something that could actually happen in this era? I couldn't sleep until the martial law was lifted because I was so frightened.
Okay, now let's go to the actual lifting of that martial law in Parliament. This is AP from yesterday. We've just submitted an impeachment motion. And during the plenary session, precisely the plenary session at 12:01 a.m. on December 5th, we'll be able to report it. Then we are obliged to vote on it after 24 hours and before 72 hours expire. That means we can vote on it starting at 12:02 a.m. on December 6th. Which means that they've already, I think they're already starting to vote on the impeachment of the president right now. It's definitely past 12:01 December 6th over there.
다만 표결을 그때 할지 그거보다 조금 더 늦게 할지는 상황에 따라서 여기 계신 의원님들과 같이 상의해서 결정하겠습니다.
Impeaching a president is not really a fun thing to do. Not even for a lawmaker. But this person, Yoon Suk-yeol, has done something crazy that violates the Constitution. He basically committed a coup d'etat. Impeachment is not a choice anymore. It is a must. Alright, let's go to the next one.
South Korea's sudden martial law lasted just 6 hours. No shots were fired, there are no reports of serious casualties, and the troops are back in their barracks. It looks like the president has lost and the parliament has won. It was President Yoon Suk-yeol who announced the martial law, and the parliament that voted it down, even while surrounded by security forces. But what happens next is unclear. Opposition parties in the parliament have called for the impeachment of President Yoon Suk-yeol, but that process will take time. This turmoil in South Korean politics is not unusual, but at the moment it's worse than in recent years. It's also important to remember that the Korean...
Not just recent years, in like decades, in recent decades. Much, much worse, in fact. I feel like he's being a little, generous, if you will, or ungenerous, depending on how you want to split that. Let's go to France 24 English from yesterday.
Some holding placards calling for the South Korean president to be arrested. These demonstrators from the country's largest labor union group gathered in Seoul on Wednesday. The group, known as the Korean Confederation of Trade Unions, has announced an indefinite strike until Yoon Suk-yeol steps down, after the president said he would lift a martial law order just hours after imposing it.
After the National Assembly's demand to lift martial law troops have been withdrawn. I will accept the National Assembly's demand and lift martial law through a cabinet meeting.
In a late-night TV address, the president had announced he was imposing military rule, insisting it was necessary to shield the country from, quote, North Korea's communist forces.
Okay, let's go and see some of the protests that happened after this, because people want him to resign real bad. And they came out in force after all of this.
South Korea's opposition party
we don't
said
need
this
this
afternoon.
one either. Yeah. I think this one shows the protests. If martial law is declared, it will be chaotic. But for the sake of the country, we have to right the ship. We have to right the ship. It is regrettable martial law was lifted, and there are pros and cons. Weird. This guy is pro-fascism, I guess? Okay. Weird vibes, man. I've lived long enough, but I want our children to live in a free, democratic country, peacefully and happy. But that is not happening. Those cunning Democratic Party lawmakers have taken over and are denying the government its right to rule. As a citizen, I don't understand this.
너무 섣부른 선택이 아니었나 싶습니다.
I cannot help but think that it was a rash choice.
제가 대한민국의 미래 세대를
I cannot take care
책임지지는
of the
못하겠지만
future generation of the country.
이런 일이 발생하지
But I want our
않기 위해서
lawmakers to
이제
do their best so
국회의원분들이
these kinds of things
힘내주셨으면
never
합니다.
happen. Okay.
많은 시민분들이 와서 준비하고 계십니다. 오시는 대로 주변에 앉아서
I don't know what he's saying.
또 서서 준비하시면서 저희들이 준비한 영상도 보시면서.
Oh, right. This is the long video. So, honestly, there's a lot of this we can probably skip, but I just figured we would look at the protests. This thing goes for like 4 hours, just this one video. I mean, there's so many videos of this protest online. But they got singing, they got musical acts. So, I mean, honestly, it looks like they're having a great time. Not gonna lie. And it's very diverse in terms of age group out here. I see old people, I see very young people.
아들 둘을 군대에 보내면 한 가지 생각뿐이었습니다. 제발 다치지 말고 갈 때 그 모습 그대로 집에 돌아오기를 바랬습니다. 그런데
I wish I had any idea what she was saying. I assume she's saying something to the effect of, this guy should resign. Calling martial law is insane. Why did you do that? Just guessing. This is an interesting shot. I'm kind of feeling this shot. Just be on the ground. Oh, pick me up. Oh God. Oh boy. Making me a little queasy. Okay, I'm okay. Move forward a little bit more, watch some of this after the fun and the music. It looks like they decide to start marching.
전국에서 국민들이 윤석열을 끝장내기 위해서 상경할 것입니다. 범죄자 윤석열을 지금 당장 구속시키고 계엄령을 모의한 자, 발표한 자, 동조한 자 모조리 빠짐없이 처벌해야 합니다. 당이 국민을 처단하겠다고 겁박했던 윤석열 반드시 국민 앞에 무릎 꿇게 합시다. 그럴 준비 되셨습니까? 네. 구원만 외치겠습니다. 반란 속에 윤석열을 즉각 구속하라! 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 반헌법 비상개혁 윤석열을 처벌하라! 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 처벌하라!
It's just, honestly, it's kind of heartwarming. Just how how South Korea is doing these protests. I don't know why. I can't even quite put my finger on exactly the reason, but something about it. we got more videos to look at. We can't just watch this one video on all this. Oh boy, we are getting close to the end of all this, though, aren't we? I guess we can watch a little bit more.
네, 다 같이 함성 한번 질러보도록 하겠습니다. 아직 저기 뒤쪽 끝까지 많은 분들이 계시는데요. 앞에서부터 피켓 높이 머리 위로 들면서 크게 한번 함성 질러보도록 하겠습니다. 윤석열을 끌어내리자! 함성 시작! 네, 지금 다시 노래 한 곡 듣고 행진 이어가도록 하겠습니다.
These two seem ready to dance right now. Oh, I see. I see. They heard the song. I don't know what this song... I know what the song means, but apparently it's a big deal.
전체되어 앞으로 이동하겠습니다. 우리가 갈 길은 우리가 결정합니다. 경찰들을 위해서, 국경에 의해서 민주주의가 가로막힐 수는 없지 않습니까? 경찰의 저지성과 막힘을 뚫고 용산 집무실로 진격하도록 하겠습니다. 함성 하나, 둘, 셋.
I wonder if I'm gonna get copyrighted for any of this. That's what I keep wondering. Like when they play these songs, is there besides from that one live one that guy was playing, I keep thinking I'm gonna get South Korea copyright struck. Okay. Let's keep going through these vids. We got CNN from yesterday now. See what they had to say on all this.
South Korea is in the grip of political chaos at this hour as its embattled president Yoon Suk-yeol faces a possible impeachment vote amid calls to resign. Just a short time ago, protesters marched toward the president's office in Seoul. According to South Korean media, a vote on an impeachment bill is expected to happen Friday or Saturday. Yoon sparked the political crisis when he abruptly declared martial law late Tuesday, only to scrap that order under pressure a few hours later. Now, his defense minister and a number of other top officials have submitted resignations. Protesters, meantime, clashing with troops outside the parliament building after that emergency order was announced. And we also have video of a lawmaker arguing with a soldier, which has gone viral. Take a look. You'll see why.
Damn, she's
As
going
you saw there,
ham
she
on
tried
this
to
guy.
grab the soldier's rifle before walking away. She was shouting, "Aren't you embarrassed?" Just hours after, meantime, South Korea's president plunged the country into political uncertainty. Life actually appears to be carrying on as usual. That's what we're hearing from CNN's Ivan Watson, who's been out there speaking with lawmakers in Seoul.
In fact, a member of the president's own political party told me he doesn't see how it's possible that President Yoon can continue to govern after the fiasco of the last 12 hours, where he declared martial law. There were soldiers that tried to prevent lawmakers from gathering in the middle of the night in the National Assembly, and yet they did. They voted 190 of them to overturn the martial law, and that included 18 lawmakers from the president's own party. And then before dawn this morning, the president backtracked and lifted martial law. It lasted around 6 hours. So now what we have is the opposition calling for his resignation. And look where I am right now. It's a protest led by a large labor union. Francois is going to pan the camera over here. This is in one part of Seoul where you have hundreds of people gathered at a candlelight vigil here, holding signs demanding the president's resignation. And we've seen another similar protest in front of the National Assembly today. I think what's so striking is that amid this political upheaval, the country seems to be functioning as usual. I flew in, landed at the main airport, Incheon Airport. It was functioning normally. No extra kind of security presence on the ground. The streets were busy. The businesses were open. People are certainly talking about this. The stock market here took a dip about 2% and then came back up. But the main opposition parties are drafting up a resolution to try to impeach the president, which could...
Yeah, and we saw them talking about that and about how they now have a certain window of time to get that done. Oh, we are at the last two videos. Great job, everyone, for having made it this far. Let's keep it going, though. Talk a little bit more about this lawmaker who stood up to troops, armed troops, whoops, go back. Yeah, that one, thank you.
Tonight, pressure growing on the leader of one of America's key allies. Mass protests in South Korea, including outside the National Assembly, demanding the impeachment of President Yoon Suk-yeol.
People are gathered on the steps of the National Assembly where just 24 hours ago this extraordinary chain of events was set off.
Yoon facing backlash over his brief failed bid to impose martial law to stop what he called pro-North Korean forces inside the government. His move rejected by lawmakers. But not before it sparked chaos, including confrontations with police. At one point, hundreds of troops moving into the assembly through smashed windows. The U.S. saying it had no warning of the president's move. Secretary of State Blinken tonight.
We're obviously watching the developments very closely. This is one of our closest partners and allies around the world.
A vote among lawmakers could happen as early as Friday. While President Yoon's party doesn't have a majority in the legislature, neither does the opposition. So people from his own party would need to vote against him. If that happens and he's suspended, it moves to constitutional court, where ultimately it's judges who determine whether to impeach him.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking.
Thanks, Lester. Okay. So yeah, as you can see there, this whole thing did not last very long, but the ramifications of it may be, for weeks, months to come. Who knows exactly how long this will ripple out for. This is the most recent video we have of all of this, discussing the defense minister quitting over all of this. Now, I'm pretty sure the defense minister is from his own party, so this would seem to sort of foreshadow what may be to come. South Korea's defense minister Kim Jong-hyun has resigned after the country fell into turmoil. Kim was blamed for advising the president to implement martial law. He also ordered troops to surround the parliament. Opposition parties submitted a separate motion to impeach Kim the same day he resigned. All troops who performed duties related to martial law were acting on my instructions, and all responsibility lies with me. President Yoon Suk-yeol nominated by Choi Byung-hyuk as a replacement. Choi is currently South Korea's ambassador to Saudi Arabia. Thousands of South Koreans have taken to the streets demanding Yoon step down. Yoon faces an impeachment vote on December 7th over his martial law decree. Oh, it looks like that vote's going to be happening then. If the 7th, I think it's almost the 7th now. I don't have my clocks in front of me right now, but I'm pretty sure it's the 7th right now in South Korea. It is a moment of military treason that we thought had already disappeared in history. He has committed an unforgivable sin. Yoon's ruling People Party remains divided over the crisis. Lawmakers plan to vote on whether to impeach Yoon December 7th. Yes, you mentioned that. Thank you. Alright, chat. Well, looks like that's going to end the news portion of the stream. Well, made it through another stream. It's been a pleasure. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till we see each other next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Gomthox, Aaron W, Schmegly, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Owen Up, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all the people which you see here now in front of you help produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month. By the way, don't forget to subscribe, hit the like button. And also, if you like music and chill galactic times, maybe stick around for this next portion. Hmm.